What is up, you guys? Oh my god, there is such good shit to cover. There is such good shit to cover. And unfortunately, I've already... I don't know if this is unfortunate. I don't think it's the worst thing to pre-watch. I'm not gonna lie. I couldn't help but pre-watch a little bit of the Ezra Klein Ta-Nehisi Coates thing, and I was like, okay, we're doing this on stream. It is so fucking... Ezra Klein, man, he's like so shady with the way... with like the parts that I saw. It's like he wrote that... he wrote it with like enough plausible deniability to signal to conservatives that like I'm one of the good ones, okay? So when you guys have the Civil War, you're not gonna kill me. And then it was just enough, and it was like, you know, just enough of a puff piece, obviously, to piss off the left. But he backs up and he's like, but I never said that like he's like a good person. I'm just saying that he shouldn't fucking be killed because he was talking or whatever. Like, okay. But where are my Ezra Klein defenders in chat? Okay, you guys are going to have to work overtime because I'm probably not going to have that much nice things to say about him. You're going to have to convince me, like, why shouldn't I write this guy's opinion off again? He's, like, already pissing me off when he's like, we're going to need to run pro-life Democrats. Like, bitch, get the fuck out of here. Get the fuck out of here. If you want, why don't you sacrifice your own rights first and then you can come for mine, okay? Why don't you give up, you know, I don't know. I feel like rights are never on the on the chopping block when it comes to men. It's only women. But okay. Where are we starting? I kind of want to see this like Jillian Michaels shit. Just like the absolute slop first, just to like, get into it. Let's see. And then like Megyn Kelly, like these people actually taking like that stupid Jezebel article talking about like how like there was a curse on Charlie Kirk or whatever. It's like clearly a fucking joke. And they're like, this is not funny to joke about. You don't joke about that. Like, okay, lady. Oh, wait, Eric Adams dropping out. We're going to do that first. Real quick. Let's see. Please stay. Okay. With 38 days to go, Eric Adams drops out. You guys, 38 days until that fucking race. I feel like it was just yesterday I was watching Zohran Mamdani win, and now it's already like the race is like a month away. It's insane. So this was published today. Mayor Eric Adams walked down the stairs at Gracie Mansion and said that on his watch there was more housing, less crime, and better student test scores in New York City. Then, midway through a nearly 9-minute video, he said he was giving up. Despite all we've achieved, I cannot continue my re-election campaign. He said, thank fucking God, says one part of me, and then another part of me knows that he's just dropping out because he doesn't want Zohran Mamdani to win because he and Cuomo are splitting the votes, and that was actually making it more likely that Zohran would win. It was a campaign that had failed amid recurrent scandals, his own indictment on bribery and corruption charges, and his complicated relationship with President Trump, which fucking reminds me, I don't know if anybody else saw Hakeem Jeffries' statement on this. He, like, all he did was praise Eric Adams. There's no mention of the fact that this motherfucker was literally taking bribes from Turkey for what exactly? Like, it was like barely, he was like barely even benefiting from it. It's for like building codes, like increased construction and like tickets to like flights or something like that. And his complicated relationship with President Trump. His extraordinary decision to drop out of the race for mayor 38 days before Election Day ended weeks of speculation and pressure to avoid the embarrassment of finishing a distant third, trailing even the Republican nominee Curtis Sliwa in heavily Democratic New York. In the video, Adams did not name any of the remaining candidates, but he offered what appeared to be a warning about Assemblyman Zohran Mamdani, the Democratic nominee and frontrunner. No shock there. Hutch and I are just defending Jeffries on Live and Learn. We're not. I can't. Don't tell me stuff like that. Don't tell me stuff like that. Okay, we just got started. I'm in a great mood. Okay, don't tell me stuff like this. I'm gonna lose my shit on these lives, man. Too often, insidious forces use local government to advance divisive agendas with little regard for how it hurts everyday New Yorkers. Adams said, "Yeah, you'd know a thing or two about that, dude." Major change is welcome and necessary, but beware of those who claim the answers to destroy the very system we built together over generations. That is not change. That is chaos. I mean, I don't know. Is this a jab? I guess it has to be a jab at Zohran, right? Who else could it be? It's one of those things that I was like, the Times is reading into this, but I'm like, wait, who else would this like veiled dig be at? It's definitely not Cuomo. Cuomo's not looking to change up the status quo. He's looking to work within it and reinforce it. He urged voters to choose leaders not by what they promised, but by what they have delivered. But he did not mention Andrew Cuomo, a former governor. According to a copy of his prepared remarks shared with the New York Times shortly before the video was released, Adams vented about him. Adams said that politicians who waffled on key issues and sought to push others aside in their quest for power cannot be trusted. Those comments were apparently edited out of the video, raising questions on whether Adams might endorse Cuomo later on. Dude, what the hell was the point of saying shit like that if you're angling for an endorsement later? It's bizarre. He knows that's the MAGA policy to break down our institutions more so than Mandani. 100%. And these motherfuckers, like him saying, yeah, don't choose by what they promised, by what they delivered. It's like, okay, if we're just going off of what you've delivered, you had no business being in this race in the first place. And honestly, you're lucky you're not in a fucking jail cell, right? So I don't know that you want to be the one to get into that, but whatever. So like, I'm so glad that like people don't even have the option to vote for this guy. He is such a fucking cancer in politics. Okay. What the hell are we gonna look at? Okay, so is this the yeah. So this is the one where Jillian Michaels, like leaving her take. Okay, she went on this. Yeah, okay. She went on this podcast. Okay, Jillian, girl, chill. She's doing like a little podcast tour now that she's having like, controversy and attention again that's unrelated to stuff for like The Biggest Loser and stuff that she did like a decade ago. On Making America United Again and leaving her take, Jillian Michaels episode 12. This podcast has 4,000 subscribers. This episode has 5,000 views. Maybe if I refresh it, it would be a little bit more. And they got Jillian Michaels on for her to talk. Oh, wait. Okay. But like, hold on. I do want to refresh it to see how many more views it has. Damn. Still 4 days. It still only has like 5,000 views. It's really not that much. I don't even know. I don't know who these people are, but this is where Jillian Michaels broke her silence on her walkout. This is like, again, huge day for her. Huge day for her. Let's see. Jillian's the biggest loser after all.
But I do think that this is, listen.
Because you probably have a new
book, and he's like, okay, well, why do you think I'm a racist? Well, and he would answer. I don't know if that's the guy you're taking out. But is there an attack on freedom of speech? Do you feel that? I mean, you... Oh, yeah. But I do think that this is, listen.
Okay, if there's an attack on free speech, care to identify who's doing the attacking, what side that's coming from, Jillian? Or are we just going to say, yeah, that's definitely happening? Anyway, radio silence.
You probably have a nuance based on, I'm this is going to be a touchy thing that happened a couple days ago, right? I saw your thing and I saw Anna's response.
I'm happy to talk about that.
And it seems like,
I will happily discuss the thing. Let's discuss that. So for anybody who isn't watching,
and we can even add the clip in.
I walked out of a segment on a show that I was responsible for. So let me be very clear. I'm responsible for the content on that show. PBD.
Okay, so that's you admitting that you were being completely unprofessional and you lost your shit when you reiterate that, you were the host and it was on you to get everything together. And by you walking out instead of debating with these women, what does that show exactly? What is that supposed to demonstrate? Like, why did you do that?
He was like, you are responsible. He's doing a million things. He's not in charge of that show. I mean, of course.
Yeah, PBD has an MLM to run, you guys.
Called in as, the tip of that spear, should there be a reason, but he's like, you are responsible. It's my platform. Okay. I'm not being invited on someone else's platform where they're asking me to engage in a debate about something, which, first of all, GATA is not something I'm qualified to debate. So let's be very clear.
GATA? Am I crazy? Do you mean Gaza?
GATA is not something I'm qualified to debate.
Okay.
So let's be very clear. I don't think the vast majority of people are. If you have an opinion.
This is like, again, in 2025, trying to float it's just so complicated, you guys. You just couldn't understand it because what you see, it's just so like people just can't even begin to understand the reasons why bombs need to be dropped on thousands of children and why 100,000 Palestinians need to be killed. It's just too complex to really get into it. Like, this logic would have worked before Israel killed like 100,000 people in less than 2 years. At this point, I'm starting to think that people can see kind of the moral simplicity and have clarity about what's right and what's wrong. This is like the equivalent of somebody trying to do like apologism for Russia, being like, I know it looks bad that they, invaded a sovereign country, but you really have to understand the history of these two regions. And if you did, I'm not saying it would be justified, but that sort of shit.
Fantastic. You have an opinion. Okay. But if this is my platform and you're going to put forward conspiracy theories, then I think you have a responsibility to present both sides. And I think that you need to be exceptionally careful with your speech. So Ana Kasparian has her own platform.
Okay, this is coming from the woman who, again, talks about, spreads lies related to vaccines, like vaccine disinformation, doesn't just try to insinuate, like suggests openly that and invites guests on, like Dr. Drew, that say that vaccines don't work or suggest that they cause autism or that they have more side effects. Like, that's the kind of shit that she spreads, or talks about like fucking Antifa, right? This is Jillian Michaels, or goes on CNN and downplays chattel slavery. But you guys, we really need to show both sides of the genocide, and we really got to be careful about this one particular subject. When she has never demonstrated this level of care for anything that's gone on that show ever. The other thing is, like, are you in charge or not, bitch? You're there in one breath saying, PBD put me in charge. And then she goes on to describe, like, well, the girls are just going crazy and I couldn't do anything about it. Like, didn't you just, like, I hope there's, like, actually answers about, did you agree to do this segment before or did you not?
Amy Dangerfield has her own platform. Lindy Lee has her own platform.
Lindy Lee has her own platform? I mean, like, what? Her take is easily the biggest thing that Lindy's doing, no? If I put Lindy... Oh, wait, what? Oh, look. There's going to be another episode tomorrow. Lindy Lee. Lindy Lee has 42,000 subscribers. She posted a video 14 minutes ago. Look at our girl. That's 51 seconds, that's 34 views. A day ago, 771 views. 5 days, 18K views on this 1 minute video. Like, she uploads like these really, really short videos. I mean, I guess. And like, she probably has like a good Twitter presence, right? Let me see, like, if I can't find her Twitter. But like, Jillian Michaels, why is she trying to act like, oh, I'm a small bean? I mean, you are not. I wouldn't say you're like a D-lister, right? Okay, but you have 555,000 subscribers on your fucking YouTube channel. Yeah, you get terrible engagement. I guess in that sense, Lindy Lee actually is outdoing you. But like, to act like, oh, I don't have this platform, I'm just Jillian Michaels, I don't know that she was a household name, but like The Biggest Loser at its peak was like a huge show. It would get millions of people tuning in. She's probably pumping up those views. And no, the views are probably accurate. I wouldn't be surprised if she bought subscribers or something. Wait. No, actually, I can say 550. She's been on YouTube for 8 years. And she used to upload fitness videos. I can see her getting this amount of subscribers in 8 years easily. Especially given, like, that she used to host The Biggest Loser. Like, she was most popular on The Biggest Loser. Like, 11 months ago, she got 1 million views on this debate with Matt Walsh. Her workout videos have like a few million. Yeah, it's a dead channel. Yeah, because she like stopped doing the fitness stuff that attracted it in the first place, and she started doing like politics. And anytime you alienate the native audience or whatever, people don't like unsubscribe, but they stop engaging with the channel. But Jillian Michaels is still more relevant and bigger than Lindy fucking Lee. I wouldn't say that she's the draw to her take, especially because it's a politics show. So Ana Kasparian is probably like the biggest name. And then from there, I would say it's like Amy Dangerfield or whatever. And then Lindy. And then Jillian's like kind of her own thing. But Jillian trying to pretend like, they have their own platforms. It's like Her Take platform is the biggest platform that they have so far.
I've sat through so many.
You think you can take her? No, she'd beat my ass. Do I look athletic, you guys? No.
Different conversations and invited them as interviews. I want to be clear, because if I interview Dave Smith, I'm learning his perspective. Mm-hmm. If I interview Barry Weiss, I want her perspective. A debate is I have the qualifications to come on here and make a case for
Oh my God. I love how she's talking about qualifications when she literally mentioned Dave Smith and Barry Weiss. What are their qualifications again into being considered experts on literally anything? Dave Smith is a fucking comedian. What expertise does he have to bring to the fucking table when it comes to anything that he talks about? I'm not saying he can't talk about it, but why are we acting like, oh, I only want to speak to qualified people, like Dave Smith, the fucking failed comedian that nobody seems to find funny, because every time I've ever heard anybody talk about his comedy, it's everybody talking shit about it. He's not even known for that. He goes on Piers Morgan panels and talks about Israel-Palestine. That's what I know him for. Other than that, he's like shilling for like weird libertarian politics. And then Barry Weiss, again, Barry Weiss isn't she like a fucking Nepo baby? I don't even know that she has like a decent, she went to like NYU and she wrote for like the New York Times, but like, let's see. She attended Columbia University in New York City, graduated in 2007. Like, I don't even know what she majored in. But like, she's just a massive Zionist. The reason why Barry Weiss even has a platform is because of that. She's been paid by a bunch of like corporate donors or whatever that like want a younger face to push the line that she's pushing.
YZ. I said very clearly, guys.
And like, again, Jillian, you're by your own standard, you're not qualified to talk on. Why do you even host Her Take? You're a former fitness guru. And even to the extent that you did that, you're met with you're literally in the middle of considering like a lawsuit against Netflix because they criticized you in a documentary that they released recently and you don't think it's fair. So even that was marred with controversy. Like, what qualifications do you have? And again, to be clear, politics to me, it's not a hard science. It's not like biology. We're not talking about epidemiology. We're not talking about, mathematics or fucking engineering or anything like that. So it's more of a like philosophical conversation. So all you need, in my opinion, is like, if you can ground if you can explain like your morals, your philosophical views or whatever, and like your perspective on politics, you're more than welcome to. I don't see why there should be like this all this gatekeeping behind just like political conversations. Like, we should have more people involved in like the political process and feeling like they can speak up and talk on things, even if they're not credentialed or experts or whatever. One, they just need to not present themselves as an authority. But two, I don't understand why she's whipping this standard out when it like she literally doesn't even pass her own metric.
There have been numerous shows now with all of the things in the news where it's let's bash Israel, let's bash Israel, let's bash Israel. I understand. I think there are gross atrocities.
Okay, but why? Oh, yeah, they're gross atrocities. Why are they bashing them? Is this just Jew hate? Do you honestly think that every single major like journalism outlet in the West just wants to bash Israel for the sake of bashing Israel? Or is it that there's news that they have to cover?
That are being
and even then, when you read the way that these stories are presented, it's still skewed in Israel's favor. Obviously, the stories are far more sympathetic to Israel, to Israelis. It's told from their perspective. People that are pro-Israel and pro-Zionist have no issue getting their voice out in American media. Okay, okay, Jillian, you have to know this. How do you not know this? Are you serious? Like, this is if you think that this is bad, like. Or like unfavorable, it's like there is just no hiding the genocide, lady. It's been live streamed. Like, there's no way to honestly report on it and not also talk about the negative shit that they're doing. It's like exclusively negative.
Admitted, this is a very complex thing. I don't truly believe it. Anna, if you want to do this and this is your thing,
like, what is complex about the famine? Please enlighten me. I would like to know, like, what is it that I'm not getting? What is it that these innocent people did that makes them worthy of being starved? Is there something I'm missing? Like, what would you need to do to justify your starvation, Jillian Michaels? Maybe like say a political slogan that somebody disagrees with. Would that justify it? Support MAGA, an openly fascist movement. Do you think it would be right if you had human rights deprived because you aligned yourself with Donald Trump? Because I don't. So what do these people do that makes them worthy of being like not giving them food and water?
You have a huge platform. Do it on there. Do it there. We've done it quite a bit of it here now. The man was just buried. It's the first day of Rosh Hashanah. And you guys want to go on and give credibility to something that there is no current evidence for. And I'm responsible for this.
This is the same woman who was like, we don't need like a pride, like, why are we keeping LGBTQ plus pride flags up except for Pride Month? like pulling out the like hyper woke arguments of like, oh my God, Charlie Kirk was just buried. We can't talk shit about Israel. I don't understand what that one has to do with the other, or like, you know, the media is being really mean to Israel, so we have to cool it. You guys have your own platform, so you can't talk about it, even though it's news and it's in the news. All of these arguments just make no sense. Like, would she do this with anybody else? Like, would she really, like, do you think if like Ana Kasparian, for whatever reason, was like, oh, we shouldn't cover the Irina Zarutska, that Ukrainian refugee that was killed on in public transit by that homeless guy who happened to be black. Do you think if Anna was like, you guys, it's the first day of Black History Month, I don't know that it would be a good idea to cover this story that shows an alleged like black assailant? That might be really bad. Like, Jillian would laugh her ass off at anybody trying to make that argument. She would never take it seriously. So why are we going to do it in this instance?
Platform and the content that goes out on it. We don't have a person.
Okay, so then it's just to clarify. So then the editorial, I guess, responsibility is yours.
It's mine.
It's not like a 4-person share.
I was the tip of that spear. Like I can. PBD, you're the point.
Okay, is it yours or not? Then you're there saying how like, oh, I want you to go do it on your other platforms, but like, you could have said no, we're not doing the story, and then don't do the story.
Guard, you're the point guard. You're in charge of that. You're the one. If you had a problem, you should have come to me. And so at this point, I was saying,
like she got in trouble or is going to get in trouble.
Guys, this has been covered a week ago. This is the first day of Rosh Hashanah. We're going to look like assholes doing this. Literally the day after they buried the man. There are plenty of things to focus on. Mm-hmm. The gun being disassembled, like what's weird about the text messages, this guy who was apparently at 9/11. Right. You want to focus on that. And I said, there's no evidence for this. You don't have the evidence for this.
And this is specifically in reference to the Max Blumenthal thing, where he talked about
Israel.
She was actually correct that, yeah, they were just like, I can understand being bothered by the fact that your co-hosts are conspiracy posting. But when, again, Jillian Michaels has literally never had any editorial standards for this show. I have watched almost every single fucking episode of Valuetainment's Her Take. And I'm telling you, they flirt with conspiracy all the fucking time. When it came to like the LA riots, quote unquote, that were AKA the anti-ICE protests that were happening in LA, Amy was like, January 6th wasn't an insurrection. This definitely is. And from this day forward, it was like July 7th or 6th that it was starting on. She was like, this should be known as July 6th, like the actual 6th day of a month in the year that we should consider to be like an insurrection, not January 6th. The fuck is that? You think that that's responsible rhetoric to be spreading on your platform, Jillian? She like barely pushed back when they were talking about that. Or any of the Zog posting that they were doing related to like Epstein, which has more of a basis. Epstein did have connections to the Mossad or whatever, but like, you're comfortable with that. So like her bringing out like, oh, I'm just not comfortable because it's not up to my editorial standards of Her Take. Give me a break, lady.
$1 million
connection to supposedly killing Charlie Kirk.
She's like speaking out of both sides of her mouth. Does she actually believe that anybody is buying that it's not first and foremost about the fact that she doesn't like that Israel is being bashed or being criticized?
So I was like, okay, they insisted on doing it. All of them insisted on doing it. So it turns out that
okay, what is this? You just said you have total editorial control of the show. They insisted on doing it. Then say no or prepare so you can push back on them. How am I supposed to feel bad for her? You agreed to let them do it.
They're like, no, we appreciate. We don't think this is true. Right. Amy says, I don't think this is true.
I think Anna said, I don't think this is true.
Anna says, I don't think there's no evidence for this. Amy starts out her segment with, there's no evidence for this. Okay. But then proceeds to only present half of the information and then fight.
And this makes it even worse that she was not prepared to debate them on this, because you knew in advance what stories they wanted to cover. You said you wanted both sides covered. Why didn't you come with the facts for the other side to push back on them?
Try to make a case that it has merit. And at this point, I'm like, wait a minute here. You just said you didn't think there was evidence for this.
Oh shit. No.
Now left that part of it out. And then fight out Israel for this. Covered a week
sorry,
ago.
I was like trying to type on this other thing, but I was still on this tab.
It's the first day of you're the one. If you had a problem, you should have come to me. And referencing Charlie Kirk. So I was like, okay, they insisted on doing it. All of them insisted on
It's
doing
their
it.
fault.
So it turns out that as
Even though
they're
she's in
like,
charge.
no, we appreciate. We don't think this is true. Amy says, I don't think this is true.
I think Anna said, I don't think this is true.
Anna says, I don't think there's no evidence for this. Amy starts out her segment with, there's no evidence for this. Okay. But then proceeds to only present half of the information and then fight to try to make a case that it has merit. And at this point, I'm like, wait a minute here. You just said you didn't think there was evidence for this. You just started the segment saying you don't think there's evidence for this. You don't have the information that this guy, Max Blumenthal, has written for.
All I'm hearing is what's obvious, which is that nobody on the show does any, except for maybe Ana Kasparian, does like any prep for it. Like, where is it that she starts like freaking the fuck out? Hold on. The conspiracies. Jillian Michaels storms off. Let's see.
So
None.
Wait, how does that debunk the fact
So
that...
he just read it. and
Where's your proof that $150 million was offered from Bibi Netanyahu?
No, I'm referring...
Where is
Wait,
the proof?
please do not get angry.
No, because I didn't want to cover this, and you guys insisted. And I
Because
told
that's
you,
what the
you cover this
marketplace is
shit,
talking
I'm going to
about.
rip you apart. Where is the proof?
We're not
that
saying that
Bibi
it happened.
Netanyahu
We're really
offered
not
Charlie
saying that it
$150 million.
Jillian,
okay, so we're not.
We're,
so
what we're
conversely,
reporting on is
now
people
there
in
is
the marketplace, what they're saying. This is a discussion that's happening literally everywhere. We would be...
This is always how they launder what they decide to cover on the show, which is people are saying this, aka this thing trended on X. I saw this thing on my feed and I noticed it had 1 million views. This post got hundreds of thousands of likes. That's how they decide what goes on the show and what doesn't. First and foremost, it's social media driven. It's not really news driven. PBD is the same way with how they select the topics. The other thing is that, Jillian, if you're admitting on this other podcast that you fucking knew that they were going to bring this up, why didn't you do the Oppo research? Why didn't you bring your own articles to bring to bear? I don't understand. This was totally avoidable. I think Amy was guilty of insinuating all of it. All of them were flirting with it. Anna was like, Candace Owens is corroborating it. Candace Owens is not fucking trustworthy with literally anything in her life ever. Tucker Carlson talking about a thing doesn't make it true. They did not have the evidence. But it is so insane to me that if they didn't have the evidence, that you're not able to push back on them adequately, even if it is a 3v1. The reason why this fell apart was because of the attitude, like the way that she started confronting them, which was hyper aggressive instead of like remaining calm, asking them for evidence, and then indicting the people that they bring up. But the thing is that Jillian Michaels, again, has no issue with conspiracy because she literally praises Candace Owens.
Be remiss if we didn't cover
it's
it
a
to
week
debunk it.
old, this conversation.
It's still,
Over
I mean,
a week.
it's still
That
pretty prevalent.
is a week old.
it's still going on, Jillian.
Okay, well, nevertheless, where is the proof?
Also, a story being a week old does not mean it's no longer newsworthy. There could be developments to it. In this case, not really, but...
actually
Jillian,
happened.
I just said, according to this guy's reporting, he was offered $150 million.
Okay,
that
wasn't
was
it also corroborated by
Candace?
It was corroborated by Candace, and not only that, by
Candace.
Nick.
And also Mac
Okay, because that's, listen, I like Candace. She has...
Dude, this is what I mean. Jillian Michaels has never given a single fuck about the editorial standards of her take. I like Candace Owens. That just came out of her mouth. Candace Owens is currently being sued by a by Emmanuel Macron because she keeps going around saying that his wife is like a pedophile and a man secretly. That's the source. That's the person who she just said, I like her.
People from his own team have said he has not seen her in years.
And yet last year they were on tour together. Last year they were on tour together. So that debunked that
Wait, if
instantly.
you want to talk about people on his team,
Last time they've been on camera together was
Andrew, his
2023.
press
No, it was last year.
hold on,
They have a
Andrew,
tour
that
posted
guy
together.
was like,
Okay,
okay, guys,
everybody-
Like nobody in this discussion was proving anything. They're making they're reporting on this article from the Gray Zone. What is it? The Gray Zone. This from Max Blumenthal. This is not a reputable outlet. Max Blumenthal's reporting has a lot of issues with it. The sources are anonymous, and because it's not a reputable outlet, it should be taken like anybody who's covering it needs to be like disclosing to their viewers that this is your source for it. It's not a reliable source if you want to talk about it responsibly, right? The other thing is like so they have not, like Anna, Lindy, and Amy obviously haven't brought the facts for this. This article doesn't say Netanyahu was like offering that himself. What it actually says is the Gray Zone reported on September 12th, citing a longtime associate of Kirk, some private person, or some anonymous person, that Netanyahu had offered to organize a massive infusion of pro-Israel money into TPUSA. So Bibi himself was not going to be coughing up $150 million or whatever the thing is. Like, I don't even see a figure. It's just like a massive infusion of money. There were somebody, like, it's rumors, right? And so she's right to ask for the receipts, but she's not even like getting the claim correct, and all of them are being sloppy.
Calm down. Let's just calm down for a second. Subsequently said this is not true.
No, they never. They actually.
Colvin, Eric Bolling, all of them are like, yeah.
Okay, Eric Bolling thought that he had 2 daughters. Okay, so I'm not gonna.
Okay,
really
Andrew.
You trust Legacy News? I mean, yeah. Why wouldn't I? You can be critical of Legacy News, without being like it can't be trusted. Even if an outlet makes a mistake, can still be overall mostly reliable, and you can evaluate it on like a case-by-case basis.
Colvin, the narrative is not true.
Andrew said,
Charlie has a cordial relationship with Ackman. There's no black woman, no intervention. Nothing like what
this, and like Charlie Kirk having or not having a cordial relationship with Bill Ackman would be unrelated to the claim about Netanyahu. That's not dispositive. That also doesn't prove that like Bibi, which was not even what the claim was giving him or offering him $150 million or whatever it is.
Papers funded by Qatar and Iran. You somehow left that part of it out. Your source is Candace Owens. I like Candace. I've had her on. You know, I do think maybe she's a bit down a rabbit hole. When Andrew,
but that's her platform. She's allowed to do that.
Maybe Candace Owens is a little bit, a little bit crazy. Candace Owens, who's like a notorious purveyor of disinformation and a massive anti-Semite. You know, maybe she's like a little bit unreliable.
I've had her on my platform to talk about it.
Right.
She's talked about it.
She's platformed Candace Owens. We're platform Candace Owens. We're complaining about them covering the gray zone on her take. But you've platformed, and like that's irresponsible, which it was. But you platformed Candace Owens, and that wasn't. What happened to I need there to be experts, and it needs to be both sides, and somebody needs to like have an authority to speak on this shit. The fuck authority does Candace Owens have?
On my platform, it wasn't a debate; it was an interview. I was like, okay, tell me. I'm confused.
Okay,
not
the
Charlie Kirk thing.
That's the difference.
Yeah.
Okay, so she said when it's a debate, there needs to be credentials. When it's an interview, free for all. Suddenly, there's no responsibility.
Concerns about Israel or her concerns about vaccines. Not the Charlie Kirk piece. I wouldn't have that. Probably that's for her platform.
Yeah.
You know, right now, I think that
or like her concern, like why. The inner machinations of Jillian Michaels' mind is an enigma to me. Why are Candace Owens, why is her anti-vax posting inappropriate, but Dr. Drew's is fine? What?
People are scared.
Would you play a horror game for Halloween? What game? Not really much of a gamer.
I have very many Jewish friends who are afraid to wear their Star of David. They're seeing an incredible rise in anti-Semitism that resembles what their grandparents described in World War II Germany.
Mm-hmm. Wow, okay, that's really scary. Why would this, why do you only care about it when it comes to anti-Semitism? Again, you were going on CNN downplaying the history of chattel slavery. You think that doesn't make some black people uncomfortable, feel unsafe? There were black people on the fucking panel you were saying it to on that CNN show that you said all of that shit, Jillian. You think she would ever accept that, you're making black people feel unsafe. You're making them feel like they have to deal with the excessive racism. Black people are like embarrassed, like biracial people are uncomfortable by what you said or whatever. She would literally never, ever entertain that argument.
I think this is very real. I've also interviewed the Gad Sads, the very
conspiracy theory bias is crazy. They'll talk about vaccines, Michelle Obama, stolen elections all day, but are hesitant to make assumptions when it comes to Charlie Kirk. Yeah, because Charlie Kirk was their guy. He's their martyr.
The Dave Rubins, as well as the Dave Smiths, the Ana Kasparians. I've listened to both sides. It's very complex.
There's both sides. There's Ana Kasparian and Dave Smith, and then there's the other side. There's Dave Rubin and Candace Owens. This is my varied media diet, says Jillian Michaels. Holy shit.
Don't have, as I said, the knowledge base, the credibility, the expertise to engage in any sort of argument about that. Now, I don't know if you've heard Gad Sad talk about how there's 6 degrees of Jew.
No, I haven't listened to anything that motherfucker has had to say in like a long ass time. And when I was listening to him, it was to fucking be reminded how much of a fucking idiot he is.
And what he means by that is
he's like literally, he's a lol cow. He's like an intellectual dark web wannabe that could never fucking make it in the crew with like Joe Rogan, Dave Rubin, Ben Shapiro, and etc. and
always
Jordan
link
Peterson.
back some sort of atrocity to the Jews. Always. You'll always find a way. 9/11, the killing of Charlie Kirk. It's the Jews. It's the Jews.
Well, there's some people, I think, just
Is Jillian back on? No, she's gone. Jillian, our girl, is gone. I know I've seen a clip at the end of this where she's like, the show's going to continue. I'm not going to be part of it. And she is going to, the next episode of Her Take, which premieres tomorrow. Let's see. The thumbnail does not feature her. It is just our girls, Amy, Lindy, and Anna, and some guy who I don't recognize. Wrong.
to give, like, there's good faith people who try to, I think Anna is one of these good faith people who
I think
who are
Anna-
not pointing towards Jewish people, they're pointing towards like a government that's acting in
Anna
a,
has gone down a rabbit hole a little bit. I think that she's gotten...
because
Okay, my first point of agreement with Jillian Michaels. Yeah, she has.
talking about
But you didn't have an issue. She's been down that rabbit hole for a while, so you didn't have an issue with it.
But, well, okay. I'll give you an example. Like, again, you want to do this, do it on your platform. I have people sending me videos of her saying, you think you're God's chosen people, but you behave like demons.
she said that.
Yeah. You want the video of it? Yeah.
I believe you, but
No,
I mean, that is
Okay, you were valorizing Charlie Kirk and insisting that, like, I've watched her on Piers Morgan the other day insist that every single racist, bigoted, inflammatory comment that Charlie Kirk was making was just out of context and that she could explain everything. But when it comes to Ana Kasparian or like other people, it's like, dude, Candace Owens, you think that that's bad? Wait till I tell you what Candace Owens has said about Jewish people. Wait till I tell you about her platforming Nick Fuentes, a thing that the network you were working for also did and had already done, like literally almost 2 years earlier. So spare me this, like, oh, I'm worried about anti-Semitism. Girl, Amy Dangerfield is all but like a groiper. And you're talking about like Anna's comments about like, again, like, is it anti-Semitic? Like probably, or whatever. It's certainly inflammatory. That's like, to me, there's better examples of Ana Kasparian being anti-Semitic, not the Zog posting, you know, but that aside, or like her going on Piers Morgan and being like, this is about your Jewish identity. Like that's an example of her being anti-Semitic, but like, she doesn't give a fuck about that. That is not what her MO is here. That's not the issue that she has. Like, this is your co-host, Jillian. America First. Nick's interview on PBD Podcast was tremendous. Go watch it now. This dude's literally a Holocaust denier and a white nationalist.
Andrew said that Candace and Charlie remain friends. I just want to make sure.
I keep going back to this. Sorry.
Play it for you right now.
But that is implicating a religion, an ethnicity group, versus saying, hey, Netanyahu's government is doing this. I think those are two different things.
You think you're God's chosen people, you behave like demons. Yikes. That's... Yeah, I mean...
Yeah, I'll send you it's in my phone.
I think it's important to...
But yeah,
I think it's important.
But
yeah, so we can clip it in
now,
the show. Okay, so hold on. So, okay. Let me back up for 1 second. I've been accused of everything under the sun. You're a racist. You're a transphobe.
Just seems so abrupt and out of left field to me. One argument and everything is over for Jillian. I don't think she was that sensitive. I've never even seen her this way on like queer issues or anything related to like LGBT issues. Again, this is the same woman who was like, we don't need to have queer pride flags up except for Pride Month because that's being too in people's faces. But now we're pulling out like the like literally Robin DiAngelo tier like hyper woke shit, but for like anti-Semitism, instead of like racism.
You're a bigot. You're a bigot, right? And you're a quack. You're anti-science.
Like she doesn't really care about the anti-Semitism. She just doesn't like the Israel bashing, and she said as much when she stormed off.
And those three girls, to their credit, I was like, oh, this is going to be a lot for them to have to kind of weather the storm and sit next to me. And they did. So as Anna's being like called all these things, and I'm like, I owe it to her to sit next to her and not, just like, but it was making me increasingly uncomfortable. And then every show is now bashing Israel. And now you're trying to make a case that the Jews were somehow...
But you were in charge. If you don't like that, why didn't you just say, you can't do the story? We need to vary it. We need to change it up a little bit. I feel like we've been covering Israel too much. I don't understand how, again, you started off by saying... She starts off this portion of this podcast by saying, PBD put me in charge. I was responsible for what happened on the show. And at the end of the day, it was you that decided to show up, and it was you that knew in advance that they were going to cover this. You didn't do any prep work to push back on them adequately like you wanted to. Then you stormed off. And I'm supposed to feel bad for you? How?
connected to 9/11. So that was a show just a few shows back. And at that point, I'm like, I think, why don't we, there's a lot in the news, okay? This is very dangerous, this rhetoric. These words, I understand that you would never cause harm on somebody, but I think your words could potentially stoke very dangerous narratives of anti-Semitism.
Okay, again, how about you going on CNN and downplaying chattel slavery? You think that might increase some racism in this world? It's probably a non-zero amount. You think in any other context, Jillian Michaels would be hearing this out? Absolutely fucking not.
I'm kind of putting this into the zeitgeist with also the show's showrunner. Lindy and I were going back and forth. I'm like, Lindy, she's sending me the demons thing. I'm like, this is concerning. So
Lindy was in the background sending the shit around.
We have the 9/11 thing. And then I'm like, I think, guys, we just buried him. It's the first day of Rosh Hashanah and there's no evidence for this.
This is like the third time she's mentioned that it was like the first day of Rosh Hashanah.
It's dangerous. We are not capable of doing this segment in a credible way unless you're planning on presenting all sides of this, having somebody with a differing opinion. We need to be responsible. Don't worry. And then the next thing I know, Lindy and Amy are making the case that it's true. It's like, but Max is great and Candace is the source. And I'm like, wait a minute, how do we get?
Okay, well, they said they were saying, we're repeating what Max Blumenthal reported, without saying that, the Gray Zone's not a reliable outlet. So I agreed with her there. She's pushing for the receipts. And they look like fucking fools being like, Candace Owens corroborated the story that has a bunch of anonymous sources and it's not reliable to trust in the first place. But again, you already complimented Candace Owens on this show, Jillian. You already admitted you've had her on your podcast for interviews.
Colvit's wrong and Colvit's lying and the business partners are lying. They're not telling the truth.
Is such a narc, dude, for real. That has to be payback for the fact that Anna went on TYT and she was like, I have the displeasure of hosting a show with Lindy Lee.
It's just with Candace, and I'm thinking, didn't we just agree that we were not going to say there was merit here? I thought we were all on the same page that there was no evidence for this.
Why didn't you do this behind the scenes? Why are you blaming them for not doing your homework?
And then Anna turns around and is like, there's no evidence for this. And I was like, oh, thank God. Okay, let's move on. And she's like, but Netanyahu. Oh my God, how does every freaking show come back to this? How does every show come back to this?
Could you imagine? Okay, she says she gets up and leaves because, there's too much Israel bashing. Goes on to describe an instance of Ana Kasparian getting ready to criticize Bibi Netanyahu. Could you imagine if I tried to characterize anybody criticizing Donald Trump or President Obama or President Biden as America bashing? Nobody would ever hear me out because it's stupid as fuck to make that conflation. It's so disingenuous and she keeps doing it. It's this really subtle rhetorical sleight of hand by saying, I'm just tired of the Israel bashing. I'm okay with XYZ criticism. Then brings up an example of somebody criticizing a head of state, not the country, not the people within it, the head of state, and is saying that's the same as bashing the country. Even though you can disagree with a politician without bashing the country.
And at that point, I'm like, I'm not going to be responsible for this. I'm not going to participate in this.
I will not let there be any negative criticism of Israel on my platform, not so long as I'm in charge of this show, and God forbid there be any mention of the ongoing genocide that Israel is perpetrating, or that anybody bring up Palestinian dignity. Can't have that.
I'm responsible for this. And this is not a debate. This is not an interview. This is not a fair portrayal of all of the facts. And this is not for me.
What do you think her take is, Jillian? Every single episode was run like that. She's like, it's not a debate. It's not an interview. So what was it? Have you ever seen The View? The View gets fucking heated like that on a daily fucking basis, as far as I know. It's been a minute since I've been in a dental waiting room and seen, snippets of The View and then Ellen afterwards. But when I saw it, Whoopi and Cindy McCain and all these other ladies were just fucking going at each other's throats over some topic that didn't fucking matter. Isn't the whole thing supposed to be the valuetainment? It was literally marketed as this is the based epic version of The View, but with conservative perspectives and conservative women, was pretty much how it was pitched. Now she's mad that the show got spicy. It's the show that you based it on is like that all the time. And people, they don't fall apart.
Again, I get it. I've sat through all of those.
Because I'm sure you're very well versed now.
Would you join her take if Obs offered a chair? I mean, I would love to do an episode. I don't know if that I would want to work for valuetainment. I don't know if I want to be part of what Meghan McCain. What did I say? Did I say Cindy McCain? I meant Meghan McCain. I don't know that I would want to be on that show permanently. Jesus, could you imagine having to do a show with Lindy fucking Lee?
In her perspective.
I am very versed in her perspective. I've also interviewed Sean Hannity and Leland Vittert and Kat Saad and Barry Weiss. I haven't interviewed Ben Shapiro. I've heard him talk about it. This is very complex and nuanced. This is not, and it's trendy. I'm sorry, everyone under 30 is like, fuck Israel. And I'm like, but you?
What? It's trendy. It's trendy to talk about the genocide. It's trendy to talk about this conflict that's been going on for over 100 years, depending on where you want to start it. At least like over 60. Yeah, Israel Palestine, super trendy, you guys. This thing that, again, like this intractable geopolitical situation that's been the subject of debate and discussion for literally decades, both in academic settings and also in like the broader media sphere, like international American media. Yeah, that's a thing that only Zoomers care about. That's just like happened in the last year or two.
You really understand this though, do you? At 30, do you understand the nuance of this? This is thousands of years old. Where is your outrage about the killing of the Druze people? Where is your outrage about like all?
Well, I think that the different.
Where's your outrage? This is literally just like Hasbara talking points, like Playbook 101. What aboutism, Israel double standard, contributing to anti-Semitism, any criticism of Israel is conflated with criticism of all Jews, etc.
Because I am on the more on the
you are, and I respect, and honey, I respect that. I'm sitting right here.
Yeah, of course. So that's why
I'm talking about it with you. Yeah, and I respect your opinion. But when I'm responsible for it,
that I understand. If it's your show, but I wouldn't bring it up if I bring up a segment and says there's no credibility to this, then I shouldn't be bringing it up. I would only bring it up and say, hey, I think this is something to look at here, guys.
Well,
right?
We all agreed there was no credibility to it, and yet it was brought up anyway. And you probably felt
that you're in charge of the show, so that was on you. Why didn't you do Oppo research? Why didn't you just say, no, you can't do it?
A little blindsided.
And like, I misunderstood it because when she said here to them, like, I told you if you bring it up, I'm going to rip you apart. I thought that she meant like, she told them don't bring it up and they brought it up anyway, but it sounds like what she was saying is like, I said that if you bring it up, I'm going to push back, so be ready. Let's see where she says it.
People from his still $50 million was offered from Bibi Netanyahu.
No, I'm referring.
Where is the proof?
Please do not get any.
No, because I didn't want to cover this, and you guys insisted. And I told you, you cover this shit, I'm going to rip you apart. Where is the proof?
We're not
that
saying that it
Netanyahu
We're really
offered
not
Charlie $150 million.
Jillian,
so we're not.
Okay, like, she's like, again, 0 to 100, even though she could have prevented this, or she could have done more research, and like not had them do it. And she gives the impression like they brought it up when they were not supposed to, even though she allowed them to, she greenlit it.
In the holiday and everything
else.
else.
Railroad, which I didn't appreciate.
Yeah.
So and I had other issues. So for example, we had on a former senator. And
yeah,
listen,
I don't even know why they did that. They literally had on Kristen Sinema.
I don't care if you don't like her. Don't bring her on as a guest if you're going to engage in ad hominem attacks.
Right, for sure.
So we bring on Kirsten Sinema.
Like, what? I don't understand what the hell the point of the show was then. Not every single episode. I mean, like, it's... I agree, don't bring on a guest just to insult them or whatever. But what she's characterizing as like an ad hom, we got to do the debate perv shit. But actually, an ad hom is when you replace an insult with an argument, not when you insult somebody alongside making an argument. So an ad hom would be if I said Jillian Michaels is wrong because she's stupid, instead of saying Jillian Michaels is wrong because it was her responsibility and she greenlit them talking about that and didn't do the prep, and also she's stupid. That wouldn't be an ad hom, but I'm sure according to Jillian Michaels that is an ad hom, even though it's not.
And this woman is saying, like, I get that you guys are all outraged about this policy or that policy, but Trump is going to Trump. Trump's not listening to the Her Take podcast, so let's deal in reality. Move along. Like, let's focus on what...
Kristen Sinema was the one being... Yeah, she was the one being disrespectful. She told everyone to, like, move on from the story, even though it's, like, not her show.
Do about it. They all three went batshit crazy. Now, I'm not going to try to take that away from them. They were offended. Okay. But the next thing I know, I've got Lindy telling her she's a communist or something to that effect. Like, this is communism. Do not let people have your... And Sinema's like...
I mean, Lindy was making a stupid point, but she was trying to say that, like, I grew up in communist China, even though she didn't, or, like, her grandparents did. Like, And she was saying this sort of like repression and people trying to shut down conversations reminds me of like authoritarian governments and like fascism. And she was like conflating like authoritarian communism and like Maoism with like fascism. And that was when she was like, did you just call me a fascist? And she was like, no, but you're like trying to shut down conversation. It reminds me of that.
I'm extremely offended by that. Amy is like, no wonder you don't want to talk about the Epstein files. I'm like, oh, stop. I'm like, oh my God, this is I'm like, okay, stop it, stop. And Anna's like,
yeah, God forbid you actually, have an engaging conversation with the guest that you brought on, who is like a former senator and a massive obstructionist and a total grifter like Kristen Sinema. God forbid you actually, ask her tough questions and don't just do a puff piece and have a good old time.
We're a disaster in the Senate.
Like, all I'm hearing is every single time there's been weak points in the show, it's because of Jillian's direction and the way that she wants to run the show. Which you could see, but now I have like 100% confirmation that like all of those it was always on her to like steer the direction and the conversation of the show.
This is not me.
It's not productive.
This is not. I don't believe in ad hominem attacks. So I go back to the team. I'm like, they're like, well, she was rude to us, and I'm like, guys, you're all smart. Attack her ideas. Don't attack her as a person. This is not classy. You think you're going to get guests on behaving like this? Like when you watch PBD, he'll interview Netanyahu.
Yeah. Yes. It doesn't matter just because people are rude to guests, as long as if you're getting numbers, if you're getting engagement, people will come on a show. Yeah.
He'll interview Nick Fuentes and he'll attack their ideas.
Again, here you are saying, how come you're not worried about how the Nick Fuentes interview might be contributing to anti-Semitism? Yeah, probably, right? The fucking interview that PBD is not equipped to be holding with Nick fucking Fuentes, a notorious neo-Nazi and leader of the Groyper movement. You think that might be contributing to anti-Semitism in this world, Jillian? No. Yes, no, because he like was cordial and he didn't do any ad homs, even though if there was anybody you could justify ad homs against very, very easily, it would be against Nick Fuentes. Jillian, like, she cannot help but just tell on herself.
I'm like, this is not the way PBD functions. We should not be functioning this way. Cut to, at that point,
I feel like there might be a bit of regret on her side from storming off the set like that. She's making the rounds on a few shows trying to explain her decision. I mean, she's just making excuses for herself. She's contradicting her. Every single sentence negates or contradicts the last, or she doesn't realize how she's like just digging herself deeper. And she quit the show. It doesn't sound like she was fired. She decided to leave the show.
Now you've got Colvette coming out saying, there's no evidence of this $150 million payment. Like, I don't know anything about it. Alex Clark, who was very close with Charlie, is like, yeah, I never heard of such a thing. I mean,
even Nick Fuentes is saying that there's nothing.
Dave Smith said there's nothing here. So. Nick Fuentes himself said
it's so funny that she's freaking out because I'm pretty sure Amy makes that stupid point as well, as if that has anything to do with like being dispositive or like that says it and that means anything. This neo-Nazi said a thing that doesn't prove or disprove anything. If I put Nick, did they bring up Fuentes?
Let a foreign country or American supporters of a foreign country to censor me or censor anyone.
And you know what? When they do that, what does it do? It amplifies the conspiracy.
It does,
because
100%.
people are like, we're not allowed to flesh out these ideas in the free marketplace. We're not allowed to let the free marketplace determine that this is a ridiculous idea, such as many people did.
Right.
There's a lot of people who are anti-Semitic out there who wanted to blame Israel. And then even people like Nick Fuentes, where they're saying, no, show me a single shred of evidence. Leave it to the free market. We're actually kind of smart out there. We can figure out which ideas.
Okay, like literally this was a point that like, again, the woman who's like the closest to being a groyper on the panel was making. It's so stupid. This whole like, even Nick Fuentes was saying, just because a notorious anti-Semite says Israel like is not responsible for something has literally nothing to do with it. So stupid.
There's nothing here. Dave is like, yeah, I never heard of such a thing. I mean,
even Nick Fuentes is saying that there's nothing.
Dave Smith said,
okay, why aren't you like, she had already stormed off at this point, but if she hadn't, I wonder if that would have been a straw for her on that show. But in this show, no, it's fine.
Nothing here. So. Nick Fuentes himself said, there's nothing here. PBD, there's nothing here. And their explanation was like, listen, Charlie became more critical. This is true. He took criticism for having Dave Smith and Tucker Carlson at Turning Point. This is true. But there's no evidence to suggest that Israel was responsible for this. That is a dangerous narrative. And I just think if you're determined, you better present all of the facts. And then when I was like, hold on a second, this Max Blumenthal guy has significant conflicts. No, he doesn't. I think he's great. I'm like, what? And then Amy's like, well, Candace Owens says so. I'm like, hold on a minute. What are you doing right now?
Yeah.
And that's when, and then when Anna turns around and is like, okay, there's no evidence, but fuck Israel. Like, I was like, okay.
Well, so can you separate?
Okay, earlier she said what Anna did was like, fuck Bibi, not fuck Israel. Let me see. What happens here?
Touring together last year.
Nothing like what
So I'm not gonna.
Okay.
Andrew,
been on camera together with
Andrew
2020.
It's still going on, Jillian.
Okay, well, nevertheless, where is the proof that actually
Jillian,
happened?
I just said, according to this guy's reporting.
Dude, like if she had just stayed on this, if she had just pressed them, like, do you have any receipts outside of this Gray Zone article? She actually could have easily taken all three of them down, because the article doesn't really have a lot of people that were willing to go on the record and talk to Max Blumenthal as anything other than an anonymous source. So it's really weak for them to be saying like Candace Owens, Tucker Carlson. They could have just left it at that.
He was offered $150 million.
Okay,
that was also corroborated by Candace.
It was corroborated by Candace, and not only that, by Nick.
And also
because that's, listen, I like Candace. She has, people from his own team have said he has not seen her in years.
And yet last year they were on tour together. Last year they were on tour together. He bugged that
Wait, if
instantly.
you want to talk about people on his team,
time they've been on camera together was 2023.
No, it was last year.
Hold on,
They have a
Andrew,
tour
that
posted
guy
together.
was on
Okay,
tour.
everybody
let's
on
calm
his
down.
team
Let's just calm down
has
for a second.
subsequently said this is not true.
No, they
His
never.
pastor,
They actually.
Colvin,
they
Eric Bolling, all of them are like, yeah.
Okay, Eric Bolling thought that he had 2 daughters. Okay, so I'm not gonna.
Okay,
really
Andrew Colvin. The narrative is not true.
Andrew said.
So Amy keeps referring to Blumenthal as this guy. She did that even in the TYT segment that she did after this all occurred. She didn't want to say, wouldn't say, she mentions Max Blumenthal by name, but then she wouldn't say that, like, yeah, it was in the gray zone.
The cordial
The
relationship.
things that she knows, if the TYT audience knows that she was citing something from the gray zone, and she has criticized Aaron Mate before. Aaron Mate also has written for the gray zone. He might still actively work for the gray zone. How is she going to say that it's a reputable outfit and a reputable press outlet in one respect, but then it's on another?
With Ackman, there was no.
Oh, Amy. Okay. Amy was referring to Blumenthal as this guy. Yeah.
Also,
no
he
intervention.
said-
Yeah, I mean, I wouldn't be saying again, like Amy's her citations and like what she brings to the show is like always tweets. She doesn't really like bring articles or any scholarly sources, nothing of the sort. It's literally just like, oh, look at this Twitter post that went really, really viral.
Nothing like what
So
Candace.
I wouldn't be surprised if she doesn't know that like the source originates from the gray zone and not from Tucker Carlson or Candace, or that if she did, she didn't actually read the article all the way through.
Andrew said that Candace and Charlie remain friends. I just want to make sure.
He's saying this is not true.
But they were literally touring together last year.
Nothing like what Candace is suggesting. What does it have to do with their
what
friendship?
does it have to do with you? Just
What
said
does that have to do with their friendship? He's
Jillian,
saying
you're
what Candace is
I can't
suggesting.
engage with you if you don't
He is
calm
saying
down.
what Candace is suggesting is not true.
He's talking about her suggesting that Israel killed him. We're talking about the 100. Please do not conflate the two. Because they're completely
well,
the same thing.
unilaterally across the board now, we've got multiple accusations that all pile up to the same exact.
No, I think it's the furries. It's the furries. I think it's the furries. But a lot of people.
I don't know.
Oh yeah, like that was the thing that like when Pisco and I covered it, we didn't even get we skipped a lot of it, and she was like literally she's still saying like Amy Dangerfield is still saying that she thinks like a trans furry person is behind this, which is an actual conspiracy but what do you want to bet that Jillian wasn't really pushing back on that?
Oh, and I don't look.
There's
for those who are
zero
saying
evidence to suggest none.
Okay, this is the moment that Jillian just described where apparently she felt relief that Anna was like, okay, so there's no evidence that Israel is behind his assassination, and then goes, but fuck Netanyahu or something, and that is what sent her.
Guys, can we just stop for a second? This is ridiculous.
This is absurd.
Like, this whole thing is ridiculous. There are two things being conflated right now. There are conspiracy theorists who think Israel killed Charlie Kirk. They have yet to provide a shred of evidence proving that. Done. End
We're
of
not
story.
talking about that,
I am
Jillian.
talking about something entirely
were talking
different.
about that.
No, we're not. Hold on.
Oh, you
Let
were
me
talking
finish
about
my
that.
fucking thought. Okay, the real issue here is that before most people even knew that Charlie Kirk was dead, you have Netanyahu giving multiple interviews talking about how, using the fucking moment for his own political purposes, like the fucking ghoul that he is.
Okay, so this bothered her. She was like, happy that she said, okay, so there's no evidence that Israel's behind the assassination of Kirk. But she didn't like that she said, but it's gross that BB would exploit this or whatever.
Let me finish my point.
Him killing Charlie Kirk.
Did I not just
said that.
I literally
so
just
now we're just gonna make
let
a
me finish
sidebar
my point, Jillian, because none of us can finish the damn point without someone else jumping down your throat. I don't think that Israel killed him.
She meant to say the opposite, like we can't finish a point without you jumping down our throat, but they are kind of jumping down our throat.
Because there's no evidence of that. But I had a problem with Netanyahu exploiting an assassination in this country for his own political means and purposes. And lying about the nature of his relationship with Charlie Kirk. Because Charlie Kirk didn't like Netanyahu. Just like any warm-blooded American shouldn't. Netanyahu is a bad...
And then Anna's like posting cringe, like, oh, really, Kirk like hated Bibi, even though it was like, he literally praised him multiple times.
Do you think you can separate out Israel from Jewish culture?
For me
religion?
personally, of course. I actually engaged in a...
She'll say yes, but then we'll go on to never demonstrate that that's actually... She really, truly believes that, because she will conflate every single criticism of Netanyahu and Israel as, like, contributing to anti-Semitism, as Jew bashing, as, like, not productive or excessive or whatever.
Conversation with Barry White about... Do you have criticisms of Netanyahu? Do you have criticisms about the way the Likud party went forward? There were many concessions made on my end in an attempt to understand, like, I see why you're angry. That's deeply alarming. That's very upsetting.
Again, if Barry White says something, then that means it's true.
But I also see a Jewish hostage being forced to dig his own grave looking like a skeleton. Equally disturbed, okay? Like, this is not... I am horrified by the atrocities, period. I certainly am not a person who should be expanding on this topic. Even what's the most ironic...
Who is? Barry Weiss? Again, this is the same person who, like, her approved list of people to talk about Israel-Palestine is literally not related to their credentials. It's literally related to, like, IDPOL and just their identity. And because Barry Weiss is Jewish, she thinks that she has more of an authority to speak on this than, like, somebody else. Or, like, Ben Shapiro, she thinks Ben Shapiro should be talking on this, but, like, Palestinians, no, I guess. Or Ana Kasparian, no.
Is when...
But, like, and she doesn't mention that, like, she is Jewish. Which is, like, strange to me that she doesn't talk about it, like, from... If, like, I don't think she realizes it, but, like, again, if your standard is, like, I want Jewish people to talk about this... Well, then you could also participate in the conversation, Jillian, because your mother, like, according to her Wikipedia, her mom is Jewish.
This is unfortunate, but when Anna launches into her personal attack on me, people are like, she shouldn't be talking about that. She's a health expert. I'm like, ding, 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 ding. Exactly. She has a platform to discuss it. We've discussed it numerous times to the point of me becoming uncomfortable with regard to trying to make a connection between 9/11 and Israel, which is like, there's no evidence there whatsoever.
I think Tucker Carlson just came out with a whole docuseries about that, by the way, yesterday.
Dear God. Okay, then that's Tucker Carlson. Let Tucker. Tucker can do that on his platform. You do it on yours. Like, this is something that I'm responsible for. I hired her for that.
She dropped the ball.
Job.
Jillian is not a health expert. No, like... I mean, she's still mad about that. She's mad about the fact that, like, yeah, the biggest thing that she's done before, like, the most relevant thing that she's done before her take or whatever was, like, a decade ago on The Biggest Loser. And to the extent that that's back in the news, it's because of a Netflix documentary that has nothing but negative things to say about the way that show was conducted.
Well, so I hired her. I went to PBD. Yeah. And I was like, meet Ana Kasparian. And he's like, I told you.
And Anna is a force to be reckoned. I think she's and I think that's, I mean, I respect her a lot.
I think what she did after was classless. I do. I'm sorry.
I saw the segment. You're talking about her on TYT.
Yeah, just...
Are we acting like Jillian Michaels? Like, I mean, maybe if Anna had never done that segment on her own on TYT after, like, they'd still be doing the show together, but I just, like, highly doubt it.
I'm like, really?
But, like, what are you doing now? I don't understand. Like, why would you expect Anna to not go talk about it?
I was like, dude, I have sung your praises in the public forum, whether it was on Rogan or News Nation.
Well, even right now, you're saying
I got you that job. And for you to go and do that, and I kept my mouth shut, because the truth of the...
Oh, okay. So now she's just doing the thing where it's like, you owe me. You're stepping out of line. You're being fucking ungrateful. What happened to, we don't need to do personal attacks or character attacks or whatever. I mean, like, I guess, like, I don't know. I conceive of this as, like, maybe that's not directly a personal attack, but or like a character attack, but you are leveraging something that you did for somebody in a personal or professional capacity against them, and suggesting that Ana Kasparian ought to be more mindful of what she says on the show and show more fealty to you because you did that for her as a favor, even though it doesn't even sound like she asked you to do that. It sounds like you, of your own volition, decided to do it for her, and now you're like, you owe me. Why even do it if you're going to attach strings like that?
The matter is, I didn't want to give anybody the impression I thought the girls were anti-Semitic. I had very serious reservations about it, and I was concerned that it could make them look that way. I'm like, I'm just going to keep my mouth shut, let it stand on its own. I didn't want to do the segment. And I was like, you're a class act, kid. Like, this is how you respond. And I think it's all about she is young. It's all about
again, it's so funny that she's like, this is how you respond. Dude, what do you think her take is? Half of her take is just like rumors and gossip and drama on the internet. It's not serious. It's not original reporting. It's not even them giving some really, really informed perspective on any of this. All of them are pundits that have background in but Jillian Michaels doesn't have any sort of background in journalism. She has broadcasting. She has a broadcasting background, because she did The Biggest Loser. So she's presentation skills. Amy Dangerfield, I don't know what Amy Dangerfield's credentials are, if she has any. Lindy Lee, Lindy Lee probably has credentials. I think she's talked about going to Princeton or something. Yeah. Lindy Lee went to Princeton. But I don't even know. Okay, she's a philosophy degree. So she could, I guess Lindy, was Lindy credentialed enough? And pretty sure Anna has a journalism thing, but of the people on the show that are not really up to her standards, it's Jillian and it's Amy. Lindy and Anna are the most qualified to talk on that show.
Clicks and noise, and I don't think that's a classy way to handle it. I didn't appreciate it.
This issue is very complex in that there's a lot of things involved. And I think there are some, to your point, I think there's a lot of people who glom onto this Israel issue as an attack towards Jewish people, right? They do that on purpose as they're not saying we're not talking about Jews, we're talking about Israel. And I think there is a bad faith group of people who do that. But then there's another cohort of people.
I know, holy shit. I never watched The Biggest Loser, so I did not know about this. I just this in my chat. Biggest Loser was way more cringe than you remember. Those cruel binge eating challenges. The weight shaming aspect of The Biggest Loser is exemplified by the challenges and contests in each episode. As Gillian Flynn wrote in her aforementioned Entertainment Weekly piece, quote, these contests seem to be mean-spirited attention getting ploys. The gimmick is more cruel than clever. Challenges force contestants into embarrassing situations like building a tower of pastries using only their mouths or running through humiliating obstacle courses. Aside from the multiple hours of vomit-inducing exercise, the contestants were subjected to each day on dangerously low caloric intake. Perhaps the coolest activities on The Biggest Loser involved the so-called temptation challenges. These were counterintuitive opportunities for contestants to gain a competitive advantage or a personal benefit, like calling their family, but only if they engaged in binge eating. One temptation challenge rewarded the winner with control of the elimination round, but only if they ate the most calories. The winner consumed more than 4,100 calories in one sitting. The intrusive camera work and manipulative editing made the contestants look ridiculous while they eat, as in one Valentine's Day episode where contestants ate as much as possible in complete darkness. Jesus Christ. Television from the early 2000s. Fucking wild.
Going.
Like myself, who say that it's only, honestly, I don't really care about
a Mr. Beast chat. Yeah, this is like Mr. Beast, but for general audiences and mainstream American television. The
government, I have nothing to do with it. So if you want to do it that way, do it that way. But it's only when you start infringing on my rights, when you start passing BDS laws saying, hey, you can't criticize Israel.
Of course. And Charlie Kirk himself was I should be able to, I've earned the right.
Yeah.
Right. Yeah. And that's where I think people like me start to talk about this issue. It wasn't going to be an issue for me until you now impact.
Oh, wait, there's also a section on Jillian. What's Jillian's thing? While other trainers certainly had their issues, Jillian Michaels' shady treatment of The Biggest Loser contestants takes the cake. It was bad to watch when the show first aired, and it's even worse today, knowing more of MAGA Michaels' opinion, such as slavery. You cannot tie imperialism and racism and slavery to just one race, Michaels said on CNN on August 14th via People. Do you realize that only less than 2% of white Americans own slaves? That's hardly the first time Michaels has been defiantly insulting, with her Biggest Loser tenure featuring the show's angriest outbursts. Unless you faint, puke, or die, keep walking, she yelled in the gym. I don't care if people die on this floor. You better die looking good, she shouted in one episode, screaming in another. If you don't run, I will pull Alex on the floor and I will break every bone on his body. Other Jillian gems include, I'm proud that I made him vomit. I don't care if one of your legs fall off or if one of your lungs explode. It's fun watching other people suffer like that. Like, I have to assume that, like, some of this was said, like, tongue-in-cheek or in jest or whatever, but, like, knowing the types of activities that they did on the show, it just contributes to, like, it just further entrenches the idea that, like, yeah, the show is, like, obviously horribly fucking abusive and dangerous for the participants. And these sorts of, like, you know, tough love type approaches to, like, fitness or whatever, where they're, like, hurling, like, verbal abuse at them, and it's supposed to be kind of, like, serious, kind of not. It's just off-putting. Michaels didn't seem to treat other trainers any better than the contestants on The Biggest Loser either. Bob Harper has said that Michaels never reached out to him after he suffered a Widowmaker heart attack, telling The Guardian, I would not expect Jillian Michaels to do anything other than what she wants to do.
Impacted my life, or just, like, you know, legislation that's...
Something?
Yeah.
Do you think blaming the Jews or Israel
oh my God.
for 9/11 or killing Charlie could stoke anti-Semitic narratives?
It could, but
if it
yes.
has
Okay, but, like, that is not, like, oh my God. Okay. That tweet, if she's referencing the tweet where Ana Kasparian was obviously flirting with the dancing Israelis, like, 9/11 conspiracy theory, dude, Ana Kasparian has had that tweet up since the first episode of Her Take. You only have an issue with it now, and it's not because she's being more anti-Semitic. You're talking about negative coverage of Israel and criticism of Bibi Netanyahu.
Merit, could it potentially be irresponsible?
And I would try to do it. I would say what I would try to do is because I have a lot of Jewish friends. I went to school in New York, so just by, you know, my cohort of classmates. So they send me stuff all the time. Even the stuff I say, they're like, hey man, this is too far.
Yeah.
And so I'm very well aware of what they're talking about. And what I try to explain to them is that I'm trying to do this to hopefully reduce anti-Semitism, because I do think on the other side there is
doing that, James.
In terms of my case, I think there is a bad faith effort from groups like the Anti-Defamation League to stoke anti-Semitism on purpose. Because if you relate that to the homeless industrial complex, these people who are taking money to solve homelessness, but then it keeps going up because they make money from doing that, I think this group does that too.
Oh my God, this is literally like an Ana Kasparian talking point.
Stoke anti-Semitism, because their group relies, if they do their job, no more anti-Semitism, no more ADL, then you guys are out of your nice building in New York.
Yeah.
And so I think there is some bad faith things happening there. And I think for me, it's like, I want to make this a welcoming space for everybody to say, hey, you should be welcome here. You shouldn't be using Jewish culture, religion, ethnicity as a shield for behavior and saying, oh, this is blood libel, this is Holocaust, that kind of thing. I think that causes more anti-Semitism.
I think a healthy criticism of Netanyahu and his party, that is
okay. She'll say this, like, a healthy criticism of Netanyahu,
totally
different,
justified.
Yeah.
That's totally justified and fine. Even though she said the moment that she lost it with Anna is after she said, oh, we're not saying that Israel's behind the assassination of Kirk. There's no evidence, but fuck Netanyahu. I guess that doesn't fall into the acceptable range of criticism of Bibi Netanyahu, a genocide heir for Jillian Michaels. That's the face that she makes when you criticize Bibi Netanyahu.
And different. I also think a healthy criticism of October 7th and, you know,
the stuff that Charlie was talking about.
All of the things that, is, but
also October 7th, though.
Balance. There was no balance. We didn't put forward.
It's your show. You were in charge.
Well, I think that's what your role was, the balance, I think.
Yes.
That was
literally,
what
that's your failure, Jillian.
To counter Anna, right, in that situation.
But we already agreed there was no evidence for this. And then when I said there is no evidence for this, Candace Owens is my evidence. And I was like, all right, you are not qualified to do this job.
Yeah.
You officially are not qualified to put forward this segment. That is not evidence. I like Candace. I've had her on. I disagree with many of her opinions. The way you disagree with Charlie, it doesn't mean I don't think it doesn't mean I haven't sat down with Candace. It doesn't mean I don't think she's a nice lady. It doesn't mean that we wouldn't find common ground. I disagree with some of her opinions. But the minute your evidence is Candace Owens said so, you're irresponsible. It's irresponsible. And that was my point. You're not.
Okay, I totally agree with her on this, but that was not why she said she stormed out. She said, I'm not here because of the Israel bashing, and that she didn't like the criticism of Bibi Netanyahu. That's why she was uncomfortable. Now she's trying to spin it like, oh, I just don't like that we're using Candace Owens as a source, because I don't fucking like that, but that's never been an issue on this show before now.
Qualified to do this segment. You are not going to present all of the correct and proper facts in the right way. Oh, yes, I am. And then when you turn around and you say, there is no evidence for this, and Candace Owens is your answer, That's when I was like, okay, you guys.
So you're the head of the spear, like you said,
I
for
was
the show.
supposed to be. Yeah.
Okay, so it all just happened. I mean, this is like super fresh. Do you feel like you could work with these people again? Is
the show? No, the show's not done, right?
No, I'm pretty sure the show will. I don't actually know, to be dead honest with you. I won't be participating. And I think I've come to.
Dude, like again, I have to. This was literally just like, it's just a hobby to Jillian. She must have a ton of money from all of the different bullshit supplements that she's sold over the years, sponsorships or like brand deals and endorsements that she's done, different media appearances. I don't know if she did like more spin-offs or something, like fitness training, like systems that she sold. I have no clue. But if she's like that quick to like quit this job, it's obviously not even like really a job or a steady income for her. It's literally just a thing that she did because she's bored.
To the conclusion that, I've had quite a few unfortunate events on panels. I don't think panels are going to work for me anymore. and the reason is...
No, the panel is always not... I mean, like, if you watch The View, nothing gets solved on The View.
Nothing gets properly... And it's like, I don't want to attack...
Like this show, did you actually think that this show was going to be different in that respect? It's supposed to emulate the same format as The View and to be equally as chaotic. The entire point, though, was that you had a different Overton window on your show. That was it.
Guests. That's not what
she might have realized she's out of her depth too in the political commentary space. I don't think so. I think that Jillian Michaels has never let her lack of intellect or credentials or knowledge or experience ever fucking hold her back from commenting on a situation. I mean, this is somebody who literally just got her ass handed to her live on CNN about slavery. And she still continued to engage in these sorts of conversations. She still went on Piers Morgan after that. She still continued to host the show.
Do. No. You guys want to attack the guests with personal attacks? Go for it. I don't want to put forward, I don't want to do segments that connect Israel, that connect conspiracy theories of the worst possible things that have ever occurred to Israel. Not interested. Don't want to do it. I just don't. That's not where I'm at. I can't ever convey a point on a panel. Like, I was on Piers, and I happen to love Piers, and he had my back, and he had Riley Dane's back. But we went into this panel, and the intention was I immediately went in and was like, I'm going to find.
Yeah, I was there to whitewash Charlie Kirk, who also talked about how, like, Jews are responsible for, like, degeneracy in the West. Hold on. I put, like, Charlie Kirk, Media Matters, Jewish donors. Kirk, Jewish donors have, like, a lot of explaining to do.
There is a real reckoning happening. Not, by the way, there are self-hating people in any group, right? And there are some Jews that are still like making excuses for all this. Not all of them, though. You're starting to see a fair amount start to defect and say, hold on a second. What have we done? Maybe those crazy right-wingers were right about immigration, that you can't keep on importing people that don't share your values. The ADL, by the way, has spent decades. The ADL raises nearly $100 million a year to just, quote unquote, fight anti-Semitism. They've been oddly quiet recently. Why? It's because they're only focused on random conservatives in middle America. The ADL makes liberals think that random Trump voters in Idaho want to do a second Holocaust, when the Jew haters were right in front of them the whole time. In fact, the ADL demanded we let the Jew haters in. And in a stunning turn of
events... It's not this one, though. Where's the one where he, like... Charlie Kirk turns to anti-Semitic stereotypes amid Israel-Hamas war. It was this one. Kirk blamed Jewish dollars for funding cultural Marxist ideas, whatever. Kirk said the Jewish people control not just the colleges, it's the nonprofits, it's the movies, it's Hollywood, it's all of it. Kirk also said the number one funding mechanism of radical, open border, neoliberal, quasi-Marxist policies, cultural institutions, and nonprofits is Jewish donors.
Things on the right.
Like, that's who she went on Piers Morgan to defend. While she's on this program saying that we need to be worried about, like, rising anti-Semitism, while conveniently ignoring that the guy she was trying to white knight for contributed to it.
That I could say, like, they shouldn't have done this too. Now your turn, right? So I was like, I can already guess how.
And, like, also explain the way that she's able to, like, rationalize or justify turning a blind eye to valuetainment, giving it, like, an uncritical interview of Nick Fuentes.
statement about the Second Amendment, and people who believed in the Second Amendment could, a joke about taking out politicians. Like, I was all prepared to be like, here's a concession, here's a concession, here's a concession. Your turn. And the entire time they're like, you guys are bigots, you guys are racist, you're bigots and racists and transphobes and bigots and racists, you bought your daughter. And I came off of that, I'm like, what am I doing, man? What am I doing?
It's really hard, the online space.
That is on
because
purpose, though.
James and I have had conversations, and
Okay, so then she also did like another interview. Let me see. Because I don't think they're going to talk about it much more on that. Where's this one? And then this is some other show I'd like never heard of, but has like millions of
Jillian
subscribers.
Michaels, welcome to the show.
Okay. This was Jillian Michaels breaks silence on viral walk-off and explosive debates. This is the Officer Tatum, who has 3.41 million subs and gets a ton of views, and I've never heard of this person, but like a day ago they're posting a video on like Stephen A. Smith and it's getting 385,000 views. What's going on Twitch? God damn it, Kevin. Thank you so much for the tier 1 sub.
Oh, we got to talk about what happened.
Where's your proof that $150 million was offered from Bibi Netanyahu?
No, I'm referring.
Where is the proof?
Please do not get into
No, because I didn't want to cover this, and you guys insisted. And I told you, you cover this shit, I'm going to rip you apart.
Little did we know, behind the scenes,
I don't
there
know
was a
how
lot
every
of pressure
show
toward
ends up being
Netanyahu.
about how do we bash Israel. This is not for me.
He's the one that said he had a great time in Israel and the Christians only got spit on one time. I have never even heard of this guy.
I'm not interested in
it. Seems like he's a sports channel.
Okay,
I
know.
Guys.
I know.
Sorry.
Let's be good. Let's be good about precious Israel.
I brought Ana Kasparian onto the show. I think she's a very talented journalist. I think she has been increasingly hostile and in some cases a little bit more unhinged when it comes to topics that involve Israel.
I'm not trying to bash Anna because I don't know her. I despise some of the stuff she said about Israel. However, it seems that people, they leverage some of these conversations to get to what they really want to talk about. A lot of people say, well, I'm not saying Israel did it, but everything they talk about leads to Israel being a part of it.
I said, I think these narratives are dangerous. Obviously, under the pretense you guys don't want that, I think it could be inadvertent. I think it's irresponsible. I don't want to do this. It's not news. I get railroaded, and it's like, no, you say that. And Anna says, to her credit, there is no evidence for this. Amy says.
But then she criticized Bibi Netanyahu after that.
I don't believe this. And I said, then why are we covering this? I have the text messages, by the way. Should any one of them want to fire back and claim it's not true, I have all of the messages. I have the receipts.
Oh my God, this fucking show. What receipts does anybody need? There's like not the context that she offered on the last show already makes it clear that the responsibility and fault lies with her, because she's the one that was the showrunner who picked the topics and also was supposed to end the host.
All right, Jillian Michaels, welcome to the show. We got to talk about what happened. I think it was yesterday that...
2 days ago, actually.
Was it 2 days ago?
It was 2 days ago, yes. But by the way, thank you for having me. I've been watching you for about 5 years. I'm really excited to be with you. Yeah, I think you're great.
She's watching this guy for 5 years, and I literally just learned who it is. It's like every single day I feel like I find a YouTube channel that has millions of subs that I've never heard of them before.
So much. I admire what you do. I've seen you more recently, and I was like, I have to interview this woman. She is amazing. She's a firestorm. And then yesterday, and it's funny because we had you come to the show before, but then we saw what happened a couple of days ago yesterday, and I was like, this is perfect timing because I want you to explain the backstory of all of that, because some people are cutting clips and they see you walk off the stage and they go, Jillian, Rage quits on the show. And I can see at the beginning of the show, you say,
this guy is a dumbass MAGA, isn't he? I have no idea what his angle is. Somebody said that he took a trip to Israel, and the types of influencers that take Israel trips tend to be reactionary or conservative, but it also seems like he kind of does like, I don't know, look, new evidence in Charlie Kirk case revealed. This dude seems like a fucking right-winger. ABC removes Jimmy Kimmel after evil Charlie Kirk comments. Okay, I know what this guy's angle is. Okay, he seems MAGA. Okay, sure.
I told you guys I didn't want to talk about this. So can you kind of explain how it started and what made you so frustrated that you said, look, I can't sit here and do this with you guys?
Okay, there's a lot of lead up to it. So bear with me and I'll try to be concise. I brought Ana Kasparian onto the show. I made the case for her with PBD.
Dude, like nobody, PBD is a fucking moron. If a case needed to be made for Ana Kasparian, again, a person who belongs on a show, like on a political web show, far more than Jillian Michaels does. Jillian Michaels has not been doing political commentary for a long time. Jillian Michaels has no college degree. She doesn't have a background in journalism. She doesn't have a background in poli-sci. She doesn't have a background in philosophy, English, nothing of that sort, okay? She was a fitness instructor that was on The Biggest Loser, a show that was big like a decade ago, and is now not viewed, has like aged like milk, effectively. So why she's bragging about, I made the case to get Ana Kasparian on. Dude, Ana Kasparian could have written her name on a goddamn napkin and sent that in as her pitch to fucking Valuetainment, and there was still going to be a good chance that they brought her on the show if they even had half a fucking brain. She is probably the biggest pull, and the reason why her take gets the views that it does.
I think she's a very talented journalist. I think she has been increasingly hostile, and in some cases a little bit more unhinged when it comes to topics that involve Israel. I appreciate a healthy criticism of both sides. I have engaged in dialogue with experts on both sides. I've spoken to everyone from having her on my show, Dave Smith on my show, Dr. Gad Saad, Batya Ungar Sargon. I mean, both sides. And it is an interview. It is not a debate. I think the vast majority of us are not really qualified to be experts on this subject matter. So as I become increasingly uncomfortable,
both sides,
with regard to her level of hostility on the subject matter, I wanted to tone down the rhetoric on our show. This is our show. And PBD basically said to me,
her take should have been renamed Our Show, even though Jillian has at different points emphasized how I was in charge, I was responsible, it's just me, blah, blah, blah.
You're the point guard. You're the tip of the spear. You're in charge, right? Everybody has their own platform. Sure, freedom of speech, 100%. It doesn't mean I have to participate in it. And it doesn't mean you don't respect and appreciate my boundaries. And it doesn't mean you
Did you see MAGA losing their minds over Bad Bunny getting the halftime show at the Super Bowl? No, I didn't, but no surprise there. Isn't Bad Bunny like from Puerto Rico or something? Is that like the reason why they don't like it? Or is it because he's like not white or what?
Lead me, in particular with regard to which direction you're planning on going here. And what I mean by that is I had begun to say, I would like to back off the Israel topics for a while. Every single show for the most part was like, let's talk about how awful Israel is. Let's talk about how awful Israel is. I'm not an expert. There's no one there to push.
Brown skin from PR, annoyed that like, all of his music is in Spanish, even though it's like he's literally one of the most popular artists right now.
Back. You weren't there to push back. Batya wasn't there to push back. Coleman Hughes wasn't there to push back. There's no.
Dude, like again, the people that she's saying have fucking expertise, like Barry Weiss, Batya Ungar Sargon, fucking Coleman Hughes. Like, what's Coleman Hughes? Coleman Hughes is just like a fucking like Sam Harris wannabe. What's his degree in? What's he known for? On June 19, 2019, Hughes testified before a U.S. House Judiciary Subcommittee at a hearing on reparations for slavery, arguing against the campaign. He argued that, quote, if we were to pay reparations today, we would only divide the country further, making it harder to build the political coalitions required to solve the problems facing Black people today. Oh, okay, righting historical wrongs, that's actually being divisive, according to Coleman Hughes. In this vein, he highlighted mass incarceration, high homicide victimization rates as problems affecting Black Americans today. Don't disagree with that part, but I don't understand why that's solving that issue is mutually exclusive with reparations. He suggested an alternative proposal of paying reparations to Black Americans who personally grew up under Jim Crow. I have a feeling that he would never take this position. He would not even be okay with a half measure like this. He might be good content. He just seems so boring, but maybe he would be. Maybe he says insane shit. It sounds like it. Anna loves him, BTW. Yeah, of course he does. Hughes went on to say that reparations to the descendants of slaves would insult many Black Americans and claimed that they would make him and 1/3 of Black Americans who pull against reparations into victims without their consent. Okay. He's also really outspoken against ICE. I mean, if you're in the Sam Harris school, it's the same way Sam Harris is has an audience full of reactionaries, new atheists and mostly conservatives, but he doesn't like Trump. So they'll take, certain positions every now and then. But he gave one of the worst defenses for Gaza or for Israel that I've fucking seen in a while. But where did he graduate from? Or like what? Graduated from Newark Academy High School, selected as a United States Presidential Scholar in 2014, subsequently attended the Juilliard School and studied jazz trombone, but later dropped out due to his mother's death. After attending Columbia University, he graduated in 2020 with a BA in philosophy. So he has like again, she's citing a guy with a bachelor's degree, literally an undergrad in philosophy, as an expert on Israel-Palestine.
Nobody on talk about how awful Israel is. Let's talk about how awful Israel is. I'm not an expert. There's no one there to push back. You weren't there to push back. Batia wasn't there to push back. Coleman Hughes wasn't there to push back. There's nobody on the other side presenting a fair case.
Oh, you were talking about Bad Bunny? I was like, I mean, what I'm reading about Coleman Hughes doesn't sound like he would be outspoken against ICE, but you never know. Okay, that makes more sense.
There to push back. Coleman Hughes wasn't there to push back. There's nobody on the other
Coleman Hughes is not a fucking expert. Coleman Hughes is a pundit. Coleman Hughes has like as much education as I do. I have an undergrad in biology. That doesn't make me a fucking expert on like vaccines.
Side presenting a fair case. And I said, you know what, guys, let's taper off this. We didn't taper off of it. The night before, I
wanted to deep dive into Coleman when I saw him on the show. What show did I see him on? If you're talking about the episode of Her Take, that wasn't Coleman Hughes. That was somebody else.
The segment about Tyler Robinson that was meant to discuss some of the conspiracy theories, in particular, dismantling and his gun in a certain amount of time, this man in the crowd that I believe had been seen in 9/11, how bizarre his texts were between himself and his lover. And I was like, okay, sure. Yep, you guys want to go for it. As I go into the main document to write out the skeleton for the show, I see that Israel has been included. And I say, guys, this was covered a week ago. There's no evidence for this whatsoever. It's the first night of Rosh Hashanah. I mean, we would like it. We just.
Oh, shoot, I might be mixing him up with someone else. Typical liberal, thinking all black people look the same. SMH.
Buried this man. This is kind of a gross narrative. And I think it's dangerous. I think it is completely unfounded. If anything, his business partner and best friend just came out and said, like, no evidence of this. Dave Smith, for goodness sake, was like, if anybody's going to say there's no evidence of it, like there's no evidence of this. Bill Ackman came out with receipts. It's been, in my opinion, relatively debunked. There's far more evidence to suggest it is a farce, right? And
I mean, like, you can't debunk something that has not really been meaningfully substantiated. I don't know why she's trying to point to evidence to debunk a thing when you can just point out that this story has not been independently verified or corroborated by anybody outside of the Max Blumenthal, like the anonymous sources within the Max Blumenthal article. She actually doesn't have to debunk anything. It's on other people to substantiate it further. It was better for her to pursue the line of like, where's the evidence for this claim? And you can't just like point back to Max Blumenthal's reporting. Has anybody else corroborated this or gone on record to talk about it?
No evidence to suggest that there's merit. And I said, I think these narratives are dangerous. And I think that they stoke anti-Semitism. Obviously, under the pretense you guys don't want that. I think it could be inadvertent. I think it's irresponsible. I don't want to do this. It's not news. I get railroaded and it's like, no. People are talking about this, but by all means, you say that. And Anna says, to her credit, there is no evidence for this. Amy says, I don't believe this. And I said, then why are we covering this? If there's no evidence and you don't believe it. Lindy had yet to weigh in on that.
Because you ran a gossip show. You ran a show that was literally supposed to be like a fucking parody of The View, effectively. That's why. It's fucking four dumb bitches saying exactly to each other. That's the show. That's what you did, Jillian. Quit acting like you were doing something serious until like it wasn't that from episode 1. You invite on people like Blair White. It's not, this is not what you think.
I have the text messages, by the way. Should any one of them want to fire back and claim it's not true? I have all of the messages. I have the receipts. So they're like, well, you know, because everyone's talking about it. So you could just say there's no evidence. I'm thinking, all right, we're all at least, thank God, on the same page. So I guess we're going into this to try to dispel this. Amy then begins her segment and she's presenting evidence for it and zero evidence against it. So now I'm like, wait a second, hold on, what is happening here?
And also this, like, both sides, like this weird Sandra that she's pulling out, like literally every single claim that's made on Her Take was apparently you were always supposed to do this like autistic fairness doctrine shit where literally everything you say needs to be have some like counterweight to it, or to like teach both sides, even if there's not always both sides to every single issue, Jillian.
And I start to say, you've neglected to mention this, you neglected to mention that. And her and Lindy Lee began fighting again for the case that Israel is responsible. And now I'm saying, what evidence do you have of this? You haven't presented evidence that Blumenthal, I believe his name was, that the journalist who claimed Israel offered Charlie $150 million, that this guy is linked to or has been.
That's like, and that's not even what it's so telling. She literally has not read this. No one read that article. The Gray Zone reported on September 12th, citing a longtime associate of Kirk, who's anonymous, that Netanyahu had offered to organize a massive infusion of pro-Israel money into 2P USA. So it was not going to be money from the state of Israel. It was not going to be money from Bibi Netanyahu personally. It was going to be like he was going to help find donors to funnel money into TPUSA, and that Kirk refused. That's what they said.
Arguably compromised or taken payments from Iran and Qatar to write for those types of like Al Jazeera, so on and so forth. You didn't present that part. You haven't presented any credible evidence.
God.
Lindy tries to make the case.
Oh my God. Matt_NIT. Thank you so much for gifting 20 tier 1 subs to my community. I really, really appreciate it. And Valorant, thank you so much for gifting. Did you gift to like 5 tier 1 subs to my community? Really, really appreciate that. Thank you so much. Fucking 20 tier 1 subs. You guys are insane. That's amazing. But everybody who got one, say thank you and enjoy your emotes and ad-free experience. That is absolutely insane.
Case that this guy Blumenthal is the real deal, and now my head's blowing off. I'm like with shock. I'm like, wait a minute, what are you doing right now?
Oh, I'm like so stupid. I like literally don't play video games. It took me a second to realize that like the Valorant thing is like gifting because you, I guess every 5 subs, Valorant donates 1. You love to see it. Thank you. I have to thank this massive corporate sponsor. You see, it's important for me to do.
What are you doing? And she's the one that had been sending me different posts that Ana had been making that she was becoming increasingly concerned about. And she's like, Jill, this is concerning. One in particular is where Ana says, you think you're the chosen people, but you behave like demons. Mm. So we're all a little bit like, okay.
Okay, like this whole like, who is we? Again, I don't like that rhetoric from Ana Kasparian, but you didn't give a fuck about that until she started criticizing Israel and Netanyahu. You were completely fine to look the other way on anti-Semitic comments that she'd made, on questionable statements and claims she'd made related to like Israel 9/11. Like, you didn't give a fuck about any of that. And you were literally defending on the last episode, Valuetainment's PBD interviewing Nick Fuentes, a Holocaust denier and neo-Nazi and leader of the Groyper movement.
This is concerning. How do we dial down that rhetoric on our show? So I'm thinking, Lynn.
Who do you think could be the next female main host of her take? One meme answered, one serious one. Meme answer would be actually this chick, Emily, is it Emily Loves America or Emily Saves America as like the meme answer? I would love to see how long she would last on her take, because she has no problem like getting into fights with people. And then the serious answer would probably be honestly Ann Coulter on her as like leading her take. That would actually probably be entertaining to watch.
I was shocked when she tried to start making the case that Israel was behind it. Amy then turns around and I'm like, what is your source of credible evidence? Candace Owens. Listen, I like Candace. I've had conversations with her, but that's not a source. That is not a credible source. Cite proof.
You could do it. I mean, I would never fucking host her take, but like, they don't want me to host her take. Like, it's like, it didn't even occur to me to try to name somebody who's like anything other than like right wing, because the show pretends like it's centrist or whatever. But like when your centrist show has Jillian Michaels, Amy Dangerfield, and Lindy fucking Lee, and your like liberal is Ana Kasparian, who's unaligned and like a centrist, basically. No.
Give me proof. That's Candace's opinion. If Candace is saying that, what's her source then? Go to her source.
Can we get you to destroy one of these female panels? I don't think I'm like big enough to get on her take. I feel like maybe Pisco could get on there before I could.
At that point, I'm completely confounded, because it's like I got railroaded into the segment that I thought was disrespectful and irresponsible and quite honestly dangerous. You want to criticize?
No, I'm going to do PBD's response next because he covered it on the podcast, on his
Israel.
podcast.
You want to criticize Netanyahu? As mentioned, I've sat through many of those conversations. I'm not qualified to engage in those conversations. You want to do that?
Jillian, you're not qualified to engage in really any of these conversations.
Go ahead. This is an unfounded conspiracy theory.
Pisco is her, it would be her take with Pisco. They've invited male guests, you guys.
All agreed on is a week old and unfounded. So now you're trying to present evidence that it's true. And I'm really upset now because I'm responsible for this. This is not someone else's platform. I'm responsible for this platform, which means that I co-sign this segment. Anna then turns around and says, yeah, there's no evidence for this. And I'm thinking, well, thank God, dude. What took you so?
Yeah, Adam threw a fucking tampon at Anna. Where was Jillian being like, I need to quit because we're contributing to misogyny? She didn't give a fuck about that. And the reason why is because Adam is one of PBD's boys, and even though they fucking he like has so much contempt for Adam, PBD would obviously take Adam's side over any woman on her take.
So long. We've been fighting about this, and then she goes, but Netanyahu is a scumbag, and he did this, and he responded this way. And immediately we found a way to go from burying Charlie Kirk to bashing Israel. And at that point, I was like, I can't do this anymore.
It's so funny that she was like, we just buried Charlie Kirk, when she was literally saying, like, one of the reasons that she didn't want to get into this particular story was she's like, that story came out a week ago. So when it comes to when the story dropped, that story's already a week old. It's really, really old. When it comes to like Charlie, it's like, oh, we just buried him. It's been 7 days. Which is it? Is it a long length of time or not?
Like, I can't. You guys can do whatever you want, say whatever you want by all means, but it doesn't mean I have to participate. I'm not participating.
Was PBD upset with you about that segment? Because I'm pretty sure when
she's the Caitlyn Jenner of the lesbian community.
Viral.
Yeah, do lesbians claim Jillian Michaels?
PBD said to me, he's like, why didn't you come to me sooner? And I said, boss, I was talking to the showrunner. I had kind of run it up the food chain of command. And they all agreed with me. Yep, we're going to tone this down. Yep, let's move away from Israel. Yep. But yet nobody was actually reining her in. And when I tried to
that was your job.
Rein her in, I would get railroaded. And then
look, this is what happened on a different episode of this show. Adam Sosnik throwing a fucking tampon at Ana Kasparian.
When you're trying to be pro-Hamas and pro-Iran, hold on.
When you strawman me, it makes this entire exchange fall apart. So I'm trying to have an honest exchange with you. I'm not putting words in your mouth. Please don't put words in my mouth.
You can talk when I'm done talking, and that's how this will work. No?
But if you strawman me and argue that I'm making arguments that I didn't make, I'm going to interrupt you. I'm going to interrupt you if you lie about what I'm saying.
So you're a grown-up when you argue. Got it.
I am a grown-up, yeah.
Okay.
Go ahead.
So you seem very emotional, and I threw you a tissue just in case. I also have a tampon. In case you need a tampon.
Adam, she's going to beat the shit out of you.
That's fine. That's fine. It's a tampon.
Adam's going to beat the shit out of you, and I'm going to let him. That's what Jillian Michaels has to say after a guest of theirs throws a fucking tampon at a female co-host that she helped get on the show and should be endlessly grateful to her. But it's a big old fucking joke, even though this is such disgusting behavior from Adam. But we're gonna pro clutch about like anti-Semitism or whatever. Where was this? Again, why are we not doing this for any other type of bigotry that could exist? Why are we not doing it for racism? Why are we not doing it for sexism? Why aren't we doing it for Islamophobia? Why aren't we doing it for fucking misandry? Like what?
Assured, don't worry though, we're not going to present it this way. And so his argument was, this is your fault. You should have come.
She's saying Anna's going to beat the shit out of Adam. Hold on, did I mishear it? Let me see. Let's wind it back, y'all, because I might have misheard it. She was still laughing though.
You're trying to be pro-Hamas and pro-Iran. Okay.
Go ahead.
So you seem very emotional, and I threw you a tissue just in case. I also have a tampon. In case you need a tampon.
Adam, she's going to beat the shit out of you.
That's fine.
Okay, she said she's going to beat the shit out of you. I'm just going to let her. Okay, to be fair, I'm pulling Pisco. The liberals surrender hands. I had it wrong. Okay. I thought she was saying Adam's going to beat the shit out of you and I'm going to let him. I was like, holy fuck, this was even worse than I remembered. But she is like, still laughing it off. That bothers me so much that she didn't tell Adam, like, you're out of line, dude. You're being really fucking disrespectful. I love how, like, again, the example of disrespect that she was bringing up on the show was that even though Kristen Sinema was like, can we move off this topic, even though it's not her fucking show, she's a guest on the show. She didn't like how they treated Kristen Sinema, but no words for Adam Sosnik throwing a fucking tampon at her female co-host.
To me, and I would have resolved this in 24 hours. I said, I apologize. I should have come to you. But nevertheless, I still don't have to participate.
Right.
Say what you want. I do not have to participate.
Tommy, surrender hands.
I'm not going to have that on my conscience. I'm not. I think it's irresponsible and I think it's dangerous.
Yeah, they
like how would Jillian Michaels sleep at night if she let somebody criticize Netanyahu on her take and somebody did both sides and bring up when Bibi Netanyahu got his daughter the birthday cake that she wanted, or like did that nice thing for a family member. Got to both sides everything.
The interesting thing is that I don't know, for whatever reason, people have this hatred towards Israel that's rooted in almost their subconscious mind. Because although a person says, we know people have been talking about it, is no facts, then that means you shouldn't talk about it. It's pointless to bring up something that has been debunked or that there's no evidence of. Because to be honest, and
I agree with you. The next question you should ask Jillian is why she allowed them to bring up that story on the show and agree to it beforehand when she's the showrunner, when she's the host of it.
Trying to bash Ana because I don't know her. I despise some of the stuff she said about Israel. However, it seems that people they leverage some of these conversations to get to what they really want to talk about. A lot of people,
again, what they're saying, it's like so telling. It's like, I despise the things not that she said about Jewish people, not the like anti-Semitic comments. I don't like what she said about Israel. I don't like about what she said about a country, a state, not people.
People say, well, I'm not saying Israel did it, but everything they talk about leads to Israel being a part of it. Because her bringing up Netanyahu, which was when Charlie got killed. This was weeks ago.
I know. That's what I said.
And the problem is...
It was weeks ago, but also we just buried him. It was weeks ago, but also we just buried him. Charlie Kirk is going to continue to be relevant in the news so long as MAGA and other conservatives continue to invoke his memory cynically and as like a martyr of the cause to push their far-right agenda. That was also Charlie Kirk's agenda.
Comes to some of these things, in my opinion, is that I think people don't act in a good faith. I don't personally know Benjamin Netanyahu. I interviewed him one time. I don't know this guy. But to think that it's nefarious at face without putting any other objective reasoning behind it, I think it's malicious. Because when I watched Benjamin Netanyahu say what he had to say, I didn't think it had anything to do with politics. He had a
When this prime minister, who's currently overseeing a genocide that has killed over 100,000 Palestinians, I didn't think that had anything to do with politics, even though we're eulogizing the death of a political figure. He made like 6 different statements. That's Benjamin Netanyahu's apolitical statement to a political figure that was just killed, right?
Had a conversation on the phone with Charlie. Whichever way that conversation went, he's on a phone with Charlie. So that means he know him well enough to communicate with him on the phone. Charlie sent him an email. He's been to Israel multiple times. Like, it's only fitting that a Jewish person whom Charlie loved, at least he loved the country and what they stood for, to give condolences to Charlie. And that's what he did. He said, it's a great man. He's honorable. And people turn that into something crazy is bizarre to me.
Honestly, if you want to do that, by all means do it. Yeah. But there was never discussed. And I don't want to do it on a platform that I'm participating on. We had just done a segment 2 weeks prior, I believe, where Ana tried to make a connection between 9/11 and Israel. And the guest was a bit thrown off. I was really thrown off. And I said again, like, we gotta...
I might have missed this episode. Was this like, I've seen almost every episode of her take, but I guess I missed the spiciest one.
Let's...
Ana has tried to make that stupid connection on Twitter, lady.
You're going to be responsible for... Are you technically still responsible for who comes on the show and who's not? Is she a permanent part of the show, or she's just kind of a contributing guest?
I actually
got her hired.
Got her the job. I got her the job. PBD was like, you wanted me to hire Anna, I hired Anna. And the thing is,
And that's PBD trying to, like, again, discharge any responsibility that he had in bringing Ana Kasparian on to the show onto Jillian, which is pathetic for, like, him to do. It's so funny that she's dropping that in this conversation because holy fuck, Ana Kasparian has been covering politics for literally, like, probably close to 2 decades. There's no shortage of videos of her talking online about what her politics are. There's no shortage of videos, reactions, commentary, like Substack articles talking about the pivot that she's made in the last few years. Like, if even Ana Kasparian is like too liberal or too controversial for valuetainment, that like they really just don't want anybody who's like to the left of MAGA on there.
Listen.
Can you connect with Jillian? I don't know.
I think Anna is a great journalist. I think she's intelligent. I think, in my opinion, she has gone down a very dark rabbit hole when it comes to Israel. And I feel like right now, that's somehow all she can see. It's like all roads lead back to Israel, every topic, Israel, everything, Israel. 9/11, Israel, Charlie Kirk's death. Somehow I find a way to
one of those Connect sessions. Well, Pisco and I were talking about paying the $300 to get an hour-long call with Ana Kasparian so he could debate her on the like LA fires thing. And I could fucking moderate. I don't know if we're gonna do that. I don't even know if she would agree to it. Like, if you put that in as the request, I like. What do you want to bet that she would like refund the money?
Go back to I hate Netanyahu. I'm like,
but like honestly, I gotta say that like $300 for Ana Kasparian's time seems like a little bit cheap, but that's just me.
For you on your platform, I am not comfortable with this at this point because it's no longer being presented reasonably. It's no longer being presented with both sides for people to make the right decisions. There's no one there to push back on her. No one is qualified. They really aren't. You've studied this. Leland Vittert studied this. Batya Ungar-Sargon studied this. Dr. Gad Saad, Ben Shabir. None of those people are there to push.
None of these other like right-wing fanatical Christian and liberal Zionists were like not even liberal, sorry, like fanatical Christian and conservative Zionists were there to push back. Why don't you do it? I love how like again, Jillian, nothing is stopping you from doing any research.
Back on her. And for me, I'm like, this is now we're, you want to cover this? I get it. I've sat through.
What did Anna say wrong about the LA fire? She said that Mayor Karen Bass had like cut the LA's fire department's budget that year, and that was one of the reasons why the LA fires like spun out of control. But it wasn't true that the budget was decreased. Like there was like some spending that wasn't added to the annual budget because it was for items that you wouldn't need to buy annually. Like obviously the annual budget accounts for things like payroll for equipment that they use that like frequently need to that they go through, needs to be replaced every single year or whatever. But certain things like additional trucks had been purchased. And so that like the money that had been allocated for like one-time kind of 20-year purchases did not need to be tacked on to the annual budget because that would just be too much spending. And she was trying to argue that that meant that like the overall budget was low, but even with that taken out, the budget still had not been decreased. And they were like increasing the pay for some of the firefighters, and she was complaining about that. It was something like that. It was some like very, very specific lie that she continues to propagate to this day because she brought it up on her take.
All of it numerous times. But when you start focusing on unfounded conspiracy theories, just cause, why would you do that? And that's what I said. I'm like, why would you guys do this? Like, why are you doing this?
Yeah, I think it troubles the mind. I think it's spiritual. Some people may want to say it's not. I do honestly think when people go down this path of finding themselves hating Israel so much, I think, this is my personal opinion, that God opens them up to what we call a reprobate mind, which they become consumed and they can't think of anything else but this rabbit hole about Israel. And then they begin to...
This is reminding me that next we are doing the... all of these conservatives freaking out about witches cursing Charlie Kirk.
Develop hatred. And then the hatred overtakes every other aspect of their lives. Because I've seen Ana on when she was on the Young Turks, and I despise the Young Turks, but at least I like the fact that she had an opinion and forceful opinion with conviction. I always respect people that do, even if I don't agree with them. I think. Please
don't waste an hour with Anna on Pisco freaking out about the fires. There's so much more interesting topics with her. What would be a good topic for us to debate like Ana Kasparian on if we were to do that? What do you guys think?
Cenk was a little more emotional. She kind of got emotional towards the end, but at least she would come out and say, this is what I feel, and this is what and I loved her passion. But it seems that when people go down that rabbit hole of hating Jews, they lose the passion for the variety of topics.
Yeah, hating Jews is when you criticize Bibi Netanyahu. Hating Jews is when you criticize the state of Israel's genocidal actions. Got him.
They would express, and they start just falling into this. I know people.
Yeah, and Tucker Carlson would be interesting. Like, being like, what the hell is all of this simping for Tucker Carlson, and citing Candace Owens as a reliable source for literally anything ever?
And I don't want to say nobody's name. But I
probably also want to debate her on Gavin Newsom, because on paper, Ana Kasparian should like love Gavin Newsom. He is literally every single thing that she should want in a fucking Democrat or a liberal, and she hates him. He is anti-homeless. He's like, quote unquote, tough on crime. He's not super into, like, he went on Charlie Kirk's he had Charlie Kirk on his first episode of the podcast, and he was like throwing trans people under the bus. Like, why wouldn't Anna like this guy? This guy seems to be like the perfect politician, yet nonetheless she fucking hates him.
People that I know and trust that used to have a real diverse perspective, and literally every single show that this person has produced has been about Israel. I literally would watch the show because I love this person, and I think the person has an awesome show. And I would watch the show, and it'll be about a train crash or something, and some news, and I'm like, oh, that's crazy. That's a crazy train crash. And then it'll go into Israel, and
that's
then
exactly
Israel,
what happened.
It's like you could be talking about a pregnancy center.
Oh my God. I thought like Jillian Michaels could be a snooze fest on her take sometimes, but holy fuck, nothing compared to this fucking guy.
And then eventually Netanyahu did something, and it's like, it's very troubling. But you know, to go back to your show and some of the things that you like to talk about, obviously outside of Israel, I think I can get.
I don't even like to talk about Israel because I am not an expert on it. I will interview people about it. I think that's different, if that makes sense.
Yeah, so
I'm not
what's
talking.
Your connection,
I'm seeking to learn.
What's your connection ethnically to Israel? Are you connected at all to Israel, or not Israel, but like are you connected to the Jewish state or people? I saw some letters on your arm here. Is that Arabic?
They're Arabic. Yeah, I'm actually both. I'm half Arab on my father's side, and I'm a Russian Jew on my mother's side. When I tell you it's a complex topic that goes back thousands of years, it is a complex topic that goes back thousands of years. Atrocities.
Okay, but nothing happened thousands of years ago that justifies the famine of Palestinian men, women, and children today, Jillian. Like, no one is disputing that this topic is fraught with like a long history that's very, very sordid, okay? They're saying morally it is not complicated, and that the crimes that are happening now, the genocide's happening now, there's nothing that, like, literally nothing is going to justify that. It's a crime of crimes.
Unilaterally. And when you're only hearing one side of the conversation, that's alarming. Like, where is your outrage? Where is the segment about the Israeli hostage who's completely emaciated digging his own grave? I want to hear the...
Again, 100,000 Palestinians dead. And you are asking about hostages. Don't get me wrong. There should not be hostages. The hostages should be released. I don't disagree with her on this. Okay. But like, if we want, like, this is her idea of balance.
Horror. Or what happens when...
Yeah, you famously never hear about October 7th in the media. It's not like it's still brought up to this day.
The Coptic people are being killed. The Christians are being killed. The Druze are being killed. Where's the outrage there? So when I start to feel like, okay, this is no longer losing.
And like even this framing, the hostages or whatever, it's like Israel could have those hostages back. But the guy that you keep fucking falling on the sword for and dying on the sword for, he's the one that doesn't give a fuck if they get back home. He doesn't want to end this genocide. They have had multiple opportunities to get those fucking hostages back.
Element of neutrality with regard to facts. I appreciate opinion, but you have to present all of the facts. I know enough to know that's not happening in many of these segments, in particular, the one that I had begun to unwillingly participate in. And that is why I was like, I am not doing this today.
No, and I don't blame you. There's a couple other things I want to talk to you about. And one is being the conspiracies, because I know you guys didn't have a chance to address those conspiracies. But what are your thoughts of the conspiracies? And then I also want to talk about other things that's going on in the country. You know, the leftist mania.
Like the best justification she could come up with the ongoing genocide is like, yeah, they've intentionally killed like 100,000 people, but did you ever consider that like almost 2 years ago, a couple of people held somebody hostage? They haven't released them yet, so like I don't know. Seems kind of justified to like kill all these innocent people.
Yeah, that's going on. They had a shooting of a guy who sniped at the ICE facility. ICE. Yeah. And he ended up killing detainees. He didn't kill anybody in ICE. He just killed detainees, which is, I guess, the opposite of what he was trying to accomplish. But what are your thoughts on the conspiracies around Charlie's death? Because I've seen a lot out there. Did the shooter do it? It's a lot of misinformation because people think, what I was told is, and I didn't see the press conference, but what people were saying is that the FBI came back and corrected the record and saying they don't believe he broke down the gun and rebuilt it back together. They came
like where this is like earlier this year. Okay. I can't like I don't know what the and this Seth Fransman guy or whatever is like definitely pro-Israel, but like he has his own criticisms of this. Like when you look at the death toll or whatever, there's like no parity. Israel takes stock of military casualties over a year of war. January 2nd of this year, a total of 363 Israeli soldiers were killed in 2024, according to Israel Defense Forces data published at the end of the year. Overall, 891 IDF personnel have fallen, most of them in combat since Hamas attacked Israel on October 7, 2023. Israel's war against Hamas grew dramatically in 2024 to include expanded operations with other adversaries on distinct fronts. Their largest new operation was Northern Arrows, a combined air and ground offensive against Hezbollah in Lebanon that began on September 23rd and resulted in a ceasefire on November 27th. IDF also carried out 4 rounds of strikes on the Iranian-backed Houthis in Yemen and wide-ranging airstrikes in Syria as the Syrian regime collapsed on December 8th. The war that began on October 7, 2023 has become one of Israel's most difficult and longest conflicts. While Israel has fought long wars in the past, such as the conflict in Lebanon that began after the IDF's invasion in 1982, and the low-intensity conflict against terrorists in the West Bank that goes back many decades, low intensity, holy fuck, the war in Gaza has been much larger by various metrics. Again, but for them, we're talking about, in 2024, 363 IDF personnel. That's not... At like on one side again, less than 400 combatants, like IDF combatants, and then on the other side, 100 like in a single year it was like 70,000 people, 100,000 people, or like 70,000 people. That's an extermination. That's not war. That's not both sides. Like can anybody even name like a single battle that's occurred between these two people, between like Hamas and the IDF? Hamas that has like no air support, no tanks, no like doesn't have sophisticated artillery, versus the IDF that has like American munitions, weapons, conducts all of this from the fucking air, like missiles. Nothing. No one even talks about it.
Came and clarified and said he never did that. And so
that's true. I forgot to factor in proportionality.
What's your thoughts on some of these conspiracy theories that bother you the most?
To be honest, Brandon, I don't really deal in conspiracy theories unless I think they're not a conspiracy theory. And what I mean by that is if there's something related to COVID and there's a trail, let's say back to Bill Gates, right? The Virality Project that he funded and utilized to shut down people's social media and silence vaccine dissenters, which I'm actually not an anti-vaxxer, another nuanced conversation, but it starts as a conspiracy theory. Fauci's behind this, that, the other. When I start to see evidence that, wait a minute, did he sign that grant for EcoHealth Alliance, who then gave the money to Wuhan, when there's dots connecting, now you've got my attention because maybe it's not a conspiracy theory.
Right.
I generally wait.
Yeah, I only believe in the conspiracy theories I believe in. Thank you, Jillian.
And sit back and see where these things go. And when there's credible evidence, now you've got my attention and I want to understand it. What are we covering up? What are we hiding? Epstein, release the files, right? You give me something that has a foundation, you'll catch me there. It starts as a...
So here's her going in depth, explaining all of the things she's willing to entertain and accept without evidence. But what she doesn't want to hear is you bringing up credible facts or criticisms related to Bibi Netanyahu or the state of Israel, things that we know for sure are happening because, oh, it's been like 2 weeks. Or that's trendy, even though it's an ongoing genocide. So it's going to be in the news until they stop. And even then there's going to be... maybe some sort of accountability for someone potentially. That would be nice. That might make it into the news. I sincerely doubt it, but it's not going to end overnight is my point. And like, again, we can find space on the show to bring up things that have literally not been proven to have happened. There's room for that when Jillian Michaels likes it. Not room for things that are documented and happening right now because she doesn't like that.
Conspiracy, when you've got some real facts behind it, now you've got my interest. To be honest with you, this could make perfect sense on its face. You got a kid that is clearly Antifa, who his parents say was radicalized.
Oh my God. Oh my God. This is literally even like there. Okay. Let's let her cook. Okay. Apparently the shooter is Antifa, and we're not hearing this being screamed by literally every single MAGA Republican right now.
By the left. He has a trans lover who had a deeply disturbed background. That's also
even that is not like entirely substantiated.
Furry. I mean, it does. Like I've just said, like kind of adds up. The kid turned himself in. Not like we grabbed the wrong guy. He turned himself in. I killed Charlie Kirk.
Yeah, and where's your evidence that he's connected to Antifa, which literally isn't even a centralized organization?
Okay. So until you give me something else, and I appreciate, like, it doesn't sound like they would say the word vehicle. It doesn't sound like he would say my love. I'm like, well, he's insane.
This would be like, again, it's just driving me crazy. This assumption that he's like super left wing. Even if I granted that he has like a trans partner or like a trans roommate or whatever, let me grant it. Okay. That would be like saying because Jillian Michaels is gay, if she went out and did a crime, that, oh, she must be left wing. Evidence? She's gay. She's married to a woman. Must be woke.
So, I mean, just give me, I believe the FBI should get to the bottom of it. There are a lot of powerful conservative influencers that you could take out for nefarious and covert reasons. If Israel wanted to take somebody out, I would think it would be Candace Tucker, like, which is disgusting. I'm going to be very clear. If there were
even that stupid, what if Israel wanted to take somebody out, they would take out Candace Owens or Tucker Carlson? Why? If Israel wanted to take someone out, one, for what reason? Like if we're just talking about like media, like, why wouldn't Israel like kill like fucking Sabrina Carpenter? Like, I don't know, like a celebrity. Like, if the whole idea is to distract from the genocide, one, I don't even know why, because Bibi Netanyahu is like, doesn't like has not like Israel is like not really succumbed to like any international pressure. And if the idea is that you take somebody out so that you can get heat off of Israel, like I don't even know what the logic here is. But even if I try to follow it through, why would it be Candace Owens or Tucker Carlson? I don't even think they would go after a media figure in the first place. Like new historians, like even like Benny Morris or like Ilan Pape or Avi Schleim or like Finkelstein would be a more plausible thing to bring up as somebody that they would take out, because yeah, they bring up things that are inconvenient to Israel.
Evil intentions, right? I think you would go to the people that are the most vocal and the most influential, not the guy that's advocated on your behalf on college campuses for I don't know how many years. It just doesn't, it's nonsensical to me. I don't know what else could potentially be going on if there are multiple actors. I trust the people in charge, like the FBI, to get to the bottom of it in this particular instance, because I don't see a reason for them to cover it up. Now, could I be naive? Possibly.
Yeah, and I think that because you seem like a very rational person. Like, I think rational people.
This dude, I really, really trust this like MAGA idiot. I really trust him to be the arbiter of who's rational and who ain't. And Jillian Michaels definitely on the list.
It would put two and two together and say, to pull off a cover up to this degree is very, very difficult. You have a sheriff deputy next door to the father of the killer. He turned himself into his father. The deputy made a phone call to the sheriff to negotiate the way he would be turned in. So you would have to have the deputy involved, the deputy chief involved, his dad involved. You have to have the trans person involved that he lives with. Somebody has to, I guess, to have the gun. Somebody had to get him a gun. That's involved. You got all these people that got video footage of Charlie's death, unfortunately. So you can see on the footage that there's no entry exit. It's just an entry wound.
Okay, look. Dude, this was literally a report. So this came out 4 days ago, September 25th. This came out September 20th. So before they did that, what's that? No evidence found yet of ties between Charlie Kirk shooting and left-wing groups, officials say. This is NBC News. The federal investigation into the assassination of conservative activist Charlie Kirk has yet to find a link between the alleged shooter, 22-year-old Tyler Robinson, and left-wing groups, on which President Donald Trump and his admin have pledged to crack down on after the killing, 3 sources familiar with the probe told NBC News. One person familiar with the federal investigation said, "Thus far, there is no evidence connecting the suspect with any left-wing groups. This bitch literally just claimed he's part of fucking Antifa. There's no evidence. Every indication so far is that this was one guy who did one really bad thing because he found Kirk's ideology personally offensive." This person continued. This is somebody close to the FBI, whether it be J.D. Vance, Kash Patel, Dan Bongino, or somebody in Trump's admin. In addition, 2 of the people familiar with the probe said it may be difficult to charge Robinson at the federal level for Kirk's killing, while the 3rd source said that there is still an expectation that some kind of federal charge is filed against Robinson. Factors that have complicated the effort to bring charges at the federal level include that Robinson, a Utah resident, did not travel from out of state. Kirk was shot during an open campus debate at Utah Valley University. Additionally, Kirk himself is not a federal officer or elected official. A Justice Department spokesperson said, "The investigation is ongoing, and beyond that, we declined to comment." So they did not counter this when they were asked to comment. Okay, there's a source close to you guys saying you don't actually have evidence that he's linked to a left-wing group. Care to disagree? Care to leave a comment? No comment. Because if they had evidence, they would present it. Robinson currently faces state charges, which were announced Tuesday, being charged with aggravated murder and obstruction of justice, among others, because he's not cooperating. So we don't even have a confession linking him to saying, yeah, I'm part of Antifa or something like that. Utah prosecutors are seeking the death penalty in the case. Prosecutors said Robinson targeted Kirk, the co-founder of the conservative political group TPUSA, during the September 10th event because of his political expression. His mother told investigators in part that over the last year or so, Robinson has become more political and has started to lean more to the left. Keep in mind that his mother's characterization is just that. It is literally, they don't actually provide any texts from him that corroborate this. They don't provide anything other than her characterization of how she sees her son. And we know because the Daily Beast and other reputable outlets have reposted, or have not reposted, but they have also reported and repeated the claims that the grandmother made to the Daily Mail, and Tyler Robinson's grandmother is everybody in this family is MAGA. So, sorry, calling me does this make me a conspiracy theorist to say that just because the mom said my son's becoming an Antifa super soldier, or leaning more to the fucking left when her political allegiance is with MAGA fascist movement, yeah, I'm going to be a little bit skeptical with this person being a good judge of what constitutes somebody moving to the left or to the right, or what that even means to them. So I got to be honest, that one statement doesn't mean much to me, but okay. Thomas Brzozowski, I don't even know how to say this, who was until recently the Justice Department's counsel for domestic terrorism, told NBC News that while Kirk's assassination appears to meet the definition of domestic terrorism, finding a federal charge to bring against the shooter might be a challenge. There's no federal law that makes acts of domestic terrorism a standalone crime, although prosecutors can seek a sentencing enhancement after conviction. So, this is just, again, for her to, go on and say that, we know he was tied to Antifa or whatever, literally does not even just, a basic amount of research into anything she talked about. If you watch Kyle's conspiracy update video, it triggered Hutch. No, I have not.
It's like all of those things you would have to manipulate, and that will take months. And then you would have to argue that Donald Trump, whom he loves Charlie, and Charlie actually helped him get elected, or Charlie volunteered with his campaign in 2016 before Charlie was even known. And then Charlie is the only reason, in my opinion, not the only reason, he's one of the major reasons he got elected this time. And he had popularity in 2020. And then we need to win again in 2028. Why would you take out that guy? And then Kash Patel has always been on our side. Dan Bongino has been on our side. Pam Bundy is all of our people in place. So the biggest Christian conservative martyr of our lifetime loses his life. And somehow we think that our favorite people are going to cover it up. And this is the thing that bothers me about it, is that if the FBI wanted to cover it up, they just... So I'm starting to see if his family gets money, because I know that I learned this after the person who so the one who turned in Luigi Mangione or whatever, they were also trying to get money, but they have to actually be convicted successfully for you to get the money, and even then there's still ways for the state to not actually give you the reward money. Who gets the $1 million plus reward offered for the capture of Charlie Kirk shooter suspect Tyler Robinson? This was published September 16, 2025 in New York Post.
More than $1 million was offered for the capture of Charlie Kirk's killer hour after the influencer was assassinated, and the big question now is whether suspect Robinson's own father could collect or even try if he would try to. Robinson, 22, was turned over to authorities by his dad, Matt, on September 11th, the day after Kirk's killing, when the father and his wife recognized their son from pictures released by the FBI showing the suspect on surveillance footage. Questions online have swirled about whether, oh, I just love the journalism at the New York Post, whether Robinson's father would be eligible for the reward given his offspring. What is this shit? Why do they write this way? This is like, it is so clear that they're using a thesaurus because they don't want to use like just normal words, whatever. Is given his offspring is accused of the heinous killing. This is like the definition of a sentence. Like I can like hear an elementary school teacher being like, don't use $100 word when a $5 word suffices. Why are you saying heinous killing, offspring, and questions are swirling? Whatever. If he even attempted to net it, the paying out of reward money to crime and terrorism tipsters is usually managed by Rewards for Justice, a program under the U.S. State Department. Actually getting paid for a reward is quite a process. Requiring those eligible to navigate layers of red tape is probably AI, lol. I have no idea. Honestly, I feel like I'm getting really good at like clocking AI. AI usually writes better than this. Like you can see rhetorical similarities between AI type articles and just these like weird, again, this just seems like a weird, it's like they put it into AI and they're like make it sound smarter, but even I feel like AI would do a better job than that. According to Rewards for Justice's FAQ, the individual who provides the info leading to an arrest or conviction cannot nominate themselves. Rather, a U.S. investigating agency such as the FBI, Department of War, or a U.S. embassy abroad must nominate the would-be recipient. An intra-agency committee then evaluates the info provided by the agency who nominated the awardee. The merits of paying the reward are discussed, and the committee presents a recommendation to the Secretary of State. But the committee's recommendation is not binding. The Secretary of State has complete discretion over whether to authorize a reward and can also change its amount. In June, the Bureau offered a $50,000 reward for info leading to the arrest and conviction of Vance Bolter for the targeted shootings of Minnesota lawmakers and their families. At the end of last year, the FBI, along with the NYPD, also offered a $60,000 reward for the capture of accused United Health assassin Luigi Mangione. But the McDonald's employee in Altoona, Pennsylvania, whose tip led to his arrest, reportedly has never been paid. See, this is like where I learned about it. The original $100,000 offered by the FBI for the capture of Kirk's killer is ballooned to over $1 million as private supporters lent their own funds to the search effort, including Trump advisor Alex Brusewitz, conservative activist Robbie Starbuck. Robbie Starbuck? Is this like a stage name? Who the hell is Robbie Starbuck? Is that really this motherfucker's name? I guess so. Critic of DEI. Got it. Thank you, Robbie Starbuck. And billionaire Bill Ackman. Brusewitz and Starbuck each pledged to kick in $25,000 while Ackman peeled off a cool $1 million from his bankroll, bringing the total reward to $1.15 million. In a social media post following Robinson's arrest, once it came to light that the father turned him in, Ackman said he still planned on paying the reward if it is earned to whoever the FBI indicates provided the info that led to Tyler's arrest. He said that if Matt Robinson's father was ever found to have been involved or acted negligently in contributing to Kirk's death, civil litigation or criminal prosecution will reverse any unjust compensation. Reached by text message, Starbuck told the Post that he hasn't yet heard from the FBI regarding payment of the reward, but said Matt Robinson should turn it down if offered. What a weird move to like donate to the fucking federal government to like chip in for a reward. Why would you like pledge it to them instead of just, I don't know, that's weird. If he does try to claim it, he should absolutely donate it to Erica Kirk or TPUSA. Oh my God. So why even do this? So he should turn it down? Why are you going to pledge it, but then say the person who did it, now that it's his father or whatever, should turn it down? That makes literally no sense to me. Why even offer in the why not just you? Why didn't you just donate it to? It's like literally all you're doing is showing that you wave this number out there to like get people to start looking to incentivize them, but you didn't actually intend on following through with it, or you don't want to. If he does try to claim it, he should absolutely donate to Erica Kirk or TPUSA. Again, they have already gotten a huge GiveSendGo that is like, let me see where it's at. GiveSendGo. In loving memory of Charlie, goal $6 million. They've raised $5,470,330 to a man whose net worth was like $12 million. Our team at ALP is heartbroken by the death of Charlie Kirk, a devoted husband, father, and friend. Left for God, family, and country to find his life. Charlie leaves behind his wife, Erica, and their 2 young children. As they navigate this unimaginable loss, we want to rally together to provide. Security instability for Charlie's loved ones. Again, this motherfucker had like 3 houses. He had like a house in Arizona, like a condo in Florida, and then like another like vacation home somewhere else. Our goal is to raise as much as possible to support the Kirk family. ALP has contributed $1 million to this effort, and we invite you to join us in honoring Charlie's legacy by giving whatever you are able. We'll hope you'll join us. And like, there are people still giving. Anonymous, $35 an hour ago. SMM, $50 3 hours ago. Anonymous giver, $500 3 hours ago. Anonymous giver, $50. Charlie's voice will carry on. The Devil's Pickle Apparel, $65. Sending our love and support to the Kirk family. Anonymous, $100. $5. God bless Charlie Kirk's family. Anonymous, $5. Robert Remy, $500. God bless you. Anonymous, $920 8 hours ago. Anonymous, $600, $200. Like, I don't know if these are like retired wealthy fucking boomers. I don't know if this is a money laundering scheme. Like, this is insane. Again, donating money to a millionaire. And then they're saying in this article, it's still not enough money. You should still donate it to them. What the fuck? Assuming he has the honor to not claim the reward, I will be donating that pledge and a bit more directly to a fund for the Kirk family, who really, like, they don't have enough money. Reached by email, the FBI told the Post, it typically does not comment on whether or not reward money is paid or to whom. This is, like, so shady, man. Like, these rewards that they offer, I feel like they actually don't make good on it, and people didn't realize that.
Can not put out the letter. You know, they wouldn't.
Especially Blackman, considering the conspiracy theories surrounding him. I mean, like, obviously, I would have, like, I feel like it's obvious that he's doing that to put them to rest. To be like, see, I loved him. We were friends.
Without any necessity to do so, put out a confession letter to a lover, because they don't need that. They had already arrested him. They can say he said whatever and never show us evidence until the court date.
He confessed to it. You don't need more than his own confession, which is, I couldn't agree.
Isn't Tyler not cooperating with the fucking police? That's why he's going to be charged with obstruction of justice.
They can say he said whatever and never show us evidence until the court date.
He confessed to it.
Okay, wait. She is talking. So she hasn't confessed in a court of law. She just means like the text messages or whatever that the FBI has revealed. But he's not actually been convicted.
Need more than his own confession, which is, I couldn't agree with you.
And like,
more.
I have no reason to think it's like anyone other than this kid right now or whatever. But like, I don't think she knows a goddamn thing about this.
Now, could more come to light? Sure, but based on everything you're saying, I'm reluctant to take the bait on it.
But I want to hear your thoughts on Epstein, because I think
Miss Aid
of Epstein very similarly.
Never heard anybody shorten Straighterade to Miss Aid.
I think Donald Trump is an anomaly, because I feel like he like the grandpa that's not really in the know. Because he's the same thing with COVID. Like, I don't think he read the room. He was in his own world, and he didn't know that everybody else didn't think that was a good idea. Vaccines was a good idea. And so this one is, I feel like he's focusing on the left, and he don't really understand what's going on online when it comes to the conspiracies and also the real anger behind what Epstein did. And it's my personal opinion. But then also, I think it's very possible, because I'm open to both. This guy could be a Mossad, all I know. I have no idea. But I think it is kind of possible that this guy was doing all the things that he was accused of. He went to jail, and somebody ordered a hit from jail, which is how they control the cameras and the guards and everything, and they just killed him. And then that's how they was able to cover it up.
This is an Epstein pivot, by the way. They're just like talking about Epstein now.
And it don't have anything to do with Mossad or the CIA or them covering up something. There may not be. I think the conservatives.
Okay, I cannot take this guy. Like, there's like PBD. It's fun to like watch PBD and like Vinny freak the fuck out, but like watching this dude or whatever try to like stumble his way to the end of the sentence is like boring as fuck. Let's see. Now PBD breaks his fucking silence on this shit.
Did you ever think you would make it? I feel I'm supposed to take sweet victory. I know this life meant for me.
Adam, what's your point? The future looks bright.
My handshake is better than anything I ever signed. It's right here.
You are one of one. My son's right there.
I don't think I've ever said this before.
Hell yeah.
This week on the Her Take show, Rob, if you want to go to it, there was an incident that happened. And Her Take is one of the shows
Jillian Michaels walks off Her Take
that we're very excited about. Quite frankly, I built this show as the EP because I think we need this in 27, 28. And our team, when we started the show, I said one thing to my entire executive team: let's see if we can get this thing off the ground, because the hardest part about these types of shows is getting everybody to get along, because it's going to get feisty, it's going to get hot, it's going to have challenges, it's going to have issues, things are going to happen.
This is the one business. This is the one fucking business that works where people don't always have to get along entirely. You think that everybody on a fucking movie set is getting along? You think everybody like creative fields or whatever? Like music, I feel like is the exception where like, yeah, creative differences do tend to lead to like, yeah, like bands breaking up and shit. But like these podcasts or whatever, the friction and the tension is good for social media and for their metrics on these types of shows.
And
like the most interesting moments of PBD are when they're fighting with each other, not when they're circle jerking.
Last week on the show, Rob, if you can go to, right, you know where it's at. It's right around there.
Right there.
Something happens. They're having a discussion. Jillian Michaels, Ana Kasparian, Lindy Lee, and Amy Dangerfield are having a conversation about Israel and, you know, what problems they have with it, what problems they don't have with it. And here's what ends up happening, Rob. If maybe play it a little bit. Play it from right there. Go for it. I don't want it to be 3 minutes, Rob. If you can make it like a 1 minute thing, that's what I want to do. Okay, so here's Lindy going.
Killed him. We're talking about 100. Please do not conflate the two.
Okay,
Rob,
well,
move the mouse,
unilaterally across the board now, we've got multiple accusations that all pile up to the same exact.
No, I think it's the furries. It's the furries. I think it's the furries. But a lot of people.
I don't know, and I don't look.
There's
those who are saying
evidence to suggest none.
But you're saying guys, can we just stop for a second? This is ridiculous.
This is absurd.
Like this whole thing is ridiculous. There are two things being conflated right now. There are conspiracy theorists who think Israel killed Charlie Kirk. They have yet to provide a shred of.
Adam and Tom get into it the other day. PBD was like, "You good, Tom?" Tom was pissed. No, if you link it, I'll watch it.
Evidence proving that. Done. End
We're
of
not
story.
talking about that.
I am talking about something entirely
you were
different.
talking about that.
No, we're not. Hold on. Let me finish my fucking thought.
Oh, Jesus.
Okay. The real issue here is that before most people even knew that Charlie Kirk was dead, you have Netanyahu giving multiple interviews talking about how, using the fucking moment for his own political purposes, like the fucking ghoul that he is. Let me finish my point.
Him killing Charlie Kirk.
Did I not just? I literally
so now we're just gonna make
let me finish my point, Jillian, because none of us can finish the damn point without someone else jumping down your throat. I don't think that Israel killed him because there's no evidence of that. But I had a problem with Netanyahu exploiting an assassination in this country for his own political means and purposes and lying about the nature of his relationship with Charlie Kirk. Because Charlie Kirk didn't like Netanyahu, just like any warm-blooded American shouldn't. Netanyahu is a bad guy. And he wanted to make it seem like, no, we were all great. We were good. We had a great relationship. Little did we know behind the scenes, there was a lot of
every
pressure
show
toward
ends up
Netanyahu.
being about how do we bash Israel. This is not for me. I am not interested in this.
Okay,
I love
I
you
know.
guys. I'm sorry.
Let's be good. Let's be good about precious Israel. Let the country commit a genocide. Yeah. Okay.
Only so much stupidity you can handle before you crash out. I can't blame Anna. I have like a lot of blame for Anna because she's saying dumb shit like Candace Owens corroborated it, but Jillian just handed her a fucking fat W for no reason by walking off the show.
I think you guys agree. I fundamentally disagree with you about like every show doing this. I'm sorry.
Okay.
So can we continue?
So you can pause it right there. So obviously the back and forth, the conversation that's happening, maybe one too many F-bombs. I remember one time I was on Young Turks the day after Trump won, and I said shit. And then Anna corrected me and said, Hayden, česká transpondera says, you can't say a word like, well, okay, sounds good because, TV. Okay, fine, no problem. But anyways, so this happens and they walk off. And then Ana Kasparian goes later on and I think she reacts to the show on the incident that took place and gives her thoughts and she's kind of going through it. See, here's the thing.
We watched that. She did that on TYT.
With me. A lot of time when people say, Pat, you're funded by Mossad. Do you think Mossad would support having Ana Kasparian on one of your shows? You're Zionist. Do you think Zionists would give me money if I had Ana Kasparian as one of the...
This is so stupid. This like way of debunking something that like one has never been substantiated, but it just like... It's like, I wouldn't have thought that, but like the way that you're going about trying to debunk it or like show like statements against it, like, again, this is like, it's literally the like, Your Honor, I couldn't have murdered them. I would have skinned them alive if I had done that. This person was shot. Not me. It's just so weird. Like, do I think that like he's a Mossad asset or anything like that? No, like BB is like barely giving him like 40 minutes for the episode that he did with him. I don't think they're cutting him any money or anything like that, but they don't need to pay you any money because you do all of it for free. PBD, again, like had BB on his show already.
It goes on a Hertig show? No. You're homophobic. You're such a thing. Do you think we would be comfortable having Jillian? She's a very openly, she's a lesbian. She's a lesbian. Met her wife. Incredible.
Oh, he like didn't know what to say. Like she's very openly gay. He said before that they have lots of lesbians working for Valuetainment, and he can only name Jillian Michaels.
Incredible wife that we sat down, we had conversations with. Do you think we'd have a problem with that? No, none of that. We like conversation.
How can we be homophobic? We have a token gay woman who's conservative.
Now,
and is also transphobic herself, so she fits right in at the valuetainment family.
Feedback on this or take thing that took place. We're going to continue. We're going to find our team, ladies. I mean, we had a list of 50 people that wanted the position to be the host of the show. Okay, we had a list of 50 people, narrowed down to 10, to 5, to 3, and then we chose to go with Jillian. My thoughts on this, because everyone's...
Who the fuck were these other 50 candidates? The things I would do to get my fucking paws on that list, the 50-person short list for Valuetainment's Her Take. Please, man, if anybody has it, please leak it.
Asking me, what's your position on this? What's your position on this?
Yo, she's gay.
Let me tell you what I would have done.
Literally a PBD quote.
Differently. This is what I would have done differently. Number one, I would have walked out. Number two, I would have dropped the F-bombs a little bit, Anna. I wouldn't have done either. Number three, I would have, my position when it comes down to Israel, you guys have heard what I've said with Charlie Kirk, all that stuff, and the way we addressed it. Maybe the timing was a different timing. Maybe there was a more appropriate time to do it, not a day after the memorial to have that conversation. Maybe. Those are all disputable by the audience to dispute and argue and all that other stuff. You know what would have been ideal? And what we're having a hard time doing? How different is this than what Jimmy Kimmel is doing right now? Or the left is doing right now for not inviting anybody on the right? What I would have liked to have happened is, hey, Pat, can you do the next show with us? Come sit down and let's have a conversation together. Where are you at? And me and Anna would debate, and me and Jillian would debate. We would have the conversation, and we would move forward. But that never happened. It got to the last point. This doesn't mean we're not continuing doing what we're going to do with the show. There may be a pause on the show for us to kind of make a decision what we're doing. Anytime you start, the show is a new startup, by the way. You know, one thing about me when you're here in the company, I don't know if you guys were at the vault, we're inside the tornado. We got a lot of things going on right now. And guess what? We freaking love it. Absolutely love it. We don't feel like we're victims. Oh, poor us. Oh, poor this. Nope. These are...
this is supposed to be PBD commenting on Her Take, and it always just turns back inwards, and we're just talking about PBD.
All talented ladies that are giving their opinions, and things got heated in a very heated time in America where temperatures are super, super, super high. And we're trying to find a way to lower the temperature by having conversations. It's why I had Nick on. It's why I had BB on last month. And both of them, a guy who's very reputable in the marketplace, who's been around the game for a long time. You're going to see what's going to happen to you next. You're going to see what's going to happen to you next. As if those things does anything to a guy that grew up in Iran being bombed on, living in a freaking wartime. You think that's going to do anything to this kid? What do you think? You're going to see what's going to happen to you next. So stuff you should never tell me. What's going to happen to you next? You out of your freaking mind? Why would you ever have him on? Two crowds asked me about why would you ever have him on. BB and Fuentes. So funny, I had BB, Fuentes, Trump, Tate, Anthony Weiner, name him. Who else? Dan Bilzerian. What do you want to do here? We're not afraid of conversations, guys.
Yeah, we know, dude. You just had Nick Fuentes on and gave him this fucking softball interview and asked it like you were clearly you were concerned about putting him down as to whether or not he was gay. Because every single time Nick Fuentes brought up like any woman in the story in his like stump speech, PBD could not help but like just get distracted and like chase that down. It was completely fucking irrelevant.
We sit down, we debate these ideas. And if you're a long-term thinker, long-term thinkers, everything works itself out. If you truly have a vision, if you're walking on eggshells every single flipping day, everything has to be perfect for you, good luck. And that's to everybody. I don't want any feedback from any one of you guys on what happened on Her Take. I don't want your opinions. Guys, here, this is our show. This is our brand. We're not going to say anything here. We're going to move on. I'm giving you mine. You're hearing it from the EP of Her Take. I want to take a moment quickly to address that, and we can move on to anything else. By the way, if you're a talent looking to be on Her Take, and actually, you know, some people were thinking,
what happened to, we have 50 people that could have taken this job. Now you're like looking to get more people. What happened to that other list?
Be great for Her Take. Yeah, but we had a bad incident, which, by the way, Anna didn't walk off when he did what he did. And I called you and I said what? I said, hey. I said,
so PBD knows about Adam throwing that fucking tampon.
What? Distasteful. Yeah. To do something like that, right? I didn't ask you to apologize or anything. I just said that's distasteful on what you did. And he said, yeah, you know what? Good, we'll move on. But if you're a lady and
okay, so all you did was make Adam apologize to you, not actually to Ana Kasparian. Awesome.
Also in 2027, 2028, you want to be part of the plan that we have on what we want to do by 2027, 2028, and you're somebody that's willing to have the conversation, reach out to me on Connect or send us recommendations in Connect Circle. Anybody that you want. Rob, can you go to Connect Circle's QR code. Go there, join our circle, PBD Podcast Circle. You can join it for free.
You guys.
Or if you want to comment on it, you can join it for $10 a month.
All you have to, for the low price of what was it? It was like $58,000. You can talk to PBD for an hour.
And tell us what you think. Tell us who you recommend. We will get back to you and see on exactly what we'll have there. We're always hiring people for the show, and we're excited about it. And when we regroup and come back, we're excited to see what we do next. Anyways.
Did you see that? I just sent you a text. There was a shooting at a Dallas ICE facility involving a sniper. Multiple shooters reported active shooting.
Now?
Right at 7 a.m. they were shooting.
Oh my God! Imagine like getting your breaking news from this show.
The roof. They were transporting illegals, and a sniper was shooting and hit a couple people. And I think Homeland Security went to respond. And apparently, allegedly, he had a self-inflicted gunshot wound to his head. And this just happened. This just happened. Boom.
This
in
is
Dallas.
where?
This is in Dallas, Pat. We're at the ICE facility where they're unloading. So at 7 o'clock, shots were fired at the ICE facility.
ICE like ICE.
ICE. ICE
like immigration.
Yeah.
Federal ICE.
What the fuck? Does PBD not know what ICE is?
Him. It's
Why
like
am I even surprised?
It's a clip wrap.
Yeah.
I believe that he was shooting at law
Oh my God. Okay, what is this? Adam and Tom thing. Very funny. What the hell is this? The hell is this PBDT?
What are you doing right now?
You don't like that? You don't like the statement?
Tom, you good?
I don't have the luxury of labeling, quote unquote, 100 million people in America, the other side, as evil, and I'll tell you why.
I didn't say all of them are
No,
evil.
I know. I'm just saying this is me.
No, I think you
all
need
my
the premise
friends
to kind of toss back at
Adam is so fucking bitchy, man. He is so passive aggressive.
Vinny there, but make your point.
Excuse me?
I think you made the premise to toss back at Vinny, but go ahead and make your point.
Are you hosting the show right now? What are you doing right now?
You don't like that? You don't like the statement?
What's happening right now?
Go
Can
ahead.
I, Tom, respectfully, let me address Vinny. Thank you. You're calling.
Oh my God.
This is so funny. Go ahead.
Tom, you good?
Oh, I'm very good.
Okay, go ahead.
Are you though?
Yes.
Adam, go ahead.
I thought I was talking to Vinny, but I don't know what happened here. But love you, Tom. Let me address Vinny. What are you doing right now?
Oh my God, these fucking men, dude. Messy bitches that love drama. I love how they're like, again, they're like, ooh, look at that. Look at the little cat fight on her take. Meanwhile, you get a peek at their fucking shows, which I have. I've seen endless hours of it. There's no shortage of times where they have these like really, really bitchy, like passive aggressive back and forths. They're totally avoidable, but they can't because they're fucking egos. And then somebody else like sent this to me. What is this? Like hold on, what the fuck is this? Rubin panics when Jillian Michaels mentions gay marriage. Let's see what this is like.
Didn't read because of the one time of the year he doesn't pay attention to the news is when he's on vacation, apparently.
So Nancy Mace launched a bid for governor of South Carolina, and Marsha Blackburn announced she's going to run for governor in Tennessee. And yeah, there's no video on this. It's just like what I don't love is, Marsha Blackburn's not for gay marriage. And
is she not? I've interviewed her a couple times.
I don't think so.
I would bring it up with her next time.
I think she's.
Oh, you know who
not.
You know who's still on vacation is his sound guy.
Dude, I was gonna say Dave Rubin literally sounds fucking terrible.
Especially when it's the topic of gay marriage.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
I'll bring it up with her next time I see her.
Aggressively not.
Bring it up with her next time.
I think she's not, and pretty aggressively not.
Look,
In 2022, Mace was among 47 Republican representatives who voted in favor of the Respect for Marriage Act, which protects. So unless he's been on vacation since 2022,
This is about
Marsha
Marsha Blackburn, though.
Oh, this is about Blackburn.
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
From Tennessee, which I'm sure is the same thing.
Yeah, I'll look up her.
And pretty aggressively not.
Look, anyone can have whatever their own religious and personal philosophical belief is. I don't think that should supersede another citizen's right to engage in a relationship that they wish to engage in. And I think the ship has really sailed on that. So I
hope so.
I wouldn't really, well, certainly at a governor level, the governor has no ability to do anything about that. But
Here's the concern. I mean, and I'll try to be quick. Is like I think you saw there was some worry they were going to try to bring up gay marriage in the Supreme Court. It turned out to be a nothing burger. It had to do, long story short, the Supreme Court didn't agree to hear this case yet. It had to do with this woman's freedoms.
Let's define what a nothing burger is. If you have a fear that the
You guys can't send me Sammy Cedar because I'm supposed to be reacting and then I just end up wanting to watch. I can't like top Sam Cedar's commentary.
revisit marriage equality in the Obergefell case, it's a pretty legitimate concern based upon, they certainly set the precedent. They've set the precedent to go back to miscegenation cases. about marriage.
Which is true. Clarence Thomas has talked about overturning, like they want to review Obergefell and they want to review it, like that. The precedent for Obergefell is Loving v. Virginia, which legalized interracial marriage.
But it's a nothing burger. Keep telling yourself that. I don't know if you paid attention to what's going on in the Republican Party, but it's a nothing burger. I mean, the reason why Dave Rubin has her on today is because he's no longer on the Blaze, because they found out that not only that he was married, but he was having a kid.
Yeah. Marsha Blackburn, a set of Supreme Court ruling granted marriage equality in 2015 to same-sex couples in all 50 states. Today's Supreme Court decision is a disappointment. I have always supported traditional marriage. She also voted against LGBT inclusive Employment Non-Discrimination Act, twice voted in favor of the federal constitutional amendment banning marriage equality. So, yeah, ask her about it next time, Dave.
Said he's already interviewed her a few times.
Never came up.
I missed that.
Or it turned out to be a nothing burger. It had to do, like, long story short, the Supreme Court didn't agree to hear this case yet.
There's a Seinfeld something over Dave Rubin's. You see that?
Yeah, it's a framed script.
Oh, beautiful.
It had to do with this woman's freedom of speech, I think, and religion, not necessarily relitigating gay marriage, but the concern is that it could come up. And then, like, what if it gets
pause it for a second? Look at the look on Dave Rubin's face. This is this. Like, keep it up there. I just look at it. It's like Dave Rubin's face. He apparently like
Socrates. Thank you so much for the raid. Do you want to join me for the Shoeonhead video?
I wasn't sure how this worked, but it's quite clear to me now that she came up with these stories. Yeah. And he is in a full-on panic because he must never, ever talk about this topic because it was so debilitating to his audience when he was like announced with joy, as one would.
Like when he announced to his audience that, yeah, like he was adopting kids with his husband, like he got a bunch of homophobic hate, unsurprisingly. And they were like, you're buying your kids.
You announce with joy when you get the kids. After a couple of years, you start to realize. but he announced with joy about he's having twins, he and his husband through a surrogate. And his audience just completely
like lost their minds,
attacked him. And like Glenn Beck had to attack and create distance between them. And,
they're calling him unholy.
And look at the look of terror on his face as she is talking about this.
It's like he's in a roller coaster.
It's honestly like, my God, didn't anybody tell you we never, ever talk about this?
Are you choking?
To hear this case yet. It had to do with this woman's.
Yeah, he's experiencing high level ideas. This is a guy who, like, again, wrote a book called like Don't Burn This Book, and like, oh, I'm all for dangerous conversations. Not gay marriage though.
Freedom of speech, I think, and religion, not necessarily relitigating gay marriage, but the concern is that it could come up. And then, like, what if it gets kicked back to the states? And if it does, you know, what kind of influence?
At the end of the day, we have equal protection under the law that's guaranteed in the Constitution of the United States. Marriage, in and of itself, is not in the Constitution. So if you're going to say that straight people can get married, then gay people can get married. But let's... All
right.
Let's not talk about this anymore.
Here we go. August 11th, it was revealed that...
Oh my God, it's fucking uncomfortable as fuck. Okay. Let's do... Sean. I'm going to do the Shoeonhead video, you guys, finally. Oh, wait, I had this open. Fuck. Okay. So 11 days ago, Shoeonhead put out this video called These People Are Sick. I meant to cover it. I'm barely getting around to it now, but it's kind of still relevant since Charlie Kirk stuff's still in the news. So I'm going to cover it before it's just too late. But I have not watched this yet. I've seen like a clip or two, and let's see what she has to say.
On September 10th, Charlie Kirk was giving a talk at Utah Valley University, and out of nowhere, he was dead, live, in front of a bunch of college kids, in front of his wife and his 2 children. And I don't think the country
Dude, that's not even true. I don't know, like, by September 18th, hadn't she already made her first statement? Hold on. Erica Kirk, if I put, like, first statement, like, right out the gate, we're, like, already on a lie. So this was September 12th. So she put this out September 18th. Like, hold on, this is so weird that I have to put blueberry. Look. That's definitely not going to be something that his daughter is going to be bringing up in therapy. But yeah, this was September 12th. And then if you go to Erica Kirk's Wikipedia page, in an interview with the New York Times, Erica explained how she pushed to see Kirk's body against advice from law enforcement. She reportedly told authorities, "With all due respect, I want to see what they did to my husband," before kissing him goodbye. She said he looked like he died happy with a Mona Lisa-like half smile. A memorial service for Charlie was held on September 21st at State Farm Stadium in Glendale, Arizona. The service was attended by over 90,000 people. Prominent figures in attendance included President Donald Trump and Vice President J.D. Vance, as well as Erica herself, who publicly forgave her husband's killer. Okay. Weird comments aside, does this not, again, I want to see what they did to my husband. Like, I don't think that she's just talking about, like, up close. Between her initial statement and that, I don't think that the woman, his wife and daughter were there. Let alone that, like, they were killed in front of him. So we're 13 seconds in, there's already a lie.
Ever going
or a false statement.
Same. Not only because of this horrific tragedy, but because of everything that followed. The dark, disturbing realization—
Wait, what? This country's never going to be the same?
In front of his wife and his 2 children. And I don't think the country is ever going to be the same. Not only because of this horrific tragedy, but because of everything—
Okay, like, to act like this, again, like, it was huge news, but, like, the reason why it's not going to be the same is because he's a martyr for a fascist movement that is using his murder to for power grabs. That's why.
Followed. The dark, disturbing realization that we may not be on the same page as our coworkers, classmates, friends, neighbors, doctors, when it comes to the issue of murder. I was crashing out on Twitter a few days ago, just stream of consciousness posting about it, with run-on sentences and everything. 4 days later, I have a clearer head, but I still feel the
Most people didn't know him. Well, you don't have to know. It's not that, like, the reason why it's not as impactful as she's saying is, or in the way that she's saying, is not because people didn't know him. Like, you know, some of the most notable deaths are obviously going to be famous people or celebrities or whatever sometimes. But, like, it's just not as impactful. Like, it's not, it's just a weird way to put that. It's like it's reminding me a little bit. It's not as bad as PBD trying to suggest that Charlie Kirk was, like, bigger than MLK.
Exact same way. So we are going to talk about what happened. We're going to talk about the aftermath. And then we're going to get a little personal, because frankly, I don't see the country the same anymore, and I know a lot of you feel the exact same way, so we're going to talk about it after we talk about everything else. Charlie Kirk was
to me, it would be, I don't know.
Not a healthcare CEO. He was not a—
Like, do you think that she made it? Was there a video? I think there's a video on her channel where she, like, briefly talked about George Floyd and I remember this Hell World episode, or, like, this Hell World series. Hold on. Yeah, here's where she talked about, like,
hello and welcome.
Derek Chauvin killing George Floyd. This is, can I show this? Okay, let's see how she talks. Like, let's compare this, her commentary on this, how she talks about, like, killing of, like, an unarmed black man.
So if you were unaware, which I'm very sure you are aware, a man named George Floyd was basically executed by the state right in front of our eyes over a counterfeit $20 bill. Now, if you haven't seen this video, I will leave the link down below. Basically, a cop with his hands in his pockets, very casually and not at all sociopathic, has his knee on George Floyd's throat for like 8 minutes as George cries out about 13 times that he cannot breathe. Imagine our shock when he inevitably stops breathing and dies. There were also other cops helping hold him down, and one other cop basically just standing standing guard, just observing a man slowly slip into death's embrace. Normal things. Since then, the 4 officers involved have been arrested. Asian, black, white, Hispanic, all the races coming together to uphold a corrupt system the future liberals want. Apparently, some news outlets were implying George Floyd died because of high blood pressure and some drugs in his system. He apparently just so happened to pass away the exact moment he was having his throat crushed by a man's knee.
So like the thing that she's rightly decrying here, you do realize that the man that you're mourning and like his entire like side of the political aisle is like completely on board with lying about the circumstances surrounding George Floyd's murder, and the fact that they unironically go around saying he died of a fentanyl overdose, Derek Chauvin didn't kill him, and call for Derek Chauvin to be released, right?
You know, they're going to be claiming that he's got like the coronavirus.
The music, yeah.
But anyway, this is not the first time this happened. There are countless cases of unarmed people being killed by police, disproportionately for their population, black people. So people were naturally outraged by George Floyd's death. So people started to protest and riot in the smashing a cop window in Minneapolis. Outraged by George Floyd's death. For their population, black people. So people were naturally outraged by George Floyd's death. So people started to protest and riot in the streets of Minneapolis. Now, the first thing I saw was somebody at a police station smashing a cop window with a skateboard. Now, that was some old school NWA, old school the police, but it very quickly spiraled out of control. People were looting businesses like Target and then burning them down. People were stealing cars from car dealerships, hot wiring construction vehicles. It was like GTA in real life. Not good. There was a lot of violence, most notably a fight between some guy with a sword and like 10 other people, and we were all pretty sure sword guy died. Thankfully, he did not, but we can't say the same for a 77-year-old retired policeman named David Dorn, who was killed by looters. Someone's grandpa, someone's father, dead on the sidewalk over a TV. CNN headquarters.
Okay, so like the reaction, like there's more time spent on like rioters or whatever than on the people that were going around pushing the lie that George Floyd had like a fentanyl overdose. Isn't that more disgusting, Chu? No? I don't know. It seems more important to cover, and maybe in a more like serious manner than like this, if this is the somber tone that we're taking for Charlie Kirk. And like these people are sick. Like those people are equally as sick. Those people that were lying about all of that and being racist as fuck.
Powerful politician. And let me be 100% clear.
Wait, what? Hold on.
Feel the exact same way. So we're going to talk about it after we talk about everything else. Charlie Kirk was not a healthcare CEO. He was not a powerful politician. And let me be 100% clear.
Okay. If we're like, I've been like all of this over a podcaster's death or whatever to demonstrate like flippantly to demonstrate the absurdity of like this crackdown on free speech in response to his murder. But that was like just to highlight again like the absurdity of everything that's going on in response to his death. But I do not want to understate the like organizing impact of like Charlie Kirk, because really like, yeah, he was an influencer, but he did a lot of campus organizing. Like he funneled money sometimes like illegally, I think like illegally. Give me a second. Into like college campus, like student government elections. Like this is not, hold on. Just like he was just, just like a guy with a microphone. Right-wing group funneling thousands of dollars to student government campaigns. For Charlie Kirk, higher education is a political battleground, a place where his team right has been losing for too long. May 7, 2017. The rising young conservative star uses his frequent Fox News appearances to blast college campuses as islands of totalitarianism filled with liberal students and faculty members who force their worldview upon those around them. So Mr. Kirk's nonprofit political advocacy group, TPUSA, launched a secret counteroffensive, the goal getting young conservatives elected to student government at universities around the country. Campus-based groups of all political stripes have long encouraged their members to pursue leadership roles, and so have their fraternities and sororities. What makes Turning Point unique, student leaders say, is that its outside parent organization provides critical manpower and thousands of dollars to help win elections. Critics say Turning Point has taken on the role of a super PAC for student government. Evidence of Turning Point's influence in student elections can be found from coast to coast. The Chronicle identified at least a dozen colleges that featured candidates who were either Turning Point members, were endorsed by Turning Point, or received campaign assistance from Mr. Kirk's group. It might seem like a kind of silly thing to try to take over student government associations, Mr. Kirk, 23, said during a public appearance before a conservative group in 2015. But he noted that at large universities, student government budgets can be as much as tens of millions of dollars, and student leaders increasingly have the bully pulpit to champion certain causes, whether progressive issues like divesting college endowments from fossil fuels or conservative priorities like the elimination of free speech restrictions. This is funny that, like, again, this is, conservatives really care about free speech. We're not going to change the professor's mind. You're not going to get teachers fired, Mr. Kirk told the group. I'm sure he'd love that. But the only vulnerability there is the only little opening is student government association races and elections, and we're investing a lot of time and energy and money in it. Turning Point student government push, he told the audience, is a rather undercover underground operation. The organization has been much more outspoken in promoting its Professor Watchlist website, which lists faculty members who the conservative groups believe have a quote-unquote radical agenda. Turning Point was founded in 2012 and says it has a presence on more than 1,000 college campuses. Some of Turning Point's election candidates have been victorious. At a couple of other colleges, the organization's contributions eventually leaked out, leading to front-page student newspaper scandals and abrupt withdrawal of the affiliated candidates. In elections this spring, candidates at Ohio State University and the University of Maryland at College Park dropped out after they were caught violating spending rules and attempting to hide the help they received from Turning Point. The group's interest in University of Maryland's elections appears to go back to at least 2015, when Briar Hilagas, then president of the campus's College Republicans chapter, sent a message to the club's email list. Anyone who wants to run for SGA president, or I guess Student Government Association probably, Turning Point is offering to pay thousands of dollars, literally, to your campaign to help get a conservative in the position. If you are interested in being one of these candidates, let me know. There are potential off-campus perks to stacking student government with conservatives. In state capitals and in Congress, the support or opposition of student leaders can help determine the fate of education legislation. If student body presidents rally behind a proposed law, that boosts its credibility. Student body president at the University of Colorado at Boulder, Marcus Vitenos, helped persuade state lawmakers this year to pass a bill outlawing free speech zones on campuses. Conservatives have long complained that free speech zones are a way for liberal administrators to stifle unpopular points of view. I have no idea what these free speech zones are or whatever, but like just this idea that, like, again, he was just like a podcaster or whatever. Like, this is a guy, again, a Professor Watchlist website.
System has taken a devastating toll on our children, and those impacts were only amplified during the COVID lockdowns. Parents began to see what their children were learning in the classroom and said, quote, "This doesn't represent our family values." From sexualized material in textbooks to teaching CRT and implementing the 1619 Project doctrine, the radical leftist agenda will not stop. At Turning Point USA, we've made it our mission to fight for conservative values every day. But we can't do it without patriots like you. That's why we've created resources for you and encourage you to check out our school board watch list, professor watch list, and dean's list websites. The school...
Oh, cool. So basically the ideological precursor to Libs of TikTok shit.
Board watch list exposes school districts that host Drag Queen Story Hour, teach courses on transgenderism, and implement unsafe gender-neutral bathroom policies. The Professor Watchlist uncovers the most radical left-wing professors from universities that are known to suppress conservative voices and advance the progressive agenda. The Dean's List flips the script as we grade the universities based on their values, so students who wish to continue their education can make decisions with confidence. Fill out the form below so you can get involved and receive our Watchlist weekly newsletters, where we share the latest stories happening in America's education system. We need more passionate Americans like you to get involved and speak up at your local school board meetings or college campuses. Start now by contacting us and submitting tips about radical schools, universities, and professors. Thank you all, and keep up the fight to save America.
So literally, like cancel culture, canary mission shit, but for quote unquote, like radical liberals or whatever, anybody that wasn't on board with the MAGA agenda was vulnerable to be put on this fucking list and potentially fired. Discriminate against college students. They get to document college professors who discriminate against conservative students and advance leftist propaganda in the fucking classroom. Yeah, according to Ezra Klein, this is doing politics the right way, by the way. Yeah, he was not a powerful politician. Like, dude, this is a man who wanted to like rig and corrupt student body election systems. This was a man that was like had money behind him to get people fired and their livelihood destroyed because they discriminated against a MAGA Republican or whatever the fuck that's supposed to mean.
I'm not saying this to say that it's okay when those people are murdered. My point is that those are positions of power that most people cannot relate to. Like, the average person is just so far removed from that world. But I think what happened to Charlie is hitting differently because, like I said on Twitter, he was just a fucking guy. He was a fucking podcaster. He was a guy who talked about politics.
Oh my god, she like continues to do this like he's just a small bean, he's just a guy, he's just a dude with a mic who had a dream. Like, he didn't co-found TPUSA with the multimillionaire when he was 18. Like, he didn't, like, this was not like just your average dude. This was not somebody who just became like a big YouTuber like Mr. Beast or something, who at this point is like too big to fail in like his own corporation. This is not like a fucking rags to riches story. This was a dude who like got his foot in the door with a bunch of conservative boomer Koch brother type donors and started building TPUSA like a decade ago. This is just a guy who met with the president, whose show was hosted by like the vice president once he died. This is just like a totally normal dude. This is a guy who, like, again, if I put Midas, let's see, normal dude. White House contacted Charlie Kirk and other MAGA propagandists to try to quell the online backlash to his involvement in the Israel-Iran war. This was June 18, 2025. Fearing a backlash from his isolationist alliance supporters, White House officials have quietly reached out to conservative influencers to explain Trump's possible shift away from diplomacy. Among those contacted was MAGA acolyte Charlie Kirk, who recently polled his conservative audience on whether the U.S. should intervene. Nearly 90% said no, the Journal reported. Some prominent conservatives have toned down their rhetoric, but discontent has continued to burst into public view, as longtime Trump supporters voiced concerns that the president is abandoning his campaign trail pledge to extract the U.S. from foreign entanglements, according to the report. Normal dude, BTW, just an average guy.
Conservative beliefs. Not everyone knows
just a guy with conservative beliefs.
Billionaire CEO or a powerful politician, but they do know somebody with conservative beliefs. They know somebody who holds some or many of Charlie Kirk's opinion.
Again, who hold those beliefs. It's not an identity. It's a thing that you're freely choosing to associate. That's a thing that you choose to do and believe in. That's not like it's not an immutable characteristic. I mean, I guess if you want to get into some sort of like highfalutin, really like philosophical arguments of like how much free will do we have, so much of our life is like predetermined because of our socioeconomic background and blah blah blah, but like generally speaking, again, if we're going to have anybody be held accountable for anything, people are responsible for the things that they say, people are responsible for the things that they do and for the choices that they make. Don't think that should be that hard. And I do not consider choosing to vote for particular candidates or choosing to hold certain beliefs as I don't view this as the same way as like, again, you're like somebody discriminates you against like because of your fucking race or your gender, obviously.
Because despite what people in their little bubble believe, his core ideology and what he believed is the same shit like your conservative boomer uncle on Facebook posts. You can only...
my conservative boomer uncle on Facebook. You mean the crazy one who's like an anti-vaxxer now and has fallen down a QAnon rabbit hole that doesn't talk to his family? You mean that guy? Oh, God. Thank God. Okay, so normal, right?
Disagree with this if you are unfamiliar with Charlie Kirk or you are unfamiliar with the many different branches.
Kirk was not a moderate.
And different ideologies.
Just because you're not a groyper does not mean you are a moderate.
Of the right wing. Now, don't get me wrong, Charlie Kirk had many bad takes over the years. Like, for example,
let's get into it.
Most popular quotes I see people posting are the one where he advocated for stoning gays and black women are too stupid to be pilots. But guess what? Both those things, the two most popular quotes people are posting to justify this guy being murdered, are out of context. But idiots like Stephen King ran with it, then later had to apologize for...
Okay, like, the one about the black women, like, was not out of context. It's just racism with more words if you add the context. If I put processing... If we would have said that Joy Reid and Michelle Obama and Sheila Jackson-Lee and Ketanji Brown Jackson were affirmative action picks, we would have been called racists. Now they're coming out and they're saying it for us. You do not have the brain processing power to otherwise be taken really seriously. You had to go steal a white person's slot to go be taken somewhat seriously. This is Charlie Kirk, July 13, 2023. what context surrounds this that negates this or mitigates the racist sentiments that are already plainly and clearly expressed here. If we don't like that, though, let's see. If I see a black pilot, I'm going to be like, boy, I hope he's qualified. Charlie Kirk, January 23rd, 2024. If you're a WNBA pot-smoking black lesbian, do you get treated better than a United States Marine? Just asking questions, right? Charlie Kirk, December 8th, 2022. Happening all the time in urban America. Prowling blacks go around for fun to target white people. That's a fact. That's happening more and more. That's some fact reporting from May 19th, 2023 from Charlie Kirk. If I'm dealing with somebody in customer service who's a moronic black woman, I wonder, is she there because of her excellence or is she there because of affirmative action? January 3rd, 2024. What is the context here? Like, let me see if I put Charlie Kirk stoning gay people. Let's see. Let's see what it... Okay. Charlie Kirk did say stoning gay people was the perfect law and these other heinous quotes. Where does he say that? Author Stephen King received backlash online and issued an apology after saying in a post to X, formerly Twitter, that Kirk advocated stoning gays to death. But King's claim wasn't wrong. Kirk did say that, and so many other horrible things about the queer community. Here are some of Kirk's most heinous comments about LGBTQ plus people. They're not only hateful, they're just plain incorrect. Let's see if I put stoning. Let's see. This is a 2-minute clip. While criticizing YouTuber Ms. Rachel for quoting "Love Your Neighbor" to defend celebrating Pride Month, Charlie Kirk quoted a Bible verse used to justify stoning gay people to death. Kirk called the stoning verse God's perfect law when it comes to sexual matters. Let's see. Where's the rest of let me see if I feel like this is not getting at what he was saying, or there could be something that really, really distorts the context of it.
The Miss Rachel costume and the uniform, etc. And she comes back and she's like, now I'm just talking as Rachel. And she goes, the reason I'm this way is because I'm Christian. And in the Bible, it says, love your neighbor. And really, I approach people in love. And if you're not doing that, I guess you're not really following the Bible. She didn't say that part, you're not following the Bible, but that was kind of the underlying piece there. So Charlie, what's going on with that?
Well, let's let her say it. 120, I'll respond, and then I got to dash.
I've shared prayers on here before and said, God bless. And that's because my faith is really important to me. And it's also one reason why I love every neighbor. In Matthew 22, a religious teacher asked Jesus, what's the most important commandment? And Jesus says to love God and to love your neighbor as yourself. All the law and the prophets hang on these two commandments. There's no greater commandments than these. I believe it's mentioned 8 times, love your neighbor. So yes, everyone belongs, everyone's welcome, everyone is treated with empathy and respect. It doesn't say love every neighbor except. There are so many reasons I stand strong in love. I stand with everyone. That's who I am. And the love back and the God bless if you disagree is genuine.
Andrew?
I was just, to Jack's point, I'm dying to know, what do you think when Miss Rachel quotes scripture in that way?
I mean, Satan's quoted scripture plenty.
It doesn't just say love your neighbor, though. It does say love your neighbor except, in a sense.
As yourself, but hold on. She's not totally wrong when she says, first of all, the first part is Deuteronomy 6:3-5. The second part is Leviticus 19. So you love God. So you must love his law. How do you love somebody?
Here we go, folks.
You love them by telling them the truth, not by confirming or affirming their sin. And it says, by the way, Miss Rachel, you might want to crack open that Bible of yours. In a lesser referenced part of the same part of Scripture is in Leviticus 18, is that thou shalt lay with another man shall be stoned to death. Just saying. So, Miss Rachel, you quote Leviticus 19, love your neighbor as yourself. The chapter before affirms God's perfect law when it comes to sexual matters.
Okay. If the point here is that the reason why it's taken out of context is because he's demonstrating to Miss Rachel that you can cherry pick verses in the Bible to support your agenda or whatever, I really fail to see how this is out of context, because I feel like this is a pathetic gotcha on his part to be like, oh, if you like the Bible so much, how come you're conveniently ignoring where it says we're supposed to be discriminating against gay people and stoning them to death? All of God's laws, all of God's words are perfect or whatever, so this is equally as perfect as that. Why do you ignore that?
Spreading misinformation about a dead man. These people will build a straw man.
So either he agrees with that or he thinks we should throw the whole thing out. I think what he was saying is oh, Miss Rachel, you're correct. She does say to love everybody, but God also outlines the different ways that people can face judgment and punishment for their behaviors, their identity, their sexual identity, etc.
Of you in their minds, they get so fucking mad about it that they celebrate the real you dying. Horrifying. But more importantly, even if everything was in context, who cares? Oh, he said this. Oh, he said this. I don't care. There are many things he said that I disagree with. There are many things he said that I think are bad. Who cares? It is just a fact that nothing he said warranted his life being taken away. This is America. We have freedom of speech here. Unless you criticize a certain country, but for the most part, we have freedom of speech here. So after detaining not just one wrong guy, but two wrong guys, the FBI finally got the shooter. Only because his own father turned him in. I guess they were just too fucking busy not releasing the Epstein files to catch a political assassin. It was this f***ass demon, Tyler Robinson, 22 years old, another irony-poisoned Reddit shooter who wrote a bunch of memes on the bullets, including, "Hey fascist catch," and
"Notices, bulges, capital O-W-O, what's this question mark?"
I fucking hate it here. A lot of people were saying that the shooter was a groiper, which is a far-right fan of the streamer Nick Fuentes, and I have no fucking idea where that came from.
As opposed to a far-right fan of Charlie Kirk, who's moderate.
To be so honest, I have seen no actual proof of this. And it doesn't make sense because someone further right than Charlie Kirk wouldn't call Charlie Kirk a fascist, and they wouldn't say he was hateful. Their proof is that the shooter once dressed up like the Slav squat meme from 2012, and they also found a separate meme of Pepe the Frog dressed like the Slav squat meme. Therefore, the shooter is a groiper. That is like seeing a photo of the shooter dressed like a clown, and then seeing this image of Pepe the Frog dressed like a clown, and then being like, groiper confirmed. What is the connection? The shooter didn't even post the Pepe image. Like, where did the Pepe even come from? Just a bunch of liberal boomers not understanding memes. The other thing I saw was the shooter had
just
Republican...
said he was irony pilled though. Yeah, that's the thing. This whole, like, why would... Again, when people were, like, trying to speculate as to what his motives were, given, like, very, very little background information that they had on him, yeah, like, people... Again, that one, they're just doing that. They're speculating. You can say it's inappropriate or that you don't understand it or it's a reach or whatever. But is it... I think that given, to me, all of the hesitation surrounding the right wing and how desperate they were to say it's the left's fault, and like the war that Charlie Kirk had with groypers, it was not irrational or unreasonable to suspect that it might have been a fucking groyper.
Parents, and therefore the shooter must be Republican, which is just funny because we all see what these people say about their Republican parents every Thanksgiving. But I guess we'll see. It's September 14th when I am recording this, so maybe more things will come out. Editor Shoe here, more things came out. Definitely not a groiper. At the end,
wait, what?
Maybe
hold on.
More things will come out. Editor Shoe here.
Utah governor says the motive in Kirk shooting is not yet certain, but the suspect was on the left. Oh, well, if the Utah governor said a thing, then it must be true. This is not citing any evidence. You're citing the word of a politician. You know that's different than citing evidence, right? This is not somebody in the FBI. This is not after a thorough investigation. This is a politician who is making a statement. That's it. That's not proof of anything.
Here,
that's proof that Utah governor said that thing.
Came out, definitely not a groiper. At the end of the day,
the Utah governor also believes Garden of Eden was in Missouri, correct?
Of every single one of my or your opinions, it ultimately doesn't matter. One person may have pulled the trigger, but then we saw the reaction of many.
We think that Charlie Kirk just got shot in the neck. Hey, ooh, ah.
Dude, TikTok audios. It says when you've been manifesting for it to happen, but it ends up happening to Charlie Kirk. I don't want to get hit with copyright strike. Hold on. Okay, TikTok teen. Yo, they got Charlie Kirk, bro. I've never been happier. Ha ha ha. That's what this person's saying in this video.
Nothing to do with. I would say pour one out for Kirky boy, but I don't waste good beer on little bitches.
Rest in peace, bozo!
Charlie Kirk just got put down like a fucking dog in Utah.
I do not, and I will not, ever feel bad when bad people get what the fuck they deserve.
I just heard that someone shot Charlie Kirk?
Like, is the issue to her that the jokes are tasteless, or is the issue that we're politicizing somebody's death? Because Charlie Kirk himself advocated for people to politicize other people's deaths. It was literally one of the last tweets that he ever made. Hold on, I'm not kidding. It might be both. But she's already hold on. Oh my god, they've posted on this account since he's been killed. Let's see. There. If we want things to change, it's 100% necessary to politicize the senseless murder of Irina Zarutska because it was politics that allowed a savage monster with 14 priors to be free on the streets to kill her. This was tweeted by Charlie Kirk on September 10th 1:34 p.m. is literally the day he was killed. Philip Shu's reaction to the healthcare CEO's shooting. Let's see if she was consistent. Let me see. If I put like Luigi, she hadn't really been using Twitter, so she might not have ever like posted about him.
Thoughts and prayers.
Oh no, someone shot Charlie Kirk. Look, I don't know who needs to hear this today, but that's how you pick up a woman.
Homie dead. Fuck your homie dead. Fuck your homie dead. He got shot in the head. We got Charlie in the neck. We got Charlie in the neck.
Okay, like again, this is not my style of humor personally. But one, I don't feel the need to like condemn stuff like this, and two, if like this is not something that is unique to the left. This is literally, again, you can find all of this and more on the right for George Floyd. And the difference is that George Floyd was an unarmed civilian. Charlie Kirk was a multimillionaire who dedicated his life to spreading hate and a bastardized version of Christianity.
I heard someone got shot today.
I'm sure there's some atheists in my audience that are like, no, that's what Christianity is all about. But I'm telling you, not all Christians believe or think like Charlie Kirk, even evangelical ones.
I had a tummy ache this morning. Stay alive out there.
The sympathy for Charlie Kirk is f***ing weird. You don't have to like violence, but I'm confused as to how you thought the revolution was going to be magically bloodless.
I've been saying we need to bring back political assassinations. I don't feel bad, and I don't think that everyone deserves the right to free speech. I think some people should be afraid to express their opinion in public.
I didn't like what he said, and I didn't like his opinions, and I don't really give a shit that he's dead.
The best part of this whole goddamn thing is that he is not martyr material, so his death will mean nothing. It will activate no one.
Celebrating his death, it's not humor, it's both. There's people celebrating his death in this, there's people that are also, that are making jokes out of it.
It will impact few.
But like, what am I supposed to do with this? Yeah, you're gonna find shit like this on TikTok. 1. 2, these people need to be fired. These people need to be deplatformed. Like, what is the argument here? But like, what is the prescription that comes next for these people? Should they be fired or what? Or banned?
It's just great.
There are a lot of people that are like, no matter what side.
Like, I'll be honest. I don't like it, but do I think you should be banned from a platform for making jokes about Charlie Kirk or George Floyd? No.
Of politics you're on, you should never celebrate something bad happening to someone. I, on the other hand, do cheer when bad things happen to bad people.
Charlie Kirk just got shot.
I saw the video before they even put out the confirmation. There was no chance that he made it through that. This wasn't the one we were hoping for, but a welcome surprise nonetheless.
I'm surprised that y'all didn't get rid of him.
You should do a comp of the prior assassination reacts from people in office. No, I don't think so.
And I'm surprised that you guys aren't getting rid of more people. Like, don't stop with him. Don't let him be the end all.
Like, okay, they're doing this. The more interesting question is like, okay, but why are they doing it? Is it because Charlie Kirk dedicated his life to hate, like spreading hate for anybody that wasn't like a white Christian male? Might have something to do with that, right? It doesn't follow from that it's the most appropriate response, or that this is just like, you can go from there and still have criticisms or whatever. But 1, I don't think that these people actually try to understand where they're coming from. 2, I'm sorry, when I look at the jokes that are made at at the expense of like George Floyd and stuff like that, what is motivating that to me is pure racism. I struggle to find anything other than just like racial resentment or hatred for him, like the he was no angel shit or whatever in that instance, as opposed to this where it's like, you could say it's like a crass response or whatever, but Charlie Kirk again was like David Duke as far as I'm concerned.
Get rid of them all. His wife deserves to go too. Y'all keep on talking about his wife and kids. They need to go too, because they're carrying on that mentality and that lineage. Like, get rid of the whole family. I'm so sorry. Why did you guys stop with him?
There were thousands of videos like that. Some of these people posting with their full names and faces, with hundreds and thousands of likes. Thousands of tweets celebrating it, with 500,000 likes. And it's important to remember that all of those likes are a real person. Millions of people in this country apparently believe the acceptable response to speech they don't like is murder. This wasn't just a bunch of fringe blue hair SJWs or whatever. They were teachers, professors, doctors, HR workers, healthcare workers, nurses, pediatricians, people who work with kids, people's classmates, roommates. They are teachers showing our children.
Teacher forced 10-year-olds to watch Kirk murder video again and again by raw egg nationalist. Teacher, what is this? What even forced 10-year-olds to watch Kirk murder? I mean, like, by raw egg national, I'm already like, what is this about, or what? I want this specific article. Raw egg nationalist. What is this? Like, what website is this? Clearwatch, thank you for subscribing. Or resubscribing. At tier 1 on a 4-month streak. Even the name sounds like it's the name of the writer. A fascist. What is this? Who is this person? So they have 300,000 followers. Brog nationalist at Baby Gravy 9, #1 best-selling author. Co-founder at Kindred Harvest, the Eggs Benedict option. So some book anonymously. If the bro scientists have a spiritual leader, it would be a man who calls himself raw egg nationalist Tucker Carlson. Does that even sound like it? No, it's not. But I just like want to know, like, what is he affiliated with or what? A Canadian teacher has been suspended after forcing a class of 10-year-olds to watch a video of Charlie Kirk's murder over and over again while ranting about fascism. This doesn't even seem like a real article though. It's just like a screenshot of something that he wrote because I like can't find. Oh wait, InfoWars, dude. Oh my god. Holy fuck. Shoo, why? Why would you include this? This is not... Oh my god. What do I even say to this? This is like, why? This is not even real. There's no reason to think it's real. Like... Okay, what are we at on Media Vice fact check for... I can't believe I'm fucking doing this. I can't believe I'm doing this. I can't believe I'm doing this. Okay. So this is Media Bias Fact Check. InfoWars, Alex Jones, bias and credibility. Factuality reporting, very low. Conspiracy level, tinfoil hat, pseudoscience strong, right? Sources, so it says conspiracy, pseudoscience. Sources in the conspiracy, pseudoscience category may publish unverifiable information that is not always supported by evidence. These sources may be untrustworthy. Holy website. Let's see, hold on. These sources may be untrustworthy for credible/verifiable information. Therefore, fact-checking and further investigation is recommended on a per-article basis when obtaining information from these sources. Overall, InfoWars/Alex Jones is a crackpot, tinfoil hat level conspiracy website that strongly promotes pseudoscience. The amount of fake news, debunked conspiracy claims, and extreme right-wing bias renders InfoWars a non-credible source. Again, Alex Jones, love the guy, right? This is literally a guy who went around saying that Sandy Hook was like a false flag and that all of these parents are either crisis actors or actresses that faked their kids dying for like money and attention. Per article basis, so you can't dismiss this particular article based on it being InfoWars. That's so true, King. You're so right, dude. Yeah, we really need to be looking into this. Let's see. Let's read it, you guys. So this is InfoWars by Raw Egg Nationalists, reporting September 13th. Okay. Teacher forced 10-year-olds to watch Kirk murder video again and again. The Toronto School Board is investigating an allegation that an elementary school teacher forced his class of 10-year-olds to watch footage of Charlie Kirk's murder repeatedly. So this is somebody who was accused of doing something. Let's see. This is the primary source for the Toronto Sun. Scarborough teacher accused of showing Kirk murder video to kids. The teacher has been removed from the classroom at Corvette Junior Public School while they investigate the allegations. This was September 12th. So again, this is not in the United States, this is in Canada. Can anybody imagine a teacher showing students as young as 10 the video of Charlie Kirk being murdered by a gunshot to the neck? Yeah, Charlie Kirk actually could. I will get to that in a second. The Toronto District School Board is investigating an allegation of this happening at a Scarborough elementary school. First, a University of Toronto professor was sent home for an ex-post that appeared after the shooting suggesting shooting is too good for fascists, and now the TDSB has done the same with a teacher who allegedly showed a grade 5 and 6 class Kirk's assassination in Utah. The Corvette Junior Public School teacher was not in class Friday while they investigate the complaint from parents that a class of 10 and 11-year-olds was shown a graphic video of the slaying. So somebody reported this. This letter was sent home to parents on Friday, September 12th from Corvette Junior Public School principal Jennifer Copty after students at the elementary school in Scarborough were shown video of Kirk's assassination. Several students from his class went home and complained to their parents, traumatized at witnessing the on-camera death, which they were forced to witness numerous times over, a source close to the situation alleged. Parents subsequently reached out to school administrators who will be putting him on leave at the start of the school day, September 12, 2025. While playing this video repeatedly, he gave a speech to his students regarding anti-fascism, anti-trans, and how Charlie Kirk deserved for this to occur, the source claimed. The school's principal, Jennifer Copty, sent a letter home to parents outlining the situation. We are writing to inform you about an incident that is reported to have taken place in your child's class yesterday. During class, students were said to have been shown a portion of a violent video in response to questions being asked about a recent tragic event in the United States. Teacher has been relieved of all teaching responsibilities pending the outcome of the investigation will not be at the school. Copty explained the school board is offering assistance to any children who are traumatized. I also want to assure you that our top priority is supporting students. Social work support has been made available. Principal added, the video is believed to have been shown once by a staff member supervising the class who is not the homeroom teacher. So the source is alleging something completely different, that like it was repeated. The principal is saying the video is believed to have been shown one time by a staff member supervising the class who is not the homeroom teacher. While an investigation must still be conducted to learn all the details, the report of this incident is extremely troubling and completely unacceptable. We recognize the seriousness of this matter and have taken immediate steps to follow all appropriate policies and procedures. Okay, so if this happened, they were immediately met with consequences, and if it's turned out that they did this, they're going to be fired. While this allegation is still being probed, it has to be asked what comes over these educators that they do these kinds of things. And they talk about this. So we don't even know. So Shoeonhead believes that the left in America is responsible for something a Canadian teacher did. Either that or like leftist ideology supports doing this, I guess. I don't understand the point that's being made here. Like, and just like, it's so damning that like she didn't even cite the primary article that they're citing. She cites this InfoWars article, which this guy didn't even report on. He's like stealing a bunch of it from there. It's just like bullet points and summaries. What are we supposed to do with this? Well, they almost got the story right. So close. Okay, like, yeah, why, like, citing raw nationalists, like, you really need to do some reflection. Why wouldn't you just cite this? I don't understand. Oh my god. Okay, like, I don't even know what to say. I don't know what to say, but, okay, let me find what I wanted to. Charlie. Let me see if we put Charlie Kirk. How do I find this? Hold on. I'm trying to find a video of Charlie Kirk talking about public executions. Hold on. She doesn't even say that it's InfoWars. She hides where the article... Yeah, I don't love that either. Okay, cool. Found it. So speaking of showing children things that they should not be seeing, this is Charlie Kirk said some of Trump's opponents should be considered for the death penalty. He also said executions should be sponsored to fund the government and televised. Kirk said watching public executions would make his day better.
I think what some of those guys did to Donald Trump to use the instruments of government to destroy the constitutional order, that should be under consideration. Okay.
And it was by firearm.
Yeah, that's how you should. By the way, this is my other problem with death penalty.
To be fair, showing this to a 10-year-old isn't cool, but showing this to 12-year-olds would have been fine.
It's too long, too many appeals. It should be public. It should be quick. It should be televised.
Well, this can't be right, can it? The last execution in France was guillotined in 1977.
100% specifically targets the communications of everyone.
What's going on?
They're collecting your communications.
Sorry, this is what happens when I have Rumble up. Sorry, like the first article just linked to like a Rumble VOD.
Death penalty takes too long, too many appeals. Expensive. It should be public. It should be quick. It should be televised.
Well, this can't be right, can it? The last execution in France was guillotined in 1977.
100% true. They used the guillotine.
Until 77?
Yeah.
That's so cool.
There's videotape of it.
Honestly, that's like what we should be doing, and I agree. It should be public
and
televised. Public square.
By the way, you could fund the government
to watch it.
You could have like brought to you by Coca-Cola, and no, I'm not kidding. By the way, I would totally tune in to see some pedo get their head chopped off. Convicted by a jury of peers.
That's going to get
I'm talking about a real thing. I'm not talking
all
about
executions in Belarus are by firearm. That's not a choice or anything.
Andrew's saying don't make kids watch it, and I think the absolute
I think
opposite.
at a certain age, it's an initiation.
16, if you can drive, you can watch it.
No, but hold on.
Not even 16.
If all of a sudden you look at some of these savages, like in Indiana, there was this guy that went in and killed a pregnant woman and her 3 kids.
Yeah.
And you know what? I want to watch that execution. That'll make my day better. I want to see him on a public block and get him be publicly executed. And I think that would be justice. You think children should have, you should see it? What is the age? At what age should you start to see public executions?
16.
I think you could do it earlier. I think you maybe at age 12,
whenever,
like 6th grade or so. You are a person, they're old enough to, you don't need to like really wallow in it and have them be broken on a wheel or anything. But if it was something like chopping, if we had a guillotine or something,
I think it's the age where they can't be, I think there's too early and you become desensitized to maybe like this. I think it's when you can actually embrace.
But it should also be taken in a holy way.
The meaning.
No, I don't mean holy in a bad way. I mean that like this is heavy.
Like this is
bluntly,
the meaning
we have
of it.
kids who are 14 who are committing carjackings
100%.
in cities and doing bad stuff. And I think if you sent the message to them, if you do a bad crime, you will die, and it will be like this, and that will be you.
But I think it
would be a
down.
positive message.
So my argument would be younger people get involved with that because they're around older people who do those things.
I want you to imagine every day, all of a sudden they said, and today, remember that awful the guy that went and shot up a school? Yeah. Because, the left hates school shooters, and so do we. But they focus on the gun. I think they're evil. So, you take one of these school shooters, and they say, today we're going to publicly execute this person. And they read off
Super Bowl.
No, the shooters at the Super Bowl thing, and you read off what they did.
Great.
And you don't celebrate it. You just say, look, this is what they did, and if you do this, this would
okay. So you said you don't celebrate it. We just expose children to this for what exactly?
Be your fate. Ready, set, go. Boom. End of life. And say
guillotine.
I just
Scared Straight used to be a whole TV show.
No, but
this is Scared Straight for everybody.
Here's a question for anyone that might be, not persuaded. Would crime go up or down?
It would go way down.
Okay.
Done. So that why is this even a question?
Source, I made it the fuck up. Yeah, okay. Criminals hate this one trick where if you show people videos of like snuff films and people being executed, crime drops, apparently. Awesome. This politics the right way by the BTW.
The gory, horrifying video of Charlie's murder on
But back to the video sourcing InfoWars.
The hippy-dippy "in this house we believe" shitlib mask was ripped off, and underneath was nothing but psychopathic bloodlust. I have seen people on the right celebrate the death of people they disagree with. I've seen it. I remember Heather Heyer in 2017.
Yeah.
But I also remember the whole internet, left and right, coming together to disavow and mock the few dozen people from Stormfront who were celebrating
It
the death.
was not a few dozen people from Stormfront making fun of this woman being killed at the Unite the Right rally. There's people that don't even think that she was killed. They say it's not real.
This is different.
It was not only... I cannot believe she said it. It was not only people on Stormfront.
It's never been like this before. It's never been this much. It's never been this brazen. Normal people have to log into like an alternate Twitter account where they can post their more unorthodox opinions. And these people are out
There's
here.
a time where like, was there even TikTok? Was there even Musical.ly?
Full face, full name, like hell yeah, murder. What? The smug, unearned confidence these people have to be openly sociopathic with their full name and face because they live under the pathetic delusion.
Like, there were people that are in the right, like, that were, like, mainstream YouTubers that were at the Unite the Right rally where this happened. I'm not saying that they're personally responsible or, like, criminally responsible for it, but you were part of a white supremacist neo-Nazi rally that happened in this country.
Of being on the right side of history needs to end. They will blame you for your death because words are violence. Words are violence, so them killing you is just self-defense. That's why they're using Kyle Rittenhouse as some kind of gotcha. Oh, if you don't condone political violence, why do you support Kyle Rittenhouse? They fundamentally don't see the difference between killing someone over speech and killing someone over self-defense because these are the same things to them. Also, I'm going to be the one to point it out because of course I am. I saw nobody else do it. Why are most of them women? Most of the people celebrating are women. Like, it's
Gee, one, that you're not the first person to make that observation. Gee, wonder why women were not that, like, excited about Charlie Kirk or what the hell he had to say for women. Like, if I just put, like, let's go back. If I just put, like, women, let's see what happens. Or, like, gender, I don't know. On gender, feminism, and reproductive rights, reject feminism, submit to your husband, Taylor, referring to Taylor Swift. You're not in charge. Discussing news of Taylor Swift and Travis Kelce's engagement on the Charlie Kirk show, August 26th of this year. The answer is yes, the baby would be delivered. Responding to a question about whether he would support his 10-year-old daughter aborting a pregnancy conceived because of rape on the debate show Surrounded, published September 8, 2024. This was on Jubilee. We need to have a Nuremberg-style trial for every gender-affirming clinic doctor. We need it immediately. The Charlie Kirk Show, April 1st, 2024. Yeah, I can't imagine why women weren't, like, a huge fan of this guy. It's really just, like, boggles the mind.
It's a good, like, 80-20 ratio all over the internet. What is going on, ladies? Basically, the whole country is shook because last year they realized how many people would celebrate the murder of a president, and this year they realized how many people would celebrate the murder of them. At the end of the day, this is all the inevitable conclusion of the punch-a-Nazi thing from, like, 2017. Do you guys remember that? We always knew it was a slippery slope. That's why we were against it. And they always say this dumb shit, like, if you don't want to be called a Nazi, stop being a Nazi.
Even oh my god, what are we sourcing?
Say this dumb shit, like, if you don't want to be called a Nazi.
A tweet on September 12th at 4:19 in the morning with 8 views. I don't know who from.
Stop being...
A tweet at 12:42 p.m. September 12th with 5 views. I don't know when she made this, but it didn't get uploaded till the 18th, so...
Being a Nazi. Even a congressman...
And then I don't know whose these are. Okay.
My state, New York, was like, oh, if you want to stop being called a fascist, you should stop being a fascist. Yeah, that's great, except you've called everyone and their mother a fascist and a Nazi for the past, like, 15 years. And I see a lot of progressives in my audience like, Shoo, you're not like Charlie Kirk. You're not a fascist. Here are all the things I have been called Nazi, fascist, reactionary for over the last few years. Would you like to see? I have been making this list since 2023. Let's go. Let's just read this together real quick. Mocking/criticizing pop feminism. Believing adults can do whatever they want. Being pro-free speech. Being liberal. Talking to people I disagree with. Being friends with people I disagree with. Following people on Twitter I disagree with. Supporting Bernie Sanders. That one came from the right. Being registered independent. Criticizing Joe Biden. Criticizing the Democratic Party. Not being attracted to feminine men. Not hating men.
Okay, like, I'm sorry. Like, I'm so distracted by her claim that, like, oh, nobody, like, it was just people on Stormfront that celebrated the death of Heather Heyer. Where is it? So this is Big League Politics, a far-right American media website that promotes conspiracy theories. This literally sounds like InfoWars. The website, which, again, InfoWars, which she cited, the website was founded by former Breitbart News employees. The website has promoted conspiracy theories on subjects such as QAnon and the murder of Seth Rich. The New York Times described Big League Politics as an obscure right-wing news site which has promoted conspiracy theories and written favorably about white nationalist candidates. Huffington Post said it's intended for people who find Breitbart too reasonable. According to Mother Jones, the website has published stories attacking anti-fascist activists and trying to downplay the role of neo-Nazi violence in the death of Heather Heyer at the Unite the Right rally in Charlottesville in 2017. It went so far as to falsely blame an anti-racism activist and professor from the University of North Carolina, Chapel Hill, for her death. Let's see. If I put higher. Yeah. BLP has published stories attacking anti-fascist activists trying to downplay the role of neo-Nazi violence in the death of Heather Heyer at the Unite the Right rally in Charlottesville in 2017. Went so far as to falsely blame an anti-racism activist and professor from the University of North Carolina, Chapel Hill, for her death. Site also wrote, let's see. So they downplayed here. These might be busted though. Let's see. No, they just look like they're citing like a thing. It's probably never gonna go. It's just like loading. I wanted the site might like be defunct or whatever, but like, let me see. Heather Heyer, Charlottesville neo-Nazi rally organizer, describes protesters' death as payback. Far-right activist Jason Kessler gloated over alleged murder and called her a fat, disgusting communist in a tweet he later blamed on alcohol and drugs. Don't y'all hate when you get drunk and, like, you know, victim blame somebody for their own death at the hands of, like, white supremacists? Hate when that happens. Let's see. If I put Jason Kessler, this dude got a Twitter. He might be banned. If I put people, this dude's probably banned off social media, surprisingly. Jason Kessler, 34, gloated over the 32-year-old's alleged murder on social media after she was run over and killed in a shocking attack at the Unite the Right event in Virginia on August 12th. Mr. Kessler, who blamed anti-white hate for violent clashes between protesters, tweeted, "Heather Heyer was a fat, disgusting communist. Communists have killed 94 million. Looks like it was payback time." Okay, here. Then that's a Stormfront member. He literally organized the Unite the Right rally. Like she's like trying to paint Stormfront, like Stormfront is obscure, right? But like these people were like breaching into the mainstream politics when they're doing stuff like organizing rallies like this. Just insane. Where is it? I don't know. Just like this idea that like, oh, it was like no one was really doing that or whatever. It's like, dude, give me a break.
Men in general, criticizing Canada's MAID program, not taking the COVID vaccine, criticizing the FBI, criticizing the CIA, believing the CIA killed JFK, using an American flag backdrop for my videos, saying elites, saying working class, saying based, making a joke about Joe Biden eating ice cream, making a joke about Pete Buttigieg being born in a test tube, making jokes in general, being cis, being white, being a woman, being a cis white woman, telling someone to take a shower.
She didn't take the COVID vaccine?
Not being anti-gun, not being fat, being monogamous, liking Huey Long, celebrating the 4th of July, supporting Assange, criticizing the movie Cuties, praising the movie Sound of Freedom, being against pedophilia, being against the destigmatization of pedophilia, being against children watching porn, being critical of kink at Pride, being against children performing at drag shows, not being racist, I swear to God, being a class reductionist, saying biological sex, mocking people for debating the ethics of necrophilia, my username, owning a pet rabbit, questioning the Bush administration's involvement in 9/11, growing up in a Catholic family.
How did this turn into like people on social media like called you a fascist or whatever? I don't understand.
Being meat, wanting to get married, wanting to have children, being married, having children, being at January 6th to interview people, saying it's okay if someone doesn't want to date a porn star, not wanting to do OnlyFans, criticizing Kanye West, criticizing late-stage capitalism, criticizing the billionaire class, criticizing Israel, criticizing eating the bugs, criticizing a fashion company for being creepy, you'll remember that one, supporting nuclear energy, parentheses, it's toxic masculinity,
discovering
supporting
Twitter,
TikTok
yes.
tradwives, supporting one-income households, supporting
yes,
Beyond-
people. You have a huge Twitter account that even JD Vance follows. I am not surprised that there are people on Twitter that will call you a fascist, a neo-Nazi, or like over stupid things. Sure.
supporting farmers, supporting truckers, not celebrating.
But, I mean, when they want to call you a couple of those things, they could probably just cite this video, which is filled with falsehoods, and not be that inaccurate.
October 7th, supporting Palestine,
Yeah, JD Vance
not liking
her.
brutalism, saying colorblind anti-racism was good, wanting to date someone who has a good relationship with their parents, not liking Indian food, saying men and women are different but complement each other, being followed by JD Vance on Twitter, saying Hillary Duff is cool, making fun of Reddit, and for Asmongold reacting to me, criticizing American imperialism, wearing a bow in my hair, liking VTubers, and now being anti-death.
Charlie Kirk was a fucking Nazi. He was a fucking Nazi. And you know what kind of Nazi is the best Nazi? A dead one.
I am a better person than you for celebrating the death of a Nazi. And actually, it's pretty weird that you're not, and simultaneously asking people to have empathy for the Nazi.
Nazis have children and families, right? But Nazis also get shot in the neck.
They don't kill you because you're a Nazi. They call you a Nazi so they can kill you. Now, I'm going to talk about my
Epic Blair White citation, baby. You love to see it.
Personal feelings of the situation, because I know a lot of you
can find a video of any take on anything on the internet.
Relate. I know a lot of you have been feeling the exact same way, so I will try and put it into words for you. I have friends who were friends with Charlie Kirk, but
I mean, like, the funny thing is, like, if only she would, if only she would, this would be so base if it were, like, something else, like, they don't kill you because you're a groomer. They call you a groomer so they can kill you. Like, if only she would just, like, apply this lens to, like, the way that transphobia moves throughout society, things might be, like, her analysis might be a little bit better, but whatever.
They call you because I know a lot to words for you. I have friends who were friends with Charlie Kirk, but I didn't personally know him. We follow each other on Twitter. I've been to...
Just revealed the current strategy. And literally, like, saying that you're one of Charlie's murderers or whatever. By doing this, you're complicit in his death.
TPUSA Amerifest in 2021. I actually went there planning to make a video making fun of it, but I had so much fun and met so many friends that I'm still friends with to this day. So that video never happened. I disagreed with him all the time.
Oh my god. Went to a TPUSA conference to dunk on them. Oh my god, they were so nice to me. Let's just forget about their horrible politics because they were personally kind to me. Like, why does that supersede the fact that they're supporting, like, a hateful project or they have terrible politics, even if you don't believe it to be hateful, which I obviously do?
Literally go to our Twitter interactions. I was always correcting him about, like, Bernie Sanders. I made an egg look like his face. It is safe to say I was no fan. But this has really shaken me in a way that I absolutely did not expect. These last few days after what happened, I kept going to every single, like, lefty, liberal, left-wing person I know and, like, checking out what they have been saying about this. And besides maybe, like, 4 or 5, every single one was being an unhinged psychopath about this. Or saying some backhanded shit like, this is why we need gun control, which, first of all, we were just watching a whole bunch of people celebrate killing someone over political differences. You are never taking...
It says a lot more about her than it does about them. 100%. 100%.
For guns now. That is not happening. I felt like I was in the middle of the ocean. I was trying to, like, grasp onto a flotation device, checking all of these accounts for their take, like, be normal, be normal. Nothing. Nobody. I'm just drowning in a sea of evil, apparently. Maybe I was just blind up until now. Maybe they changed. Maybe I changed.
I mean, like, how can this be? Like, the only way that you would be exposed to this stuff, if you have the political beliefs and, like, the timeline that she probably does, is if you follow a bunch of rage bait accounts that spend all day trying to, like, finding this shit and putting it right in front of you as, like, rage bait and trying to pretend like it's indicative of, like, where the, like, majority of, like, the left in America is on this or whatever. And, like, I'm, you know, unfortunately, for better or for worse, the left in America to most people, I mean, you could say just because most people think it's left doesn't mean it's the left. I probably agree with you. But, like, if we're looking at, like, liberal commentators, if we're looking at Democratic politicians, if we're looking at people that are elected in office, have political power, and people with platforms, you literally cannot find anybody that was doing any of this shit. It was all relegated to Blue Sky, and it was all on TikTok, and you can say that's disturbing enough or whatever, but Joe Biden, Kamala Harris, President Obama, Ilhan Omar, Mehdi Hassan, they're all coming out, they all came out and, like, condemned it, said political violence is wrong, and I don't think that after you do that, talking about Charlie Kirk's horrific legacy means that you're undermining it or undercutting it or justifying it in any way, shape, or form. Crystal Ball is another example, people being like, yeah, this is terrible that this fucking happened.
Is everyone going crazy, or am I going crazy? I don't know. All I know is it is clear how they reacted to this is how they would react to me, my family, my friends, you, your family, your friends, that have ever stepped out of line from the nebulous, ever-changing...
You are not like Charlie Kirk. Charlie Kirk, again, a massive organizer who was a multimillionaire, who had a huge media apparatus. You who is like a MAGA propagandist. You are not just like Charlie Kirk.
Definition of progressive. These are people I thought were level-headed. They were left-wing, but, you know, like, they were one of the good ones. Like, you can joke with them, you know, they weren't those, like, woke SJWs. Like, they were cool, we can disagree and still be friends. You know. Your friend wouldn't celebrate you being murdered, of course. But if they would celebrate an exact clone of you that wasn't you, that had all the same opinions, or some of the opinions.
Why are we tearing up? I'm so confused. How did this end in tears?
That you have, if they would celebrate that clone being murdered, they're not your friend. I'm friends with people who are friends with Charlie, and I see...
Charlie wasn't shot by Obama. He was shot by one of you radicalized normies. That's why their reactions matter. So Vosh fan and YouTube chat. You've been talking a lot of shit. Apparently I'm not like substantiating my claims or something like that. Give me a break. You're gonna come on and debate me right now, and if you don't, I'm gonna ban you. And you can explain to me how like the left is responsible for this. So get ready to BTFO me. There you go. Link in you have let's see. You have 5 minutes to do this.
How they are completely broken about this. Seeing them like this, and then at the same time my other friends posting shit like, "Rip bozo." It's just sick. It's just sick shit. Personally, I would rather live in a world full of Charlie Kirks who would sit down and debate than a world full of people who agree with me but would murder people who don't. Because if it's now normalized to just murder people who disagree with you politically, we don't-
Oh my god, like this whole like, oh, Charlie Kirk just wanted to have a debate. Are we actually calling Charlie Kirk going to college campuses to farm outrage clips? Debate. Good faith debate. Oh, I'm seeing a lot of words. I'm seeing a lot of words in YouTube chat. No, Vosh fan, I don't want those words in YouTube chat. I want you to come on right now to this stream and embarrass me in front of all my viewers, since you know exactly what the fuck you're talking about or what, or like I'm lying about my claims. All you gotta do is join that Discord and you can come on voice and BTFO me if it's that easy to do it.
We don't have a society. Like, that's it. It's over. But some of these people in particular, like, why the fuck are you celebrating? You! They think you're a fucking Nazi too. They'll make a nice compilation of all the hot takes you've had over the years and spread it around to justify your murder. You don't get it, do you? We are all Charlie Kirk. I have been doing this for 11 years. I have been harassed, doxxed,
Hashtag we are all Charlie Kirk, you guys.
threatened, whatever, you name it, for 11 years by the left. And it hasn't moved me an inch because that's not how politics works. That's lunch table politics. I've talked about this before. People on your side being mean to you doesn't mean you overnight change your opinions on, like, healthcare. It doesn't work that way. I still have all my economic left opinions. I'm for strong social safety nets, workers' rights, unions, wealth caps, whatever. That has not changed. This is not me leaving the left because, frankly, I don't even know how to do that. This is me and many, many people looking around us at our so-called allies and realizing that even though we might share some, like, political opinions, we fundamentally do not have the same values or morals. And are we really allies if we agree on, like, taxes, but don't agree on the sanctity of human life?
Okay, like, you're saying this about, like, murder or whatever, even though it's, like, can you say, like, don't you think those same people are saying, like, can we really say that we're ideological compatriots and allies, even if you believe in like Medicare for all, or if you don't think that, if you want to baselessly say all trans people are groomers, or you don't think women should have control over their own bodies, or you're not okay with, like, equal marriage, or you think black people are, like, subhuman and inferior to white people, or you think it's okay for people to have masked ICE agents come, like, assault people to get them out of our country.
I don't know. The way we view death now is just crazy.
Bosch fan. 2 minutes, 21 seconds. Why are you still yapping in YouTube chat? I want you to come on voice and come debate me.
And I feel like a lot of that has to do with the desensitization, in part thanks to the internet. You used to have to go out of your way to see gore and stuff like that, and now you're just scrolling through Twitter and you see someone set on fire if someone gets stabbed on a train. And when someone like Charlie dies, it's not even real to people anymore. Like, it's like a movie or show. Oh, that character died? Good.
You pretended the left hasn't been saying don't want to be called a Nazi/fascist, don't be one for 10 years now. But you threatening to block me explains why you think that. You're in a hug box. Oh, I'm in a hug box? That's why I'm inviting you to come onto my stream and to, you know, fucking rock my world, right? Pop the, like come into my echo chamber and just fucking show me what's what, since you know the thing. Also, I wasn't the one that made the claim about any of this. Shoeonhead is the one who did that. Shoeonhead's the YouTuber with the massive platform, and I think that if the sentiment is so widespread, it should probably be easier for her to find the sentiment, outside of just like random tweets that she's throwing up that have like 12 views and 8 views. She's the one making the claim. Burden's on her to prove it. I don't think she did a good job of substantiating it. If it's so widespread for 10 years, why can she only find tweets that have 8 views? Hugbox is open right now.
I hated that character. Like, no, that was a real human being.
Why would I debate someone who's dishonest when I can just show you how you lie? Oh, that's what you're doing. Show me how. Just, yeah, come on my stream and show me how I lie in front of all my viewers, since I lie, right? It should be easy.
Being with a family and kids, actually.
Sounds like you're in a fucking hug box, dude. I'm telling you, all these fucking people, they talk all this fucking shit. I give them the opportunity. They never want to come on. But I'm the one in the echo chamber. I'm the one in the echo chamber. I'm the one who debated Charlie Kirk. I have debated Charlie Kirk before. You know that, right? I've debated Charlie Kirk. I've debated Dave Rubin twice. I've debated Adam Sosnik from PBD. Debated like any... I've debated so many far-right people, dude.
Like, that was someone's son. The internet has turned...
Yeah, I'm starting to think that's not a real Vosh fan.
Into
I don't use Discord, LMAO. Vosh fan, you're telling me that that's your username and that you're in this YouTube chat, but you don't use Discord? See ya. They never come on. They have just so much to say from the fucking sidelines, but they never want to come on. I don't use Discord. Yeah, all right, dude. Sure. I think that this is like, somebody in YouTube chat is like a troll, pretty much, who won't come on and debate me live. Doesn't use Discord, right? I think that's actually worse than the person who is like, I don't have a microphone, even though they also mentioned that they built their own PC and had a phone.
But cartoon characters that disappear when you close an app. I remember for years people would be like, oh, when you have kids, you'll change your mind on XYZ. And I was like, no, that's not gonna happen, no. And they were right. Almost overnight, you stop being so selfish, nihilistic. You stop having utopian fantasies of wanting to live in a post-capitalist society. And all you want is for the world to be safe. For the world to be safe and normal. And all that matters is your family and your community. And then your country, and then the world, you know? But we can't save the world, you can't. But you can save the people around you. You can't say to these people who are celebrating this and justifying this, you can't say, what if that was your dad or your brother getting killed for their opinions? Because they've already cut those people off. They've already cut those people off out of their lives. And posting videos and pictures of Charlie's wife and young kids will not move these people at all. Because they hate their lives. They hate their families. They are atomized bug people. They are the unfortunate product of modern society, and I feel bad for them.
It's like weird hearing or talking about like bug people in this context or whatever, not like as a meme.
I pity them, and I wish I could help them, but I have bugman fatigue. And for the people who will come at me in a blind rage with a list of all...
Have I debated Vosh? I have not debated Vosh. I'm sure there's some... I can't remember. I'm sure... I feel like I disagree with Vosh on a bunch of shit, but nothing is coming to mind right now.
Kirk's like biggest hits to convince me that I should hate him and should not mourn him. If you thought what Charlie Kirk said is wrong, you could have debated him. He was one of the few people left willing to do that. And now,
oh my god, again, this idea that like Charlie Kirk like never dodged debates or like whatever, give me a break.
Charlie was a fan of free speech, but I'm worried whoever comes after Charlie won't be. Like, even from a...
Charlie was a fan of free speech, even though I literally showed you guys a video where he is proudly opening and soliciting that people report their radical Marxist professors that are spreading anti-fascist left-wing ideology and discriminating against conservatives. What do you think that Charlie Kirk wanted to do with that list? Think that was just for like accounting purposes. That was to get people fired, Shu. That was not because he was interested in debating them and hearing out their ideas and testing them out in the marketplace of ideas. He wanted to get them fired because they disagreed with him.
Not even a personal human standpoint. Why are you celebrating like the most popular college Gen Z political pundit dying? Like, why are you celebrating him becoming a martyr? Say goodbye to that young male vote. All the liberal Joe Rogans in the world are not fixing this. I just hope for the sake of this country that political violence does not become normalized, does not become a thing. I really don't want to see that happen. I don't want to see...
a whole list of leftist professors couldn't be bothered to debate a single one of them. Nope. Also, he didn't want to debate them. And when he did step outside of his fucking, like, college campus and, like, went to go debate, like, Cambridge students and like Oxford students, he fucking embarrassed himself because all of a sudden you're talking to some of the smartest students in the fucking world, and on top of it, they're not immediately convinced by your talking points that make for good TikTok clips and shit, okay? You're talking to a room full of atheists. Why should they give a fuck that you're opposed to abortion on the grounds that it doesn't conform to your Christian ideology and worldview? You're gonna have to do more work than that. You're gonna have to make more convincing arguments and go back to first principles and try to find different ways to convince people of this position that doesn't just involve, but Jesus said it's bad, so therefore it's bad.
Retaliation. I don't want to see us fall into a civil war. I don't know. This has all been extremely blackpilling. I think I'm going to take a break from politics. I don't know. I'm a YouTuber. Like, I'm not a political pundit, right? I'm not. My goal here, my purpose here is to entertain, is to make people laugh. That is what I'm going to do. That is what I will continue to do. The news cycle will move on. The world will move on. Charlie Kirk's kids won't move on. His daughter won't move on. His daughter does not have a dad anymore. And that fucking sucks. That fucking sucks. I don't know what else to say. I love you guys. Thank you for listening to my crash out. If you're new here, my videos usually are not like this. They're actually nothing like this. They have music in the back. They're fun. They're goofy. Things are just not fun and goofy right now. But I promise you the next video will be. Yeah, thank you for your attention to this matter. Bye.
Okay, I don't understand this. Okay. There we go. Okay, let's see. Megyn Kelly. Okay, so I saw this, and this is amazing, you guys. This is really amazing stuff. Y'all know Emily from Breaking Points? Y'all know her? So I didn't realize that Emily is like Christian or something. I don't know. But
and now,
hold on, she give me a second.
Said we.
So she posted this at Emily Jashinsky, talks about Jezebel's sick curse on Charlie Kirk and the reality of spiritual warfare. So Jezebel had an article that was called like we paid Etsy witches to like curse Charlie Kirk, and then they had to do like an editor's note because of like he was killed a few days later or whatever. And she posted this on her Instagram, and it is literally insane.
Paid some Etsy witches to curse Charlie Kirk, and now they have an editor's note attached to the story that said, the story was published on September 8th. Jezebel condemns the shooting of Charlie Kirk in the strongest possible terms. We do not endorse, encourage, or excuse political violence of any kind. But you know what's fascinating to me about that post is they say we do not, quote, encourage political violence of any kind. Fascinating, because they published a story on the internet that said we paid some Etsy witches to curse Charlie Kirk. That can mean one of two things. It's a joke or it's real.
Oh my God.
And if you are actually paying witches to curse Charlie Kirk.
they're paying these Etsy witches to curse Charlie Kirk. I think that doesn't fucking exist, Emily.
You were engaged in something that is very real. And it's something we've talked about on the show in the context of the quote, re-enchantment.
You are writing a letter to Santa Claus. You are writing a letter to Santa Claus and sending it to the North Pole, and you are trying to get presents under your tree on Christmas this year. It's not a fucking joke. It's serious. First it's Christmas list to Santa. What's it going to be next? Etsy witches? Cursing Charlie Kirk? We going to curse Ben Shapiro now too?
Discourse. Charlie talked about this, by the way. The supernatural, the spiritual world is real. Christians should be honest about how real it is, because if we are not honest about how real it is, people end up thinking,
is she superstitious? What do you think based on what we're hearing so far? If you're religious, you are accepting things without evidence. So you're predisposed to this sort of like superstitious and like thinking and like belief in the supernatural.
That it's just a funny joke to say, we paid some people who believe they are witches and engaged in witchcraft to put a curse on a young husband, father, and son.
Yes, and that's funny. It was a joke. He had not been killed yet. It's funny.
Don't mess with that stuff. Because it's real. Jezebel on September.
Don't mess with that stuff because it's real, dude. I don't even. It's not. Do I even need to say this? It's not real, Emily. We don't encourage violence. We just pay someone on Etsy to do it, literally. The things unseen are more important than the things seen. Well said. Let me guess, your next guest will be the Tooth Fairy or maybe the Loch Ness Monster. Dear Jesus, Emily, I thought you were a journalist. Okay, first mistake. Dude, this is devastating. Like, good for her for speaking her truth, but I guess for fuck's sake, how do you sit across from someone and do serious news discussion the way Ryan or Crystal do? I mean, this is, again, Emily is supposed to be like one of the better conservatives. No, this is insane. This is fucking insane. Like this pearl clutching and like crocodile tears over, hey, don't mess with the fucking Etsy witches. That's serious business. I don't even, like, what do you even do with this? It's so fucking insane. She has a job on like one of the largest news shows, like online web news shows, and that's what she thinks. Okay, where does she talk about the curse? Because Megyn Kelly was also worried about this. If I put witch, hold on. Witch. Okay, like she gets right into it. Okay, she gets right into it. Awesome.
Kelly, welcome to the Megyn Kelly Show. There is big news breaking right now around the Jimmy Kimmel saga. We've had both Sinclair and Nexstar, who own 1/3 of the affiliates, TV affiliates in this country, airing ABC, have both now said, we don't really care that Disney wants to put him back on the air. We're in charge of our affiliate programming, and we're not airing him. So it's just gotten very interesting, and that is where we're going to kick it off in about, well, just a few minutes with Mark Halpern, who's standing by. But first, I have a sort of out of left field story to bring to you, and then I want to start with it. I've been wrestling with whether to bring you this story for a few days now. I've been wrestling because I find it so vile and off and odd. I wasn't even sure where to go with it. But I decided that I had to do it because the groups who did this deserve public censure. I learned when I was out in Arizona last week that 2 weeks before Charlie Kirk was assassinated, the far-left website Jezebel declared that it had a mission to cast bad luck or a curse on Charlie. They wanted to hurt him in some way. They declared, quote, if the far-right misogynist with a bad haircut wants to villainize independent women, Jezebel is more than happy to be the hag of his nightmares. And they went on to the website Etsy. Yes, Etsy.
Yeah.
To, quote, cast a...
Etsy. It's a meme. It's a meme, Megyn. Megyn, it's not... It's a joke.
Curse on him. Yes, this is actually a thing.
Yeah.
Etsy. The website known for making...
Yes, there are women on there that are getting their bag by charging people $3 for literally nothing. That's it. It's funny.
Arts and crafts on demand will happily cast a hex through its witches, who you can hire, on someone if you ask them to. The Jezebel crew was delighted to discover, quote, it's not uncommon for the so-called witches on Etsy to channel their energy toward thwarting Republicans. There's even a subreddit devoted to casting nightly hexes on Trump. Jezebel decided Charlie Kirk, who they've repeatedly described as far right, the founder of the right wing,
who they've accurately described as far right. Yes, correct. Charlie Kirk was far right. Charlie Kirk was a MAGA propagandist. Eddie Bombay, thank you for the 200 bits. This just shows their lack of faith. Shouldn't they be protected by their faith? And if something does happen to them, then it's God's will, right? I don't think it's as simple as that, but it's a little bit more complicated than that. But this whole mysticism or whatever, and this weird, if you're a Christian or whatever, you're not supposed to be messing around with Ouija boards and stuff like that. They do have their lines, and you can't just always it was explained to me at CCD, which is Catholicism school. You're not supposed to tempt God. An example that they told us about was there are people that will put rosaries over their rearview mirror, and they would speed, and they would they would hold on to their rosary and pray that nothing would happen. You're not supposed to do stuff like that, and you can't say oh, Jesus, protect me while you're sinning or while you're being reckless and expect it's going to be a force field or a shield from consequences of your actions. So they believe in stuff like this, and they see it as things to not be trifled with or whatever. They see it as devil's magic, effectively.
Conspiracy Theory Factory, Turning Point USA, is, quote, more irritating than most, and asked its audience if they were, quote, interested in punishing Kirk for years of regressive rhetoric with a curse, with a hex on him. After all, they told readers, he's basically a fake news vending machine.
This has to be I saw that apparently the woman who wrote that article is getting death threats, unfortunately, and that's not okay. But the Etsy witches must be pulling it in, especially the one if they actually say in that article who they hit up for this.
The article notably does not list the name of any particular author, but simply uses its company name as the byline. So we don't know exactly which writer or staffer at Jezebel, which has long been a disgusting publication, came up with the idea. But since they're attributing it to all of them, so will we in terms of our blame. It was, in fact, the brainchild of one writer, however, because it is written in the first person, a female. The writer explains now. Is it ethical to curse a man I've never met? Probably not.
It's so funny how she leaves her own show on Fox News, and then she goes to the Today Show, and then that doesn't work out because she makes comments about blackface instantly, and that lands her in controversy. But it literally got into the territory of Fox News freaking out about Lady Gaga and or Candace Owens freaking out about Lil Nas X. What does that remind you of? It reminds you of a bunch of stuck up Bush era neocons that are worried about rock music and video games, or worried about fucking marijuana, being the source of all of society's ills. Yeah, it's satanic panic shit. Do they not realize how fucking uncool they look? And it also just gives the game away that these people have a young audience, because young audiences, I feel even reactionary ones, don't really resonate with stuff like this.
But is it unethical to let him keep talking? Yes. Now comes the obligatory ass-covering paragraph in the piece, just to stave off any negative publicity for Jezebel. Quote, I want to make it clear I'm not calling on dark forces to cause him harm. I just want him to wake up every morning with an inexplicable zit. I want his podcast microphone to malfunction every time he hits record.
Oh my God. So literally, even within this article, they go out of their way to make it abundantly clear that they're cursing him so he has petty inconveniences for the rest of his life, and he fucking steps on a Lego every day, or every time he tries to go catch the elevator, it's always closing. It's not even calling for anything. They didn't even try to be edgy and pretend they were calling for anything serious, just minor inconveniences.
I want his blue blazers to suddenly all be one size too small. I want one of his socks to always be sliding down his foot. I want his thumb to grow too big to tweet, to ruin his day with the collective feminist power of the Etsy coven would be my life's greatest joy. So even in her ass covering, she was asking for Charlie.
That's not ass covering. That's again, it's a practical joke, and it's one that's not going. It's not even, and I can't even say it's a practical joke. A practical joke implies it's going to happen. Nothing was going to fucking happen. The shit is not real. It's fake. They're witches on Etsy. Give me a break.
To be rendered less attractive, to not be able to use his microphone and silence his voice, to have discomfort foisted upon him, to stop his ability to tweet or spread his message, and to, quote, ruin his day. Got it? That's the nice part of the Jezebel article. She tells the reader she placed her first spell.
It's like that wasn't ass covering. It's like it's almost like it's a joke and they didn't actually want harm to come to him. They just wanted to make this meme article.
On Etsy. And it was, quote, in all caps, make everyone hate him. And she wondered aloud, how long would it take to kick in? The witch, servicing Jezebel on Etsy, contacted the writer and asked if she would like to, quote, amplify the energetic support of the spell for an extra $50. She did it. She goes on for the power.
Wow, she documented her subjecting herself to getting scammed by this woman on Etsy. It's almost like the entire point is less about the person that they're cursing and more about the fact that there's a fucking racket going on Etsy that's equivalent to like when you find out like a boomer relative of yours was paying like $5 a minute to a fortune teller that could predict their future or like read their tea leaves over the phone. The entire point, like, really, it sounds like this article is highlighting and spotlighting the fact that there's people that actually pay for this bullshit on Etsy and they're making a killing.
Powerful hex spell. I had to provide Kirk's date of birth for accuracy. The witch informed her that she, the witch, had performed the hex and that it was successful. Jezebel wanted to know when they were getting results on their curse. And while their article about all of this it was published on Monday, September 8th, it makes clear that the writer contracted for the curse in late August. She says she wanted it to line up with the new moon in Virgo, which this year meant August 23rd. That tracks because she points out in the piece that by August 24th...
You keep saying it's fake, but it looks like it worked too well.
She was waiting impatiently for results. The witch, they reveal, promised on August 23rd that, quote, you will see the first results within 2 to 3 weeks. This was 18 days before Charlie was killed. Not satisfied with this curse.
Oh my God. So again, it wasn't actually leftist ideology, you guys. Huge news. It wasn't Antifa. It's not because of things that Jimmy Kimmel said. It's not because of Blue Sky. It's actually because of this Etsy witch. Really, Tyler Robinson is just like an unwitting victim in all of this. And he should be freed, apparently, according to Megyn Kelly. And the real person that should be held accountable is this witch on Etsy who did this.
The
for the low price of like $60.
One alone, Jezebel reached out to a, quote, third
yes
witch.
Or no? Yeah, I condemn hexing, you guys.
Priestess Lilin. Jezebel opined, if enough people cursed a single person, would the results be stronger?
I feel like she wants to like crack up. This is so unserious.
Quote, when I asked her if she'd noticed more political figures being targeted these days, she said yes. The next day, Lilin sent the Jezebel
Everyone
writer
knows witchcraft is inherently leftist orthodoxy. It is. It's praxis.
Proof of the hex she had cast. Quote, a photograph in flames, the edges slowly curling inward, engulfing Charlie's ridiculous, scrunched up little face. She whispered, I imagine, writes to the Jezebel reporter.
Dude, you're just making her sound cool.
Trust the unseen. Chills, writes Jezebel. Sunday, August 24th passed, writes the author, and nothing.
Aren't these people afraid of having Etsy, which just curse them? I feel like if they really believed it, they wouldn't be talking out like this. Well, they know that they're talking to an echo chamber. They also know that most people, most leftists are too cheap to pay the like $50 that you need for it to really like have that extra enhancement for it to work. And unfortunately, because the results it seems to yield in most instances is that you're going to have to deal with stuff like your clothes suddenly like shrinking in the washer, or the fact that you're missing an ingredient for a meal that you were going to make, these sorts of things. You might not feel the return on your investment, so you're probably not going to do it.
Monday, August 25th, still nothing. Tuesday, August 26th, nothing. But then she writes, she reminded herself, this is witchcraft, not Amazon. The forces operate on their own schedule.
Damn.
The Jezebel writer ends the piece as follows. So, did my Etsy curses work? Time will tell. The forces move in mysterious ways.
Ominous.
And as the priestess Lilin reminded me, spell work is a collaboration between the caster, the client, and the universe itself. For now, we can only trust in the timing of the great unknown. To you, Mr. Kirk, may the rash come swiftly. 2.5 weeks after those curses were requested and cast, 2 days after Jezebel published that article, Charlie was killed by an assassin's bullet. I know what you're thinking. This is a bullshit Etsy curse. Why are we spending time on this? I'm going to get to that in a minute. Stay with me for now.
Okay, wonderful. I was waiting for that, Megyn. Awesome.
After the shooting, Jezebel took down the article, quote, on the recommendation of our lawyers. They underscored that the piece was meant to be humorous.
Boo. I was trying to find it and I couldn't find it. I can't believe they actually took it down.
Intended as satire, and that they made clear they wished Charlie, quote, no physical harm. Which
okay, Megyn, just because you say that in an incredulous voice does not mean it's any less true. There was literally no reason for them to take it down.
The full story now, is it?
And the fact that they did take it down, holy shit, that says so much more about the right in this country than it does about Jezebel.
At the same time, they said of the article, quote, we stand by every word, which means they did want him cursed. They wanted everyone to hate him. They wanted it to be powerful, and they wanted Charlie, quote, punished for years of regressive rhetoric. They also made clear that taking down the article was, quote, driven by an abundance of caution for our staff. In other words, they were worried about violence against them by Charlie Kirk supporters. They also, they wrote, wished, quote, to avoid the piece being misused in a tense and volatile environment. There was not, they made clear, any change in their editorial judgment. In fact, they emphasized, quote, we may republish at a later date. They then rambled on about the country's gun problem and the heated political divide in the country and free speech, noting they do not actually condone political violence.
Oh
now,
my
again,
God,
you may be saying
this woman just like yapping and yapping. It's people like this that are the reason why you have to care about Charlie Kirk still. That one, the shit that is coming out of, the results of this martyr being killed, right? Charlie Kirk. I'm just waiting for them to do something fucking stupid still. I don't think that they're done, obviously, using this to launch more attacks on the First Amendment against just Americans, Democrats. You already have Stephen Miller announcing that, basically it's gonna be fucking illegal to oppose the administration with this, goon squad that he went, Let me see if I can't find it. If not, we'll look into it tomorrow. But, I was hoping that it would kind of just, they'd pass, the Charlie Kirk memorial law that would, make it illegal to be a Democrat or something. But, this is so much worse.
Yourself, why are we talking about Etsy curses? None of this is real. Well, two things.
Okay, yeah, none of this is real, Megyn.
First of all, Christians are opposed to casting spells or trying to contact the spirit world.
Okay.
Not only because they believe there's only one God.
And they also don't like Harry. They used to say that you can read Harry Potter. Now I feel like things have changed.
But because they acknowledge the existence of the devil and evil spirits. Here is Father Mike Schmidt. He was on the day Charlie died, helping us through that as well. But he came on our show first time a couple of years ago. And here he is discussing this very subject.
The motivation behind the Ouija board is actually something where I'm trying to contact spirits. And someone could say, well, I'm trying to contact nice spirits or good spirits. And the unfortunate thing we know about is that, yes, when God created angels, he created angels. They're good. They're beautiful. They're in harmony with him. But also we know that a number of those said no to God. A person who's reasonable would say, but I'm just playing. And I would say, I completely understand that. And then I would say, at the same time, you remember the movie The Exorcist?
Yeah.
Of course.
Yeah. How can you forget it? So that story is based off of two true stories.
Uh-huh.
And one of the true stories is, I believe, about, if I can get the details right, is about a young man who was at, kind of like a birthday party, some kind of celebration of some sort with kids. And they just busted out the Ouija board and just played for fun. But that was an entry point for what ultimately became a possession.
Right.
In other words, you're playing with fire, messing with this stuff. There actually are demons in this world. Calling up the spirit world, in particular the devil's spirit world, can actually have real world consequences. It's not something to mess with. Many Christians believe this. This is dangerous. It's not a game. It's literally evil.
Okay.
Second, this is what I really want you all and the people at Jezebel and Etsy to know. Erica and Charlie Kirk heard about these curses, and that news genuinely rattled Erica in particular. She knew Christian teaching on this subject.
Do we have proof of this? Because this woman, less than 3 weeks after her, husband was, publicly executed in this very, very disturbing way, is, away from her children and, running a massive company now. So, I mean, did, a WWE type entrance to like her husband's memorial where she wore all white. Like, I just don't even know that like this woman feels. I'm very skeptical this woman feels this way over this. Or maybe she does.
She loved Charlie, absolutely. And she was scared when she heard of the curses Jezebel had called up.
And obviously, because of the saying, these are like the exorcism. These things are based on reported events, not on true events, lady.
So much so that she and Charlie contacted a friend who I believe she said was a Catholic priest, but definitely a friend, and asked him to come over and pray with them over Charlie the night before he was murdered. She eventually...
What? No way. Like a Catholic woman and evangelical man engaged in like paranoid religious like rituals? Color me shocked.
Worked it through. And so did Charlie. That, as she later told me, weapons will form but not prosper. That Satan and those witches have no power. Of course, God's will
Next,
is
you're going to tell me the night before it happens, Erica Kirk said 10 Hail Marys.
The one that matters, and his blessing over Charlie was real and palpable. All you had to do was spend time with Charlie to know that. But why torture a family like this? A Christian, believing family. Why do this vile thing to a young couple? Parents to two babies.
Because it's funny.
Babies. Living in accordance with the gospel, deeply in love. Yes, political, but doing
also,
nothing.
Again, they said nothing about his family. It was like about Charlie Kirk specifically.
Other than speaking publicly about their views and their desires to make other people's lives better.
Us. They have to make themselves the biggest victim. But comedy was legal. Ask Kimmel how that's going.
Who would do such a vile thing? Jezebel. That's who. And unbelievably...
an incredibly smart woman who has an Etsy storefront where she tricks people into thinking that something is going to happen because you paid her $50.
Etsy. And the people behind this evil, they should be called out. That's why I'm talking about it.
Hexes are greater than prayers, or Etsy, which is greater than God. Many people are saying this.
As our lead. They should be called out. Jezebel should be forced to identify the woman who wrote this and did this.
Please, so I can also hit this lady up.
Jezebel should close.
I have a couple of people that I'd be interested in.
Close, frankly. It has zero redeeming virtues or value. Etsy should stop this
literally a witch hunt
practice immediately and get back to arts and crafts and jewelry. And both entities should issue an immediate, full-throated apology to Erica Kirk for introducing this awfulness into her beautiful family and causing her or Charlie any distress whatsoever in what would be the waning hours of his life.
Right.
It's not easy to contact them. Etsy's easier than Jezebel. Etsy, you can email them. press@etsy.com. press@etsy.com. Jezebel intentionally makes it difficult for you to reach out to them, though we did for comment on this piece and to ask them whether they will indeed republish this article and other questions as well. They didn't get back to us, but here's how you do it if you are so inclined. You go to their website, you click on contact, and then you submit your comment. Joining me now is Mark Halperin. He's host of Next Up with Mark Halperin on the MK Media Podcast Network. You can go and subscribe to it right now on Apple, Spotify.
We're going to watch the Emily thing one more time. It was so fucking insane. Just one more time.
8th said, we paid some Etsy witches to curse Charlie Kirk. And now they have an editor's note attached to the story that said, the story was published on September 8th. Jezebel condemns the shooting of Charlie Kirk in the strongest possible terms. We do not endorse, encourage, or excuse political violence of any kind. But you know what's fascinating to me about that post is they say we do not, quote, encourage political violence of any kind. Fascinating, because they published a story on the internet that said we paid some Etsy witches to curse Charlie Kirk. That can mean one of two things. It's a joke or it's real. And if you are actually paying witches to curse Charlie Kirk, you are engaged in something that is very real. And it's something we've talked about on the show in the context of the quote, re-enchantment discourse.
Right.
Charlie talked about
that. They've talked about it on the show. I have to assume, I don't know if she means breaking party. I assume she means after party with Emily or whatever, not breaking points.
This, by the way. the supernatural, the spiritual world is real. Christians should be honest about how real it is, because if we are not honest about how real it is, people end up thinking that it's just a funny joke to say, we paid some people who believe they are witches and engaged in witchcraft to put a curse on a young husband, father, and son. Don't mess with that stuff.
Don't mess with it, you guys.
Because it's real.
Because it's real.
Jezebel
okay.
and...
Okay. Done. All right. If you're watching on Twitch, you're not following me, please go ahead and do so. That way you can know when I go live, which is usually Monday through Friday. And if you're watching on YouTube and you're not subscribed to me, please go ahead and hit subscribe, hit the bell, that way you can be notified whenever I go live. On YouTube, I have my past VODs that are timestamped so you can easily see my past segments. I do react content, political slop, all sorts of fun things here. I am I'm an up and coming conservative streamer on Twitch and YouTube, and your support means the world to me. If you want to support me, you can follow the donation links pinned to my Twitch chat or my YouTube description box. I'm at Straighterade _ on everything. If you're interested in supporting me, further than that, you can also subscribe to me on Twitch or gift subs throughout the chat and give everybody who you gift the very, very lovely experience of emotes that are cute and an ad-free experience. All right, if you're watching me on YouTube, you're going to go watch Kid Not Kin cover fascism in the US. And if you're watching me on Twitch, you guys are going to watch Mason, aka One Hand Politics, talk about how the government is shutting the fuck down, which I'm probably going to be covering tomorrow with Pisco on Just Press Play, and maybe some her take. So I hope to see you guys tomorrow. I'll be streaming probably earlier at like noon, 1, around that point. So yeah, tell them I said hi. Thank you for watching, and bye. Right, you guys are reading now.